Okay, we're going to try again. Really sorry about that. The internet was it just decided to cut out for some reason. So, I'm not gonna go from the beginning again because that's just cruel for you. I'm gonna just carry on reading from where I went blind. So that's gonna be the dwarfs have arrived. They're very Welsh. I can't do a Welsh accent, but I'm damn well doing it anyway. And we're just going to see how far we get. If people can share this new link, I don't know who's watching at the moment, but if anyone can share this link right now, I'd be really grateful. And then if they can message me the link, because I can't figure out how to get the link myself, I'll just carry on from where we were. So they're waiting for their king Thorry to arrive. I'm going to get the timer going again. So just bear with me another 2 seconds. Really sorry about this. This is so stupid. And I'm going to carry on. Where was I? They all hate the beards. They're very happy with them. They like Bingo's. They like Bingo's chin. So I'm gonna go for it. Where was I? Oh yeah, there's a sing-along coming. I apologise in advance. Bingo stumbled to the larder and brought out a selection of the food he possessed. The dwarfs devoured it all in a quarter of an hour. In dismay, he tried telling the group that he had no more, but they wouldn't take no for an answer. Explored his hobbled hole thoroughly and completely ransacked it. They rolled out his one and only bottle of Soddit ale and tapped and drank it. They sang all the whilst Gandalf sat in the corner, tapping his foot, not in time to the music, and smoking. They sang. I don't know the tune to this. I only know the chorus, so I apologise. When you walk with a dwarf, keep your head down low. You'll never walk alone. I don't know how to sing it. So as not to draw attention to his height, for a dwarf's sword his temper is only so. And a dwarf has no fear of a fight. Walk on, crouching all the time. Though your hips are racked with pain, walk on, with a bend in your spine, or you'll never walk again. You'll never walk again. After which they sang, or rather they howled, and we were singing songs and arias, I don't know the tune, dwarfs in the larder, oh me, oh my. After which they insisted that Bingo join in with the quaffing, despite his protestations that he was normally a very moderate drinker. They drank toasts to his smooth chin and his smooth upper lip, and they sang more songs, raucous songs, caucus songs, ribald songs, dribbled songs, hymns, whims, theremins, chim-chim-cheries, songs that were hard, songs by bards, songs that left you scarred, emotionally speaking, drinking anthems, looting anthems, puking anthems, fussy anthems, beauty pageant anthems, and Beth You Is My Woman Now. They sang a cappella, a patella, the sort of song you sing when somebody has just kicked you in the kneecap, and any umbrella. At some point in the proceedings, the remaining dwarfs came in. Ston, Pilfer, Gopher, and Womble. And finally there entered a diminutive little creature, small even for a dwarf and barely an inch taller than Bingo, who introduced himself as Thorry, King you know, who seemed to be accorded remarkably little respect from the other dwarfs. But by this stage, Bingo was well drunk, tanked up, reeling and rocking, and soon enough he was falling over and getting up with a silly expression on his face. He was as unsteady on his feet as a newborn colt that had been force-fed half a bottle of whiskey. Then Gandalf began singing a song, and got halfway through the first stanza before he started coughing with shocking vehemence, making a series of noises like a roof load of snow collapsing 20 feet to the ground. 45 seconds of this, and the wizard was too loud, and collapsed back onto the sofa, gasping and fumbling with his tobacco pouch. My new friends, said Bingo, with tears in his eye and alcohol compounds in his bloodstream. My new friends! How sweet it is to have friends! To make new friends! Strictly a business arrangement, Mr. Grabbins, said Maury. We have a quest to undertake, and we need your help, that's all. You need my help, repeated Bingo joyously, his cheeks wet. My friends! Yes, yes, said Maury, pushing the over-affectionate Soddit away. Let's not lose proportion, look you, Backla. There's a dragon, see, and he's got, well, shall we say, treasure? Yes, let's call it treasure. Gold? Asked Bingo, his eyes circular. What's that? Said Quellin. Yeah, that's it. Gold, that's a good one. Gold, said Maury, looking significantly at his fellow dwarfs. All right, you're clear. Mr. Grabbings here is going to help us nick some gold. Yes, that's it. We're on our way to steal the dragon's gold, see? The dwarfs made various noises of dawning comprehension. So, said Maury, turning to Bingo, we figured, and this is only a rough plan, you see, that we'd go over there and distract the dragon boyo with some close harmony baritone singing while you steal the gold, you being a thieving little tinker. Or so we've been led to believe. No offence. Bingo's heart was flush with new comradeship and love. He sobbed like a child, trying to hug Maury and unburden his heart, to say how he always felt, somehow distant from the other Soddits, as if there was something that held him back from them, and held them back from him. It wasn't easy to say what exactly, but on occasion he'd stand at his door with a glass of dry hobbled martini in his hand, and watch the evening traffic make its way up Hold Ahoy High Street and over the bridge into the thickening gloom, and feel, somehow, a great emptiness inside himself, a sense of purposelessness of it all, the way the narrow respectability of his world felt sometimes like a suffocating velvet cloak. And all along the thing he'd been missing was right here, this sense of purpose, belonging to this band of brothers, united in a common aim. Sadly, the ale, which provoked this chain of thought in Bingo's mind, also prevented this articulate expression of it, and the best he could manage was such a lovely bunch of blokes, lovely fella, love you, and a further series of throaty syllables like the noise of a dog makes just before it throws up. Now, Maury continued in a louder voice, backing against the wall. Are you okay with our plan, boyo, look you? Remember, the only problem with this quest thing, is that the treasure is in possession of a dragon, right? Dragons, said Bingo. They don't frighten me. Insectivores, aren't they? No, said Maury. I wouldn't describe them as insectivores. Well, said Bingo, waving his hand dismissively and wobbling on his feet. Does it matter? He had long since reached a level of alcoholic uncoordination where it becomes difficult to place the right thumb upon the end of the left little finger. I got it wrong. The left little finger. And indeed had gone somewhat beyond it, to the state where it is difficult to get one's upper and lower lips to connect. Smug the dragon, said Gandalf, erupting apparently from sleep. A fierce and terrible sight he is, the mighty worm in his desolation. Terrible, terrible, said the dwarfs in unison. The ale swirled in Bingo's heart. Swirled in Bingo's heart. I'm not afeard, he squealed, trying to clamber on the table. Smug the dragon, Gandalf bellowed, rather carried away with himself. Terrible smug, marvellous great dragon, bah! He coughed once, twice, and then thrummed a long enduring note on the taut surface of the mass of phlegm held in his chest. The dwarfs brought out their own pipes, and soon the smoke was so thick in Bingo's sod-hole that you couldn't see the smokers for the smoke. I've got a PhD, you know, from Cambridge University. I just thought you might be interested in that fact. I'm not some bloke making this up from thin air. I'm a proper scholar. I study Anglo-Saxon and everything. Moreover, the smoke that came out of the dwarfish pipes had a strange savour to it, a slightly herbal, fruity, pleasant, drowsy, hey man edge to it, a whiff of rings, They're like all hard around the outside and all like nothing at all in the middle. Isn't that weird? The way they can be both really, really hard on the edge and really soft in the middle, you know? You ever think of that? The slight odor of, hey, I'm really hungry. You got like any like scones or something? The excitement and passion drained out of Bingo wholly, and he lay on the floor with his feet in the grate, humming along as the dwarfs sang the song. I know the melody to this. I'm going to butcher it. I am very sorry. Have a quick drink before I go. Do, ooh, la. Smug magic dragon, are we afraid of he? In his magic dragon grotto place, not likely. We'll travel over earth and we'll travel over sea to bid that dragon is den look you now most assuredly. Oh yes we will, I tell you now, you'd better believe we'll do it. We will, oh yes, yes we will, we're gonna do it, I'm telling you we will, it's practically good as done, we're going that way right now. The dragons, well let's just say I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Gandalf was shouting something at this point and had to be calmed. Then, under the illusion that he was whispering discreetly into Maury's ear, he boomed, I was thinking, why don't we tell the young Soddit that we're going after some gold? Wouldn't that be sly? Maury's voice, much lower, came murmuring indistinctly through the fog. You see, Gandalf bellowed, louder still, if the Soddit thinks we're going after some gold, then he won't ask after the real reason for our quest, do you see? Again, Maury's voice, now more urgent but still indistinct, muttered in the dark. Bingo, from where he was lying, could just about see the pyramidical shape of the wizard's hat and the hunched silhouette of Maury trying to communicate with the old man. I can't hear you if you mutter like that, bellowed Gandalf petulantly. All I'm saying is that it would be a good cover story as far as the Soddit is concerned. That way, you don't have to tell them what we're really going to do. It seemed to Bingo's eyes, in the smoke-obscured candlelight, as if Gandalf's hat had been dragged sharply down over his whole face. But the young Soddit's eyelids were slipping down into irresistible sleep, and he couldn't focus any more. End of chapter 1. And with that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, even though we probably already had like an unofficial break anyway. I'm going to be right back, so don't go anywhere. I hope you're enjoying it so far. See you in 5. Okay, we're back. If you're still watching, many thanks. I'm gonna just have one more quick swig of water and then we'll move on to chapter 2. Still figuring out the ins and outs of this thing. Again, I just want to say thanks very much to Professor Roberts for letting me read this. I know it's a bit of a silly request, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity. Anything for a good cause, anything for a good laugh. Right, so if you're comfortable, we'll move right on to chapter 2, which is roast mutt. Time going. There we go. Bingo was woken by the smell of Gandef's pipe, the smoke of which caused a stinging sensation in the mucous membranes of his sinus and gave him a mixed impression of singed hair, burning bark, and smoking rubber. Beg pardon. The young Soddit, coughing, pulled himself into a sitting position to find Gandef reclining lazily on the sofa. "Good morning, young Master Grammings," the wizard said genially, and sucked at the stem of his pipe so hard that his eyeballs shrank back into his skull. "What time is it?" Bingo squeaked. But as he asked the question, his eye lighted on the half-hunter squatting on the mantelpiece. The hour lacked some minutes of 9. He rubbed his eyes, and some minutes came into more precise focus as 50 minutes. "8, he gasped. 8 in the morning?" Soddits, as I'm sure you'll know, like to sleep until the noon, a habit so entrenched in their culture that the idea of a clock face having a dual function of AM and PM is for most of them only a notional and theoretical hypothesis. Gandef nodded intelligently. "Bright and early," he said. "Ah, the first pipe of the day. The first is always the sweetest." He took another drag. "Dwarfs," said Bingo, getting unsteadily to his feet. "Drink! Potweeds! Hallucinations!" His head felt like it had been turned inside out, had tent pegs hammered into it, and then folded back in on itself again. Yes, said Gandalf indulgently. "It is late, I know, but Thory didn't have it in his heart to wake you. You look so peaceful. You'd better get a move on. Did you read the letter?" "What letter?" "Good, I'm glad that you at least read the letter." Bingo found the letter after a 10-minute search through the desolation and chaos that had once been his front room. Written upon the finest dwarfish parchment, a form of scraped and treated stone, it read as follows: "Honourable Sir, on the off chance that you have forgotten our arrangement, we beg to remind you that should you fail to present yourself at the Putting Dragon Inn by Jingo by 9 a.m, we would be obliged to consider you an enemy of all dwarf kind, and would thereafter hunt you down and slay you like the vermin you are. At 9 sharp, mindful we depart on our great quest eastward, to confront the evil and condescending dragon smug in his lair. Yours dwarfully, Thory, King, and Company. P.S. Maury begs to remind you that the purpose of our quest is gold, honestly, gold, lots of gold, and nothing else, certainly not anything non-gold." "Hunt me down and slay me like the vermin I am?" said Bingo, a catch in his voice. "Lovely illumination on the age, don't you think?" said Gandef, looking over the Soddit's shoulder. "That's a little rugby ball flying through the top portion, and Barajon standing on the left of it. A great dwarfish hero, he." "Will they really kill me if I don't turn up?" "Oh, no, of course not," said Gandef, shaking his head forcefully and chuckling a little. No, nothing like that. On the other hand," he added, tamping some more tobacco into his pipe bowl, "they certainly will kill you if you don't turn up. It's a sort of dwarfish tradition, you see. Punctuality. That," he added mysteriously, "and sheep." In a blind panic, Bingo fled from his front room, stepping over the wreckage of his still knocking door, and scurried along the main street of Hobble Ahoy as fast as his sore feet would permit in the general direction of By Jingo. The Jingo, upon which By Jingo is located, is a clear, fast-flowing stream that joins the great river Flem a score of miles southeast of Hobble-the-Hoy. Legend has it that the stream is named for its resemblance to an alcoholic drink of clear purity and great strength popular amongst the Soddits. Flowing from the ice-capped northern mountains through the fruit orchards of the county of the Hunchkins to the north of Soddlesex. The Jingo often carries chunks of pure mountain ice, bobbing whole lemons in its stream. He arrived at the Putting Dragon Inn with 1 minute to spare, panting and clutching at his agonised feet. The dwarfs were waiting for him, standing underneath the painted inn sign, which represented a trouser-clad dragon attempting to hole a tricky 20-foot putt whilst a salamander stood in the background. Golf is a popular Soddlesex game. Its origins are to be found in ancient Soddit religion, a faith which involved worship of a deified potato, and to which attached a ritualised contest to plant next year's crop by striking potatoes one by one with a magic staff so that they flew into pre-dug holes. This, it hardly needs adding, was a highly inefficient way of planting potatoes, and the potato crop was always very poor, something the Soddits blamed on the anger of their god Spod, rather than their own incompetence. "Just in time, lad boyo," said Murray, as the By-Jingo town clock chimed the hour, or rather, thudded once, which is what it did every hour of the day, ever since a bored Soddit youth had stolen the bell to wear as a hat. And with that, the dwarfs shouldered their packs and started away on their great quest, Bingo limping complainingly along behind them. Pardon me. They stopped in Cremone to buy a beast of burden, a pack animal called Boney, which name was, the salesman, honest Anthony, insisted, a wittily ironic reference to his fat girth and good health. Like calling a really large fella called John, Little John, you see, he said. Neither Bingo nor the dwarf saw, but didn't want to reveal their ignorance. None of them had much experience with ponies, and believed the salesman's explanation that protruding rib-like spars running around this creature's torso were a form of protection against predation, somewhat after the manner of an armadillo. "Ain't Mother Nature a wonderful thing?" he added as he pocketed their money. Having loaded their supplies onto this one sorrowful beast, the party made its way east, through gently rolling hills, gently downing downs, gently platting plateaus, platting in the sense that river, road and crops appeared to weave and unweave, drawing together and pulling apart as they crossed the land. By noon on the third day they had entered the Tiger Woods, where dangerous wild animals lurked in every sand trap, and where the potato game was originally invented. After many adventures, which I don't have time to go into, they got out the other side of this dangerous and exclusive place. They travelled over the River Thames, named for one of the most famous legendary heroes of the Little Counties, Tim the Tiny, river namer, and into Ply Wood. Here the going got slower. Bilbo had to sit down every 30 or 40 yards to rest his feet, and the dwarfs became crotchety with the delay. Pilfer and Gopher finally picked him up between them and carried him, but he complained at the bumpiness of the ride, and they dropped him. By sunset of the following day, I'd just like to say that the publishers have cut out pages and pages of my best stuff from here. I originally had the group enjoying all sorts of adventures in the counties of the Little, fending off attacks of the not nice mice, hurrying through the infestation of Piccadilly Flea Circus and the like. My favourite episode, which I begged and begged to keep in, but they didn't listen to me, was all about the land of the Tellurite Tubbles, those hard metallic tub-shaped creatures, cyborg beings of terrifying inhumanity, and computer screens inlaid in their torsos, and weird-shaped antennae coming out of their upper processing units. their ear-piercing cries of "Annihilate! Annihilate! You will be annihilated!" and "Double Tora, die, die!" have charmed and delighted young children for many years. By sunset of the following day, the party had reached the wood of wooden trees, and all were exhausted. The dwarfs had taken it in turns to carry the Soddit, and it reached the end and had reached the end of their tether. In fact, they had tied a second tether to his end, and had reached the end of that too, which gives some indication of just how far they'd really gone. Really quite far tether-wise, as I'm sure you will agree. Sadly, their pack horse, Boney the tiny pony, the only pony for sale in all of Cremony, sold to them by Phony Tony, the only pony owner of Cremony, had fallen into the River Flem and drowned, carrying away nearly all their supplies. They were left only with a cauldron that Tory was wearing as a helmet. Dark fell as they made camp. It was a fell dark. Everybody in the company was hungry. "You," said Maury, prodding Bingo with the blunt end of his axe pole, "go and find us something to eat." "You're joking?" asked Bingo, rubbing a dock leaf on the sole of his aching feet. You know exactly like a joke, right?" "There's firelight through the wooden trees," said Gopher, pointing at a glowing splodge of orange light in the distance. "Go and see who it is, and pinch some of their food, Grabber. That's what you're here for, look you are, yesu bakla very." The other dwarfs made various noises of agreement. Among these noises were grunts, growls, 2 "I agrees," 1 "Yes, off you go, boyo," 1 "I should say so," and 1 "Mavis!" But this last was from a dwarf already asleep, and was probably unrelated to the matter in hand. Bingo was too tired to argue the case. He crept, biting his lower lip to stifle his grunts of pain, through the wooden trees of the wood of trees, moving away towards the gleam of the firelight. Soon, with a minimum of snapping twig sounds, rustlings, hootings of disturbed ground-nesting birds, sotto voce ouches and ows, and the like, he got to the edge of a very small clearing, and had a clear view of who was warming themselves by the fire within it. Trollops! 4 great whopping stony trollops, enough to give even the bravest Soddit the collywobbles. Here they were sitting in a circle, roasting 3 dogs over the open fire. "Ah," said the nearest of them, licking his lips with a massive stony tongue, "roast mutt again." "You like your roast mutt, don't you, Bert?" said a second trollop. "That I do good," agreed Bert, pulling one of the carcasses from the fire, dripping and sizzling on a stick, and taking a great squelching bite from its flank. The publishers have asked me to make it clear that they in no way endorse the cooking of eating of dogs, particularly not bassets, ladies, tramps, dogs that can say sausages if you stick a thumb against the soft palate, the dog from the famous 5, or any other household pet-style animal. Dogs are for Christmas and for leaving on the side of the A308 in the year, not for eating. Cows are the ones for eating, not dogs. They're big enough to look out for themselves, after all, whereas a big brown-eyed whimpering Jack Russell is not. Remember the slogan of the Dogs Are People Too organisation? Dogs are people too. The Cows Are People Too organisation slogan is far more equivocal. Cows are people too, though not very bright people, and we've got to admit it, people with extremely tasty flesh when roasted, or better, grilled and served with mustard and dill sauce, some chips, string beans, a nice glass of red wine. Oh, go on then, it won't matter if we just have the one. There are millions of them in the big sheds up north. Trollops, as you know, are fearsome creatures. It is now many years since they left their traditional subpontoon habitat and their traditional diet of goats, to roam far and wide in search of a fuller sense of self-expression and some quick cash. They are, of course, gigantic in stature. 5'11" is not uncommon, and some are as tall as 6'1½", and their proportions are similarly huge. bellies like boulders, arms like the roots of great oak trees, and a head that looks from a distance as if it's wearing a steel helmet, until you get closer and realise that that's just the shape of its head. Trollops, being creatures of nature, grow a straggly moss on their chests, arms, and legs. They grow a stubble of little thorns from their chins, but the tops of their head are smooth as water-polished stone. Their eyes are as red as garnets, their brows are beetling, not in the sense of having independent legs and a tendency to scurry away, but rather in the sense of jutting or overhanging in a threatening manner. These 4 hefty trollops had come down from the mountains, hoping for some business from the northwestern cart salesmen and middle farm management population. They were dressed in the traditional costume of their race: lacy underwear, garter belts, stockings made of the same wire mesh used by some to construct fences, little fluttery red silk skirts which tended to rise suggestively upwards in the slightest breeze, and which, if the breeze were anything more than slight, tended to become cummerbunds, and a saucy little French trelection low halter button-up top, also in red. Bert had personalised his outfit with a natty little silk ribbon neck bow, very continental, and Bill, the tallest of the 4, wore flats, rather than the brick-heeled Ralph Lauren Troletto shoes of the others. Gerd wore elbow-length gloves that had been a bridal white once upon a time, although they had now gone a rather muddy pink colour in the wash on account of being put in the laundry with man blood still on them one too many times. Old Gil, the 4th member of the group, was the master make-upper of the 4. His slab-like lips were carefully outlined in 15 pounds of lipstick, very fetching. His tiny glowing eyes were surrounded by 4 thick, tangled rows of eyelashes, giving him the appearance of having large and grotesquely overfed Venus flytraps fitted onto the front of his face, which indeed may have been how he achieved this effect. Bingo had not enjoyed a hot meal since the day before, and his mouth started watering at the smell of the roasting dog. He peered from behind the tree trunk and slipped soundlessly to another tree trunk to get a better view, pressing himself close against this for cover and taking another cautious look. Sadly for him, this last tree trunk was not a tree trunk at all, but Gerd's leg. He was suspended in mid-air, squealing and kicking his legs before he knew it was happening. The extreme accent coming on, here we go. "Hey, crikey blimey, love a duck in apples and pears," said Gerd, displaying his catch to the rest of them. Look what I found! He pronounced this last word, "fanned," but Bingo assumed that he meant discovered by chance, obtained, rather than cooled by agitating the air with a fan. The trollops clustered around and gave a few exploratory pokes of Bingo in the ribs with their massive fingers. "A snack," said Gil. "Bagsy's mine." "There's barely enough in him for a mouthful," said Bill. "Lummy cure, acne and Bermondsey," said Gerd. "A mouthful is what I want." "But who's," challenged Bert, who's to get the mouthful?" "I caught him," said Gerd. "I bagged him first," said Gil. "I say we draws lots," said Bill. "Lots of what?" said Bert. "Are there any more of you mouthfuls around about?" asked Gil, bringing his great stone face close to Bingo's. The stench of amour de troll washed up the Soddit's nose. "No!" Bingo squeaked. "Ah!" said Bill, grimacing. "Bound to be," said Gil, nodding. With nary another word, Bill, Gil and Bert lumbered off into the woods. Bingo, gasping, dangling in mid-air, consoled himself by thinking that the 3 trollops were making such a loud noise that the dwarfs would surely be warned of their approach. Then he thought that the dwarfs were fierce and hardy warriors and would quickly defeat the trollops, and his captors would soon be nothing but rubble. Sadly, he was wrong in both these thoughts. No more than 10 minutes later, the 3 trollops returned, each with a brace of dwarfs. All the members of Thorry's band had been tied with their own beards, a humiliating circumstance that did not so much add insult to injury as multiply insult plus injury by shame to the power of agony. When they were all deposited, like giant hairy pupae, in a pile by the fire, Bingo was trussed with an old trollop guard of. In a pile by the fire, Bingo was trussed with an old trollop garter belt and placed on top of the heap. "That's more like it," said Gil, sitting down on the broad boulder he'd been using as a stool and rubbing his great stony hands together at the fire, sending stone chips skittering into the air. "That's the face, that is." Is it working? We might have another technical issue. I don't know how well this is going. Maybe just have to take a quick 5-minute break to see if it's going to work, so be back soon. I just realised we're doing all these accents with it on mute. Right, okay, we're going back a page. We'll go back. So we're gonna start again. Thank you for bringing that up. That could have been messy. I just figured it out. Okay, so we'll go back to the page. I'm gonna do all these accents again. Grace. Okay. Before the error, Bingo is probably going to be cooked by the trollops. From there. My throat is going to hurt tomorrow. I got it. Shout out to Savannah for looking out for me. Thank you for letting me know.
All we got to do now, said old Gil, is work out the best way to cook 'em. The best thing with dwarves, said Bill, is to soften 'em up with a meat tenderizer or a shovel maybe, and chop 'em up. Da, said Bert with scorn in his voice. You don't cut dwarves, you rip 'em, and then you put 'em in a pot with onions, pepper, dozen cloves of garlic, some cardamom, green chilies, not red ones, and a lemon. 45 minutes, take the pot off the heat, then add the basil, bay leaf, touch of mint, throw in 4 dozen carrots, put 'em on the heat again, and we don't scorch 'em. 2 hours, layer over with cream and brandy, demerara, stir some more, another lemon, fish out their hats and boots, keeping them for stock, and serve the whole thing with 600 weight of spuds. Cush, do that lovely pucker. Or we could just sit on him, said Bill. All right, said Bert. And the Trollops regarded the pile. Tell you what, Gerd, said Bill, you sit on him. Me? Said Gerd, outraged. Why me? You've got the biggest bum. Bugger off, I have, said Gerd, standing up in his fury. Gil's twice my size. You lie, roared old Gil, standing up also. Remember that leather skirt you bought in that Donga boutique? Taunted Gerd. Oh, we laughed at that, all right. Made your bum look like 2 cows fighting in a leather tent, that did. Laugh at me behind my back, said Gil, yelled, and put his fist into Gerd's face. The ground shook with the terrible force of the blow, but Gerd did not so much as flinch, nor did his expression change. He pushed out with his right arm, aiming a devastating hook and catching Gil smack in his face. The blow made a noise like a thunderclap. Cups containing water that happened to be standing on the ground nearby jiggled little bullseye patterns of ripples in their surfaces. But Gil didn't flinch either. The huge Trollop made no sound. To be honest with you, there's little point in Trollops fighting, since it's almost impossible for them to injure one another, and they don't really feel pain. But they sometimes go through the motions just for the form of it. After a few more punches on either side, Gerd and Gil sat down. Please, kind sirs, squealed Bilbo, who had been summoning his courage and trying to think of what to say. Don't eat us, we'll give you gold. Gold? But mused Bert. Oh, I ate some of that once. A coal factor in Bardbury gave me a gold bracelet, had it engraved and all. To my darling, in memory of the happiest weekend of my life, your snuggly buggly J.R.O. Wettlestone Jr., Corn Factor and Mercer, seasonal rains. Bert sniffed as if moved by the memory. I ate it, of course, but it did something shocking down below, you know what I mean. The other 3 Trollops grumbled their agreements. It ain't especially digestible, said Bill. Gold. Wait a minute, said Gil. Corn factor in Barbary? You got an arrangement with a corn factor in Barbary? What are we doing skulking in these woods if you've got a comfy berth in Barbary? Well, said Bert shiftily, truth is, he's a special little fellow of mine. Share and share alike, insisted Gil. And I would, said Bert, only I ate him last spring. He used to take me on special trips. It was lovely. The best off stores, fine clothing, as much dog as I could eat. But then one morning, I woke up and looked at him and thought, you're a pretty tasty gent. So I ate him. And there was it. There it was even. Enough natter, said Bill. I'm going to squash me a dwarf. Better do something, or be here all night. He stood up and picked a wriggling dwarf from the pile. But whilst he was up, Gerd pulled another dwarf from the bottom of the pile and quickly slipped it onto Bill's boulder. As the unwitting Trollop sat down, there was a sound of revolting, flatulent squelchiness. He looked startled, and his 3 friends began their rolling, ponderous, stony laughs. Oh, said Bill with a stern face. Oh, that's very funny, that is. he said sarcastically. Oh, I split me sides laughing at that. I should have seen your face, Bill, said Bert. Here, said Bill, you have this one. He tossed his dwarf to Gil and got gingerly to his feet, trying to unstick the object that was now adhering limply to his hindquarters. Meanwhile, the three other trolls took their own dwarfs, placed them carefully on whichever slab or boulder they were sitting on, and sat back down. The whoopee-cushion noises sounded wetly round the ring. For some there were no further sounds in the clearing, save the gnash and gulp of 4 trolls eating. Things were looking grim for the company. This one, said Gil shortly, tastes a bit of chicken. Everything tastes of chicken to me, said Bill, except gold, he added. Are you supposed to take the shirt off them before you eat them? Asked Bill, picking a mangled chunk of chainmail out of his great teeth with a fingernail like a paving slab. You smell, Kate, in a rather quavery but fairly deep voice. The sort of voice an adolescent boy might inadvertently employ when he's on the cusp of slipping into manhood. You smell and nobody likes you. Who said that? Snapped Gerd. It was Bill, said the quavery voice. No, it wasn't, said Bill. It came from over there, said Gil, standing up and pointing towards the trees. No, it didn't, said the quavery voice. It was Bill. He said you all smell really unpleasantly, and that you, I don't know, you're a disgrace to the name of Troll. Who is that? Said Gerd. The voice cleared its throat in a moist fashion and seemed to slip down a semitone. Don't you speak to me like that, young Bill. You're the one who's a disgrace. I happen to know that the other two agree with me when they say you've let down the honour of Trolls everywhere. There was a momentary pause. That was Gerd. Gerd was stunned. Oh, I don't sound anything like that, he declared, reasonably enough. No, said the voice. That was definitely Gerd. I say that he's trying to pick a fight. Who are you going to stand for that, Bill? Are you, The voice was suddenly coughing so hard it was making the leaves nearby shudder. It said. Gil reached into the trees with his enormous hand and brought out a wriggling figure dressed in a grey poncho and sporting a conical hat. Said the figure. Wizard, said Gerd. Now don't that just cap everything? I've never met a wizard before, said Bill with glee in his voice. He's a bit scrawny like, said Gil, examining him. But he'll do. Said the figure, the coughing subsiding. Gandalf, squealed Bilbo. Save us! Gandalf, suspended in mid-air by the stone grip of a troll's fist around his neck, managed to twist his head enough to look down upon Bingo. The look on his strained face seemed to say, What do you think I'm trying to do, you twit? It seemed to add, Now look at the situation I'm in. What are you going to do now? It's all very well for you, but I'm a man of advanced years. I can hardly tackle 4 fully grown adult trolls by myself, bearing in mind my chronic lumbar pain and everything. But not that I'm the one to complain. I'm only saying. A twist of a wizardly eyebrow seemed to ask, Can you reach one of the dwarf's swords, cut your bonds, free the rest of Thory's company, dig a large pit, lower the trolls into it, and quickly cover it with several hundred tons of earth? As the despair on Bingo's face implied a negative answer, the look concluded, You're a waste of space, useless, the lot of you. All in all, it was an exceptionally eloquent look. Now, said Gandalf. Now, Gandalf rasped, addressing the trolls. Gentlemen, I advise you not to be hasty. I should warn you that I'm a wizard. So, said old Gil. Well, I could be trouble for you. In fact, he wheezed, trying to loosen Gil's fingers with both his hands, kicking his legs pitifully. In fact, isn't that the first ray of sunshine? Dawn creeping up on you unawares, ha. Bert looked over his shoulders. So it is. There was a pause. Well, said Gandalf, his face growing increasingly purple and his voice increasingly gasping. Shouldn't you make a dash for your troll cave? Why would we want to do that? Well, you know, the dawn and the sunshine will, kill you. No, it won't, said Gert. Well, notion. Oh, gasped Gandalf. He seemed to be casting around for something else to say. Are you sure? Quite sure, said Gerd. I went on holiday to the Southlands last year, said Bill. Lovely sunshine there, got a nice tan. I tan, it was more of a sort of process of oxidisation. Beg pardon. If you could just... Gandalf hissed, the purple of his face deepening almost to black. Be so kind as to put me down. What was he saying? Said Bert. Put him down for a Mogul. The wizard dropped to the ground. For a while he lay panting, whilst the trolls discussed amongst themselves the best way of adding him to the meal. That's it, said Gandalf, pulling himself shakily to his feet. You've made me really quite tetchy now. The four trolls stopped talking and looked down at the wizard. As a gentleman, Gandalf went on, I'm prepared to give you fair warning. Untie my companions here, apologise to them properly, and I'll let you be on your way. But I warn you, if you persist with this boorish behaviour, I won't be answerable for the consequences. What consequences? Said Bill. Terrible consequences, said Gandalf, shaking his fist, or possibly simply holding his fist out such that it manifested his tremulous old man wobble. Don't believe you, said Bert. Terrible conscience quenches through. That's what I want to know. Terrible for him, I'd say, agreed Gerd. Shall I stamp on him right away? Offered Gil. I am a wizard, Gandalf observed with a tone in his voice that might have been hurt pride after all. And I'll put a spell on you. I've got some pretty uncomfortable spells, you know. said Bert, speaking the laughter rather than laughing it in order to convey a sense of condescending and sarcastic dismissal. Why does it only work with laughter? If somebody tells you a bad joke, you say, ha ha. You express a withering contempt for the feebleness of their sense of humour. But if they throw poor quality pepper in your face and you say sneeze, sneeze, instead of actually sneezing, it doesn't have the same effect at all. I do know some spells, said Gandalf. Terrible spells, some of them. Bad, are they? Said Bill. Oh, yes, said Gandalf. What's your worst spell? Asked Bill. I could, said Gandalf with dignity, turn you all to stone, easily. But we're already stone, Gerd pointed out. Why should that frighten us? It's going to be dead by tomorrow. Pardon me. It seemed to Bingo that Gerd had a point. Said Gandalf, as if considering this. Turn us to stone, said Bert. That's a good un. Go on, said Bill. Do your worst. It wasn't easy to see in the dimness, for the shadows of the trees threw an obscurity over everything in spite of the growing light of dawn. But to Bingo's terrified eyes, it seemed that the towering figure of the troll froze for a moment, and then drained away to nothing. The other three turned to their comrade, with puzzlement on their faces, and a moment later each of them also shrank away to nothing, losing the substance of stone and dribbling away downwards. They vanished completely. For a while the Soddit could not believe his eyes. Gandalf settled himself on a bounder, not stained with dwarf blood, and lit his pipe, puffing meditatively for a while. Then, as if remembering something trivial that had slipped his mind, he got up, shuffled over to Bingo, and undid his bindings. The two of them freed the remaining dwarfs, and in 5 minutes everybody was huddled around the fire, rubbing their stiff limbs and eyeing the still singeing dog carcasses with hungry, if disgusted, eyes. Gandalf, Bingo asked in a small voice, can you hear me properly now?
Oh yes,
the wizard said, sucking on his pipe.
You all seem to be in a sticky situation, so I've actually did my hearing spell up a notch or two. I don't like leaving it on all the time, he added. It runs my magic strength down.
What did you do? Bingo pressed to the tropes. Turn them to stone,
just as I threatened.
You turned them, Rory, who was kicking his feet through the remnants of the creatures, to sand.
I didn't say what kind of stone I was going to turn them into, said Gandalf. It only goes to show, never cheek a wizard. I'd suggest you scatter that sand throughout the forest in all directions. It's still alive, you see, and it'd be better for us if we stop it from, well, accumulating again. Then we ought to be off.
That's the end of chapter 2, so I'm going to take another 5-minute break just to drink a lot of water and just get my throat back to normal, so I will see you very shortly. Don't forget to check the link below to make any donations if you're entertained. See you in 5. That's not 5. I'll see you in 5. I nearly forgot to unmute it again. Yeah, we're 3 chapters in, and there are 11 chapters in an epilogue, so we're not doing too bad. If I just carry on and just don't destroy my throat, good thing I have some lozenges here. Thank you for the people who are tuning in and who've shared it so far. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the donations as well. All the donations are going to the Salford NHS thing. All the information's in the link below. I'll have a quick one of these and a quick swig, and then we'll carry on to chapter 3. Again, thank you for joining. Thank you to Professor Roberts, who has given me his blessing. I mean, that's the icing on the cake. I'm really appreciative of that. I recommend this book. It is a funny book. If you imagine anyone other than me doing the accents, it's a very good read. Plus the illustrations are great as well. The illustrations were done by Douglas Carroll. That one on the back is my favourite one. Smug. Yeah, so it's really good. I'm just going to have one more quick swig and then we'll carry on to chapter 3. Okay, so chapter 3. Said Gandalf. They had been travelling for 3 days, sorrowfully at first in memory of the 4 fallen comrades, then wearily, and finally in a crotchety fashion. They did not tell tales or sing songs, neither did they sing tales or tell songs. The mountains grew on the horizon, but grew very slowly. Is that the mountain? Asked Bingo. The one to which our quest is directed? I wish, said Maury dismissively. Poof, said Tory, a sort of nasal equivalent of the same sentiment. Look you, he added, with his mouth rather than his nostril. They walked on for a while. I'm terribly sorry, Bingo hazarded, for the loss of your comrades. Comrades? Brothers? Tory looked grumpy. Bingo felt dopey for having asked. We dwarves, said Moy, do not like to parade our grief, you know. We're a secretive folk, a tough, stout, thrawn people. Right, said Bingo. I understand. What's thrawn mean? Thrawn, repeated Maury. Well, it's a sort of... it's a word that refers to the dwarfish... to the dwarfish... Womble, he called. Boyo, what's thrawn mean? Womble was trudging along on the far side of the group. Thrawn, he grumbled. Is that, you see, a word for slave? No, interjected Frilly. No, you're thinking of thrall. Oh, so I am. Is it that kind of sea creature? Piped Gopher. Looks a little like an insect. Lives on the ocean floor. No, said Maury. It's a dwarf word, isn't it? It's got something to do with dwarves, see? It was at this point that Gandalf said, shh. Everybody stopped. Elves, said the wizard. See them, in the trees. The party stopped at the edge of a great forest, glorious in silver birch, golden green leaves, like sequins, fragrant and expansive. Gandalf pointed, and Bingo could just make out thin, sharp, clever-looking faces looking back at them from boughs in the wood. Elves! He gasped. Elves, grumbled the dwarfs. As is well known, there is no love lost between elves and dwarfs. By no love lost, I mean that they do not love one another. Now that I come to think of it, I suppose the phrase no love lost might be taken to mean that the two peoples loved one another so completely and with such zealous stewardship of their love that all of it was directed at the loved party, and none of it went astray. None of it was wasted on ants or milkmaids or fine clothes or things like that. But that wasn't the sense I intended to convey. I meant the other sense. Perhaps I should have said something like dwarves and elves hated one another. That would have been less ambiguous. But it's too late now. Oh dear, too late. Do we have to go through this damn elf-infested forest? Demanded Maury. Wizard, can't we go round?
Well, said the wizard, apparently in reply to some completely different question. There are two different races of elves, you see. I'll tell you. There are the star elves, or the in the gutter looking at star elves, as they are more properly known, and there are the tree elves, the Herbert Beerbunchy elves. I won't attempt to translate the elvish epithet. Of these two great people, the former likes the plants of the world, particularly the carnations, and especially the purple carnations, which they like to pluck from the places of greatest danger, and to set in the front of their clothing to display to all the world. This delight in the dangers of carnation plucking has led them to being called the wild elves, but do not call them so to their face, for the phrase was not meant kindly. The tree elves avoid all such danger. Elves are immortal, provided no external force kills them, and the tree elves take the understandable view that they should do all they can to avoid being killed by some external circumstance. The wild elves despise them for this reason, and call them the coward elves, but do not use the name yourself, or call them so to their face, but for this phrase was not meant kindly. And it is true to this day that the wild elves are often truly wild. I have known a wild elf wear bright purple breeches with a lime green and orange checked tunic. No coward elf would have the courage for such attire. Tweed is about as courageous as they can be.
Maury smiled warmly at the old wizard. The fact that you can't comprehend a single word I'm saying, he said, clasping the old wizard's hand in his, encourages me to call you, to your face, the most tedious old codger in all of Upper Middle-earth.
Thank you, my dear dwarf friend, said Gandalf, his eyes moist with emotion. Thank you indeed.
So, said Bingo, who had actually been quite interested by Gandalf's little exposition. So, these elves in the last Hummer house, are they wild elves or are they coward elves?
I've no cladding idea,
said Maury, utilising a mild dwarfish stone-based expletive.
The answer to your question, said Gandalf boomingly, is no. On the other hand, you've probably wondered whether these elves of Blue Waterdale are wild elves or coward elves. It's a complex matter, but I think I can explain it.
Maury sighed.
Elsker himself is a wild elf, but he took as his partner a coward elf, the beautiful Ulfanov. And accordingly, groups of both races cohabit here, but their time is not our time. These days, the days pass differently for them, as a fleeting flicker. They do not rise until noon, and they often nap. Alas, he cried suddenly, for the tragedy of this forest is that the two races do not cohabit contentedly.
They were walking between the trees of the beautiful forest now, and an elf sauntered from the shade to stand in the path before them. He was tall and elegant, and his garb was of green velvet and silk, and he stood, leaning his torso at a slight angle to the vertical, supporting it by placing a hand upon his own hip. His eyes glittered, his eyes glittered, or one of them did, for in front of it he wore a circle of purest glass. Gandalf the wizard, he said languidly, and companions, I do declare.
Ah, said Gandalf, Sunblest, the elf of the morning, is it? I
am Elstree, the tree elf, said the elf in a hurt voice. Surprised I am, O wizard, that you did not recognize me. Did we not once share a small lakeside cottage for a fortnight of relaxation and occasional swimming? Nevertheless, I greet you, and shall take you and your companions to Lord Elscare himself.
Oh, well, I suppose that's a fair question, said Gandalf, beaming. I'd say the answer was bread, except in the winter months when it's probably a meal of chaff.
Elstree's eye shield of glass twinkled in the sunlight. His head leaned 5 degrees to the left. The wind moved in the trees behind him. There was a silence for the space of several minutes. Eventually, Elstree beckoned them. Eventually, Elstree beckoned them all to follow him through the woodland. Lord Elfscare himself was seated in a throne made of boughs and carved branches high in a tree. He was an elf of indeterminate age, dressed in purple and blue, and wore the carnation and the polished crystal eyepiece of the wild elves. Maury whispered to Bingo that all the elves lived in trees, odd though that seemed to the rest of the world. And truly, Elfscare was surrounded by elves in amongst the leaves, all of them peering hauntingly down at the travellers. "Gandalf the wizard," said Elfscare, "how good it is to see you again. Fares your quest well?"
"About 4:30, I'd say," returned Gandalf. "Hard to tell precisely," he added without a watch.
"And you are Thory, king of the dwarves, or I am mistaken," continued Elfscare, unfazed. Thory bowed so low his beard inched along the ground before him like a caterpillar. I am honoured to be in the celebrated palace of Elvisness," he said. "I'm sorry," said Elfscare. "Didn't quite catch." "Our noble king," struck in Maury, "declares himself at your service, Lord Elfscare," said Thory in a miniature voice, casting his face to the ground. We have suffered on our travels," Maury continued. "We have lost some of our company, brothers, comrades, glorious in death." "Really?" said Elfscare, perking up. "How so?" "Tropes," said Maury severely. "They took 4 of our comrades before we were able to destroy them. Qualin, Orny, Ston and Pilfer, may their names be writ in glory." "Dear me," said Elfscare. "To lose 1 dwarf might be regarded a misfortune. To lose 4 looks like carelessness." The elves twittered in a twittery laugh. "What did you say, look you?" said Maury, his face reddening. "To lose 1 dwarf," Elfscare repeated, "might be regarded a misfortune. To lose 4 looks like carelessness. It's a witticism." "A joke? A witticism?" "You mean," said Maury, "that you regard the death of 4 individuals as the occasion for humour? In what way is it careless to have your friends killed? Where's the carelessness in that? Surely that's tragic, not funny." Elfscare looked marginally perturbed. "The good end happily," he said, "the bad unhappily. That is what dwarfishness means." "Wait a minute," said Maury. "Have you ever had 4 friends die on you all at once? And would you like it if someone accused you of carelessness when—" "I think," said Elstree, the tree elf, stepping forward, "that there has been a misunderstanding. Let us not, elf and dwarf, become enemies." "Indeed not," said Elfscare languidly. "After all, a man cannot be too careful in the choice of his enemies." A few elves in the tree behind him tittered and chattered at this. "The choice of your enemies," said Bingo. "How do you mean?" I've forgotten how to do a Newcastle accent. I've forgotten how I get Birmingham. Choice of your enemies. How do you mean? Wait, have I got to be doing the... Oh yeah, people don't choose their enemies. I've been doing the wrong accent this whole time. Oh well, I'll stick with Newcastle. No, I haven't. Oh, I forget. People don't choose their enemies. That's how it goes. I was doing it right. Your statement doesn't really mean anything. I'll start that again. The choice of your enemies, said Bingo. How do you mean people don't choose their enemies? That's not how it goes. Your statement doesn't really mean anything. Nobody spoke. Gandalf broke the silence with a single percussive cough. Cough, cough. But then he too fell silent. Bingo became conscious of the fact that everybody was looking at him. He cast around for a topic of non-contentious conversation. "It must be hard living in a tree," he said eventually. "Couldn't you dig a nice and modern little ditch and live under the soil as God intended? If it's good enough for dead people, surely it's good enough for you. There's quite a lot of soil over there, for instance."
We're with the Hobbit on this one, said Molly. Living in trees, I ask you. I don't actually ask you back, you see, look, it's only a figure of speech, isn't it? 'Tis true, life is hard, stated Elfscare. There is only one thing worse than being an elf, and that is not being an elf. A dozen elves laughed, twittering like swallows. The laughter died away. I don't get it, said Bingo. He became uncomfortably aware of a dozen elvish eyes, each pair focusing a cut-glass look down upon him. You don't get it, said Elfscare, sounding for the first time peeved. What do you mean? He fitted his cunningly worked elvish monocle back into his eye. Well, I only mean to say, said Bingo cautiously, that when you say that, don't you like being an elf? Of course I do, snapped Elfscare. Absurd question. Well, said Bingo, it's just that if you say there's only one thing worse than being an elf, you're implying that being an elf is a miserable thing, and that only being anything else is more miserable. In effect, he went on, warming to this theme, you're saying that any existence is appalling, and that only the salient characteristic of an elfish existence is that it is marginally less appalling than any other existence. I suppose I can understand somebody expressing a position of such nihilistic absolutism, but it's difficult to construe it as a joke, don't you see? I don't see why that's funny. I mean, if existing is so terrible, why wouldn't tears and lamentations be more appropriate? There was silence among the trees for the portion of several minutes. Finally, Elfscare said, Anyway, you'd better come up and have some tea. They clambered into the trees, up elegantly carved wooden ladders, and after much bouncing of boughs and unsteady steps, they were all arranged in a semicircle around Elfscare's throne. Tea was brought. Everybody sipped and nibbled at the scone-like elvish waybread. Gandalf smoked. Elfscare's face assumed a pinched, rather pained expression, as if he expected more from his guests. At one point he announced, I have always felt that work is the curse of the tea-drinking classes, and smirked. But although a few of his followers hiccuped briefly with laughter, the line was greeted with non-comprehension by the dwarfs, and he fell silent again. The tea was finished. The last crumbs of elvish waybread consumed. The silence grew longer, taller, and more oppressive. At last, Elfscare said, here comes my partner, Ulfinoff the Fair. He'll liven proceedings up. Ulfinoff, cooey, up here! A stouter elf in green, with a high forehead and somewhat lumpish nose, was coming up the ladder. Guests, he said, how delightful, how wonderful. Is that Gandalf I see, snoozing against the trunk back there? And dwarves, how marvellous! We must have a party. Introductions were made. So you're a Soddit, are you? Ulfinoff and Bingo. Where are you from, little man? Soddlesix, said Bingo. You know it. Indeed, the elf replied. Very flat, Soddlesix. Oh, said Bingo. Well, quite flat, I suppose. There are several hills, though, and you're off to the Minty Mountains. In that direction, yes. Very, said Ulfinoff with a catch of suppressed glee in his voice. Uppy downy the mountains, don't you think? Bingo could hear tittering behind him. I suppose so, he said. Oh, said Elfscare, I'm sorry to say that our friends have lost 4 of their companions. Dear me, said Ulfinoff, sipping his tea. How so? Eaten by trolps, it seems. Ghastly creatures, trolps, murmured Ulfinoff. Indeed, and, Elfscare added, isn't an aside, they're somewhat touchy on the subject, so have a care. A care, said the coward elf. Naturally, sensitive area, I'm sure. But, he added, bursting into song, or to be strictly accurate, if not quite bursting, then certainly sidling into a sort of half-song, half-recital. Oh, don't let's be beastly too, the trollops, when our victory is finally won, and when the peace inevitably follows, we can give them a sugar-top bun. He concluded with a sorry, this is making me giggle. He concluded with a rapidly murmured, "Oh, thank you, too kind," and sat back. The wind shuffled through the higher leaves of the trees. Away below them, a fox barked. "Lovely," said Scare acidly. "Follops?" queried Bilbo. "Obviously," announced Maury. "We'd love to stay. Lovely to stay. Look you, but we've a long journey ahead of us." The dwarfs stirred as if rousing themselves to leave. "Of course," said Elsia. "Off you go. Bon voyage. Please allow us to help you on your way with some supplies, salted goods and such. Where is it you're off to?" "Over the mountains," said Maury, "through the great forest." "I say," Elsker burbled, "how exciting." Pardon me. "To the only mountain." "Really? Isn't that the estate of Smoke the Dragon?" The dwarves nodded, looking grim. Mind you, it's easy to look grim with a great big beard. The tricky thing with a great big beard is not to look grim. "Well, best of luck, best of luck. Do call in again on your way home if you're passing." "Oh," said Gandalf, who was helping himself to a fifth scone, as he noticed that everybody else was on their feet and climbing down the trees. "Are we off, then?" And that was the end of chapter 3. I think I'll probably just go straight on through to chapter 4. This is a fun one. This is my oh, this is going to be difficult. This is the Riddles in the Dark parody chapter. Maybe yeah, we can go through it straight away. We can do this. Quick drink. How are we all doing? All right? Don't forget to share the link below. I'd really appreciate it. Who's in? I'll say hi to the people I can see in the chat. Hi, Greg. Hi, Savannah. How are you enjoying it? Anyway. Okay, let's go straight onto it. Chapter 4. Woo, Savannah. Chapter 4. Riddles in the da-doo-doo-doo, idiot. The following morning was a midsummer's morning, as bright and beautiful as could be imagined. The sun danced on the water. Not literally, obviously. This sentence was meant metaphorically, which is to say that sun waltzed and pogoed from wavelet to wavelet like little parcels of photons and amphetamines. Dear me, imagine if the sun were literally dancing on the waters. My, that would mean the agonising and fiery death of not only our heroes, but of the whole world, a global apocalypse, an ultimate disaster. Dear me. Gandalf, Bingo and the dwarves walked towards the Minty Mountains. They reared from the horizon. "Is that our destination?" asked Bingo as he limped alongside Maury. He asked the question more in hope than in expectation of a positive answer. "No," said Maury. He added in a sing-song, "No, no, 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 no," running down the notes of the musical scale. "No, boy, oh no, no. We've somehow to get past those misty mountains, and then cross the mighty river." Oh my god. What is it? Sorry. It's a really weird word. The river Mississippi. For convenience sake, this river in future will be referred to as the River M. And then find our way through the scary and inhospitable Mikirwood. Only then, my laddo, will we approach the only mountain. Only mountain? Well, not the only mountain, of course. Strictly speaking, look you, there are plenty of other mountains, but it's the only mountain worth mentioning if you're a dwarf, Seelah. It's many a day's march from here, and thrice as many days' stumble. Bingo limped on in silence for a while. Then he spoke. "Maury," he said, "I can't quite shake the sense that the purpose of our quest—" "Gold!" said Maury at once, without looking at him. Sure, yes, right, gold. But I can't quite shake the sense that although ostensibly undertaken for gold. Gold, agreed Maury. Gold, yes, it's not actually being undertaken for gold at all. The two marched on for several minutes. So? Bingo prompted. Huh? Replied Maury. Am I right? Right? About our quest. Gold, said Maury in a loud voice. That's what it's about. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go and talk to one of the others, you know. He scurried away. The whole party slept under a large gooseberry bush that evening, and by noon the following day they had reached the feet of the Minty Mountains. This great chain of mighty snow-skull-capped peaks, stretching from the frozen eminence of Mount Gungadin and in the north, and the long leads... Oh, God, I forget all these puns. Gungadin. In the north, and the long leagues down to the Gap of Next in the south. The steep sides of the myriad denticular mountains that made up this chain were, all of them, sparkling with clean, bright ice, gleaming and white with snow. To stand at the foot of this gigantic and impenetrable wall of towering rock is to be awed by the sublimity of the natural world. The mountain's slumberous voice echoes through your very being. In the mountains you feel free. There you can read all through the night if you fancy it, and go south in the winter. The air of the mountains is clean, fresh, sharp, inspiring. Buggeration, said Bingo as he collapsed on the boulder and started rubbing his sore toes. We've got to go over those now, have we? Mountains, said Maury, with a tear in his eye and a finger twisted into his beard. Beautiful, beautiful mountains, look you. Beautiful, 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 beautiful mountains. Dwarves like mountains then, do they? Asked Bingo. Well, not really, look you, said Maury. We prefer the underneath of mountains. But just look at those lovely things. Just look how smooth the sides are, how hairless and smooth and perfect. That mountain up there, for instance, lovely, lovely, smooth as a baby mountain. And we need to get over the other, and we need to get to the other side of them. Ah, yes, said the dwarfs in unison. Bingo looked at his swollen, ruddy, throbbing feet. Do we have mountaineering equipment? Ropes, thick socks, that sort of thing? Ah, no, said the dwarfs in unison. Well, I really don't think that we should be going over those mountains. I don't think my feet could stand it. They're not good in snow. Gandalf! Bingo appealed to the elderly wizard, though he had to raise his voice. Gandalf! Do you intend that we climb over these mountains? The question was repeated only 8 or 9 times before Gandalf finally understood. He had been silently counting the mountain tops, pointing to each of them in turn, and munching his lips as if fixing the number in his mind. A curious exercise, but something, Bingo assumed, wizardly. Perhaps the number of peaks visible had a mystic aspect. Perhaps Gandalf couldn't count anything without silently moving his lips and pointing. When Bingo's question was finally beaten into a pull, he snorted with derision. Climb them, he snorted. Climb them, he snarled. Do I look like a counting mimer? You what? Miro placed his right hand behind his ear in a dumb shove. Miro placed his right hand behind his right ear in a dumb shove. Say again. Are you deaf? Snapped Gandalf. I said, do I look like a mountain climber? No, we'll not attempt to climb. We never make it. Luckily, we can go under the mountains. Through the cold gate? Asked Tory, in awe and terror. Through the cavernous and echoey spaces under the mountain, added Philly. And out via the cavity through which plunges the icy river Floss, said Silly. Oh, don't be ridiculous, said Gandalf in annoyance. I meant go through the coal gate and out again through the cave-mouth cavity on the other side. It's
the only sensible way.
But the coal gate is enchanted, Gandalf, Silly pointed out.
Ah, said Gandalf,
settling himself down on a tree stump and getting out his pipe.
I'm glad you asked me that, young dwarf. Yes, that's a good point, but I've carefully counted the mountain peaks, and there really doesn't seem to be any more here than there were last time I came.
Dwarf looked to Soddit, but none had any idea what the wizard was talking about.
So I don't think we need to worry about that, said Gandalf with satisfaction. On the other hand, the door of the coal gate is enchanted.
Oh, coal gate, I just got it.
The door of the coal gate is enchanted. I don't know if any of you were aware of that. I'll have to rack my brains to try and come up with the magic word. I'll use some of my most powerful opening spells.
After the wizard had finished smoking his pipe, and after the 10-minute phlegm-hawking episode that followed, the party made their way through the stumpy valleys and past an evil-looking pool to the western coal gate. Oh dear. It was mid-afternoon. It was mid-afternoon. Shadows were lengthening. Oh, is it roseate? A roseate light lay like a red film over the land to the west. The fields, copses and forests, haystacks, the occasional cottage. Bingo stood looking at the land he was leaving behind, a tear in his eye. Behind lay everything he knew. Before him lay only darkness and mystery. Gandalf was having a spot of trouble with the coal gate. Carved from one gigantic Carved from one gigantic piece of anthracite, 40 foot tall and 40 foot wide, this mighty entrance was sealed by a great and terrible spell cast by Yale of yore. Gandalf sat smoking the pipe for a while, muttering.
There are two portions to the spell, he explained. First, we need to see where the door is exactly. No good me firing opening spells at a blank piece of coal.
I like how you appreciate the jokes. It dawned on me way too quickly. And how can we see where the door is? Asked Bingo quaveringly, looking in awe at the perfectly sheer black face that faced him, as faces, I suppose, are wont to do.
Oh no, said Gandalf. Whatever gave you that idea? First, we need to find out where the door actually is, but the edges of it are only visible by moonlight, and tonight is a new moon, so no moonlight. And tomorrow, I doubt there'll be enough moonlight to show up, and it looks like cloud.
All in all, he said, sucking his pipe between sentences,
we could be here for a fortnight at least.
Perhaps we should give up. Bingo expected the dwarves to complain noisily at this wizardly suggestion, but in fact, they were lying on the floor in a state of some dejection. Perhaps, he thought to himself, the loss of their comrades has affected their morale. Moonlight, said Bingo, is the only light of the sun reflected off the moon after all. Can't we shine reflected sunlight on the door? How would the door know the difference? Gandalf acted as though he hadn't heard the little Soddit, as perhaps, indeed as probably, he had not. But Morey was heartened by the idea. He roused himself from his despondency, and with Bingo's help they unwrapped one of Thorry's shields, leaning it against the rocks in such a way that sunlight bounced off the silvery inner surface and fell on the black cliff before them. Pardon me. At once the outline of a great door became visible, together with several lines of elegantly carved Elvish. What do the silvery letters say, Gandalf? An old Bingo whispered to the wizard. Sorry, I forgot how to read for a second.
Was it?
Gandalf replied. The Elvish writing on the door, he said more loudly. What does it say? What? I think I am doing the wrong accent. I think I'm doing Newcastle rather than Birmingham. Oh well, I'm sticking with it now. It's fantasy, it doesn't count. What does the Elvish mean in common speech? Yelled Bingo directly into the wizard's ear. There!
What?
Said the wizard, following the line of Bingo's arm. Ah,
Ah, look at that! Some elvish characters! Will you look at that? What? Three dwarves hollered in unison. Do they mean? What's that? What do they mean? Said the wizard. He examined the writing for long minutes. Scriggle, 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 he concluded. I don't know. That one there looks a little like a P, he offered. Sneeze. Excuse me. That one there looks a little like a P, he offered. Pock-up? Does that mean anything to anybody? The dwarves, standing in a line, did not look impressed. You mean you don't know? Asked Maury in disgust. Gandalf could read the dwarvish expressions, even if he didn't hear Maury's rebuke. And how should I know? He asked sulkily. I'm not an elf, I'm a wizard. You should watch out. I have more respect for wizards. Miserable dwarves. I don't know. I know. As I read the comments, it works. It's. Thank you. Can you? Miserable dwarfs. Never mind interpreting the writing, said Maury, his beard twitching with annoyance. Can you just open the door? I just told you, said the querulous wizard. I can't interpret the writing. But I'll tell you what. Why don't I just open the door with a spell? Dwarves nodded, an action, given the shortness of their necks and indeed of their whole bodies, more evident in the waggling of their beards than any other respect. Gandalf settled himself before the door and lit his pipe. You watch this, he told nobody in particular. It's the most powerful opening spell I know. He breathed out, breathed in deeply, and intoned a booming voice. Quandog, Quandogly! Nothing happened. Quandog, Quandogly! Gandalf repeated. Nothing happened. Gandalf sucked his pipe for a while. Try a different opening spell, Bingo offered. The wizard looked at him, nodded his head sagely, and cleared his throat. Quandog, Quandogly, he said. I'm not sure the spell is working terribly well, Bingo suggested. Quandog, Quandogly, Quandog, Quandogly, Quandog, Quandogly! Gandalf said with tremendous rapidity. I don't think Quandog! Gandalf tried. Quandogly! I'm almost certain that neither of those words is the magic word, Bingo said. I'm almost certain that neither of those words is the magic word, Bingo said in as loud a voice as he could manage. The sunlight was starting to fade. Once they had gone, and with a moonless night in the offing, they would have to camp here until the morning. And Bingo didn't like the look of the evil-looking pool. It looked evil. Perhaps Quandogly, said Gandalf, putting the word through a strange musical contortion, starting warbling high and dropping to a baritone for the final syllable. Perhaps if you tried some other magic was Quandog! Shouted Gandalf. Quandog! It was the worst coughing fit to seize the wizard that Bingo had yet seen. That was a genuine cough. Gandalf went. He went. He drew enormous amounts of breath into his lungs prior to going. There was a sip. And shaking his hat off as he swung his head back and forth, he went, ooh, ooh, as if he was asking a question. He went, he went, oh, God, in a low and miserable voice, and immediately added, with great emphasis. When he had finally finished, he slumped slowly to the ground, moaning, gasping, I'll be alright in a minute, and scrabbling ineffectually in one of his pockets, in his poncho, for his tobacco. Look, said Bingo. It was impossible to say which of the many noises inadvertently produced by the witch had been the one to open the door, but there it stood,
open as wide as you like. It seemed he had chanced upon the magic word in extremis, without even realizing it. The dwarfs cheered weakly. It seemed at last their luck was changing. They picked up the whimpering, ash-faced wizard and carried him inside. As they stepped over the threshold, the door started to groan, heaving shut behind them. I'm just going to quickly blow my nose. Bear with me. I'm not going to put it on the bread. I'll be back in like literally 30 seconds. Too much coughing. I did choose the kindness book for my voice. Go me! Alright, we're still in chapter. I'm just going to mute it while I actually have a cough of my own. 1 second. Better. Right, so we'll carry on as normal. So we're still on chapter 4, which is riddles and the They lit torches and explored the space within. It was a towering lobby, carved, it seemed, from the very living rock, with numerous stairways going up and down away from the space. "Let us camp here," said Maury. "After a rest we can choose a path and make our way under the mountain." All were in agreement. They lit a fire under the portable cauldron and stewed up some salt beef, with some salt potatoes and salt garlic for taste, and salt preserved beer to wash the meal down. It was belly-filling, thirst-creating stuff. After about 40 minutes, Gandalf seemed to have recovered sufficiently from his coughing spasms. I know I haven't. And helped himself to a hunk of beef.
I'll just have a hunk of this,
as he put it, a chunk of potato,
just a chunk,
and got a little drunk on the beer. For a while he amused himself by repeating "hunk, chunk, drunk" 16 or 17 times. Then he grew sombre.
"Dark in here,"
he observed several times. He lit his pipe. "The mines of Black Maria, the great achievement of our race." "Blimey," said Bingo. They sat in silence for a while. "And all this," Bingo said, the question occurring in him as he asked it, "carved out with what? Hand axes?" "Trowels," said the dwarf. He seemed to be looking studiedly in another direction. "Trowels? All of it? Gracious, and are there, if you excuse the question, many dwarfs in the world?" "We don't," said Maury, "like to talk of our personal affairs." "But let's say," said Bingo, becoming interested, "that there are, I don't know, 10,000 dwarves in the world. How much stone can one dwarf clear in a year with a trowel?" "These be the great mysteries of the dwarf miners," mumbled Maury, still looking away. "Let's say half a ton. That's 5,000 tons a year. 500,000 tons over a century, assuming every dwarf in the world worked at the project without break. There was barely empty even this lobby." Maury mumbled something else, of which only maybe, and difficult to judge, were audible. "To call out holes running the whole length of the mountain range," Bingo carried on. "That must have been the work of hundreds of thousands, no, of millions of years. How long have dwarfs existed? To say nothing of the enormous number of trowels you must have gone through." "All right," said Maury hotly, putting his face close to Bingo's. "All right, bleating and blurting. Look you, have you tried chopping into solid rock with a little bronze trowel? It's no easy matter. And don't give the game away, boyo. Some of the others still believe the legends." "Legends? Yes. The dwarves are great miners, so speaks the legend. There were mines once, or so we believe. Yes, certainly, look you. But it's been a long time since any dwarf worked in one. They were all closed down long ago." "Oh," said Bingo. "What do dwarves work at now?" "In shops mostly. Markets. Sometimes in the entertainment industry. Singing dwarfs have a certain appeal to certain bookers. Perhaps you've heard of Keely, the singing dwarf?" "No, lovely singer. Big teeth. But our legends are more important to us, you see. Don't take them away. Does this, said Bingo with renewed interest, have something to do with our quest? Does the real reason for gold, said Maury firmly and finally. Bingo didn't think it was worth pursuing that line. But I don't understand, he said. If you didn't build these great undermountain halls, who did? It was hard to say in the ruddy half-light of the dying fire, but it seemed to Bingo, and Maury shrugged. Nature, he said. Nature? The hollow, all the mountains. In fact, although you may not realize it, everything's hollow here, even the trees. The hills have got chambers and rooms inside them. Nothing's solid all the way through. What a bizarre notion, said Bingo. I know, but the world's stranger than most people realize. See, told you so. Oh, but nobody listens to me, I know. But how can it be the mountain's hollow? According to one myth of creation, said Maury, the world was blown up like a big soap bubble by the great God at the beginning of things. The smoky breath of life puffed up the thin crust of the primordial flatness into the bumps and peaks and curves of the world we see today. Of course, that's only a myth. The conversation was interrupted by a distant thudding noise. Suddenly, the party were gathered in the centre of the lobby, clutching each other in fear and apprehension, all except Gandalf, who hadn't heard the thudding and was caught up in the scrum. They prevailed upon the wizard, with much shouting and repetition, to place upon him a hearing spell. Grumbling and complaining, Gandalf did so. Ah, he said when the spell was successfully achieved, what's that noise? He stood with his head cocked, listening. Drums, he said finally. But whose? Goblins, of course, said the wizard. Who else? Goblins? Said the dwarf, shrinking back. They're bad then, are they? Asked Bingo. Goblins? Terrible, said Gandalf. Servants of the Dark Lord who must not be named. You mean the great and evil Sharon? Said Tory. The Dark Lord must not be named, snapped Gandalf. Yes, goblins. Terrible bad. Dear me, they must have taken up residence down here, the evil creatures. Perhaps I should have thought of that before I brought us here. Slipped my mind. But actually, now that you come to mention it, there's no doubt that these mountains are absolutely swarming with goblins. Dear me, yes. What are they? Asked Bingo, who didn't like the sound of this at all. What, goblins? Said Gandalf. Long ago, the evil lord took races of harmless, virtuous turkeys and chickens from the field in yards of upper Middle Earth, tortured them hideously, and transmuted them into a warped and monstrous and easily suggestible species to fill the ranks of the mighty armies of darkness and to do the evil one's bidding. You'll know one when you see one, my young Soddit. You'll recognize the turkey provenance of their ghastly and monstrous appearance, the wattles of flesh at their necks, the small heads, the alarmed expression in the eyes, the tendency to scurry around in circles, shrieking, and so on. Gandalf puffed at his pipe. Perhaps, he concluded, it might be better if we retreated out through the door and climbed over the mountains after all. No sooner had the dwarfs expressed their complete agreement with this proposition than there was an almighty crack, a bang, and goblins swarmed into the hallway. Enormous goblins! There were 4 to each dwarf, and 2 even for Bingo. Obviously, when I say enormous here, I don't mean it in an absolute sense. Given that we've already established that Bingo the Soddit is a fellow of diminutive size, it would be pretty stupid to suggest that a creature half his size is enormous in any objective sense of the word. Minuscule might be the better word, if I were framing this in objective terms. But I meant enormous in comparison with other goblins. That, and the fact that tiny miniature, hardly there at all goblins swarmed into the halls, lacked the necessary smack of the alarming, or so it seemed to me. They were over the group before anybody knew what was happening, and legs were shackled, arms pinioned, beards yanked, and the great swarm was carrying the prisoners away, clucking and ducking their heads in triumph in an instant. Quick swig. We all okay? Things looked black for the company, both in the sense of their prospect looked unpromising, and in the more literal sense that they couldn't see anything because of the dark, since they were carried down unlit corridors, through unlit hallways, and so on. "Take him to the Goblin King," the goblins sang. "Take him to the hall of the Goblin King." Then they sang their terrible song. "I feel like dwarf tonight, like dwarf tonight. I feel like dwarf tonight, like dwarf tonight." Then they flapped their wings, and they flapped their hideous arms up and down, and sang another of their songs in their own brutish language, which went like this. It went on and on. It did, I'm not doing any more. "Gandalf," hissed Molly, "do something." "My head hurts," called the wizard. The noise of that explosion in the lobby was amplified by the hearing spell. "It's most annoying. My ears are full of this infernal ringing noise. Hang on. There was a dazzling, silent flash of blue light. For an instant, Bingo could see everything in the broad corridor down which they were being carried. The curving upwards arches of the tunnel walls, the hideous seething mass of goblins carrying their helpless cargo. Then his face smacked against the rock floor, and he rolled to the wall. Gandalf's spell seemed to have snapped the iron chain that held his hands, and he tried dizzily to pick himself up. More than a little dazed by his fall, he saw Gandalf standing tall in the middle of the goblins, wielding a great shining sword, slicing it back and forth. His face was grimmer and more determined than Bingo had ever seen it before. "Take that, goblins!" he was yelling, and his sword went snicker-snack and snacker-snick. "Cleaver and Golver!" said the goblins, cried in terror, running hither and thither in their confusion. "Chopper and Decapitator!" And truly, Gandalf's sword was making short work of the long goblin necks, cutting off head after head. The newly beheaded goblins ran hither and thither with, if anything, more eagerness than the ones with heads. Silly the dwarf, freed from his bonds by Gandalf's spell, rose to his feet amongst a crowd of swarming, panicking goblins. The glowing sword, scything backwards and forwards, swept towards the hapless dwarf, and in a moment his head, still in its tight-fitting helmet, was bouncing and rolling down the corridor. "Sorry!" Gandalf sang as he continued chopping. Then, from behind, came a terrible war cry, and by the light of Gandalf's shining sword, Bingo could see an enormous mass of goblins filling the corridor, all with hatchets and beak-shaped axe heads, and all charging towards them. He got to his feet and ran as fast as his solid legs could carry him. There you go, Steve. For long minutes he ran, his chest pumping, until a stray rock tripped him, and he fell down a side staircase towards a smack on the head and oblivion. Quick swing. Phew. When he came round, it was dark. Very dark. Very dark indeed. Imagine the darkest you can imagine. No, really, go on. Have you got a good mental picture of darkness in your head now? Right, this was the that. That's how dark it was. Bingo crawled around in the dark and knocked his head against the wall. He tried to stand up, but he found it hard, in the dark, to distinguish up from down, and he ended up falling over. After this, he crawled on. Then, something happened. Something of the utmost significance. Something that was to change his life forever, and the lives of everybody in Upper Middle Earth. Everything. Nothing was ever the same again afterwards. The most significant thing to happen in Bingo's life, although he didn't realise it at the time. But just because he didn't recognise the significance of the moment, and just because it isn't actually, now I come to think about it, actually alluded to at any place in this book, just because of that, I wouldn't want you to miss it. I wouldn't want you to miss this moment. It's terribly, terribly important. Do you see? I can't tell you why exactly, not at this stage. Indeed, it may not become apparent even by the end of this book, but take my word for it. What happened, terribly important as it was this. Bingo stumbled upon a thing. The thing registered trademark Bingo found is a registered trademark and may not be used, invoked or quoted without permission of the estate. It was a very small thing, registered trademark, and was lying in the corridor out of the way. It did not seem to Bingo to be a terribly important thing, registered trademark, either. Although, as I have said, he was wrong in this, and it was indeed terribly important. But he put it in his pocket and continued crawling. That's it. There's nothing else to say about it at the moment. But it is, believe me, a really, really important development. Almost immediately, he heard a voice. Here we go. The voice said, "Hello." I'm so sorry. This is the worst way to get chosen. Bingo had crawled, he saw, into a cave. He stood up. The cave was very, very dimly lit by a sort of phosphorescent lichen that grew on the roof of the cave, although Bingo didn't know that. In the cave was a pond, and in the middle of the pond was an island, and on the island lived a creature called Solemn. It's a trademark. Sorry, reading the comments. The thing, TM. That's what it is, basically what it says in the book. I can show you. This is how the thing. Registered trademark. There's a thing, where was I? In the cave was a pond, and in the middle of the pond was an island, and the island lived a creature called Solemn. Now, Solemn was a mournful and solitary soul. He lacked the gregarious playfulness that endears people to their fellow creatures. He lacked the ability to pretend interest in stupid or repetitive things. His interests were philosophy, metaphysics, ontology, and psychology, especially the schizophrenic condition. Month by month, he had been alienated from his original community, until ultimately he was driven down into the mountain's depths to live in a solitary hut by a chilly pond, eating raw fish and occasionally killing passers-by, an existence too common to our academics and university lecturers. Hearing somebody coming down his corridor, Solemn had splashed through the water to meet the newcomer. This is going to be a bad chapter. Andy, how did you do it for Riddles in the Dark? "Hello," said Bingo. Solemn sighed. The sigh started with a hiss and ended with a reflex closure of the soft palate that closed the noise off with a labially approximately sound. From this noise, if you can believe it, he had derived his name, for his sighs were the most notable thing about him. His original name was Seagull. Although it was a name, although it was a name he had not heard for many years. Now, if he ever thought of it, it only brought to his mournful mind the memory of mockery and jibes of his neighbours. Let me try that again. Now, if he ever thought of it, it only brought to his mournful mind the memory of mockery and jibes of his neighbours and relations pouring scorn upon his dedication to philosophy. Sorry, with cries of Jonathan Livingstone Seagull. Oh, that made me laugh. We shall chase you from our community with mockery and jibes, but we are happy to be blind to your wisdom and relish our own idiocy. Oh yes. Such speeches had left Solemn no choice but to flee far, far underground. Bingo looked around. He could just make out the smooth surface of the pool and the nearer walls of the rock that surrounded it. He peered at Solemn and noted the nobulous bald head, the large thoughtful eyes, and the doleful cast of the mouth. "How do you do?" Bingo said, remembering his manners. "I seem to have lost my way." Said Solemn, imbuing the word with tragic overtones. "I'm Bingo Grabbins," said the Soddit. "I'm a Soddit, you know." "Ah," said Solemn on a dying fall. He thought to himself,
that his own origins were not far removed from Soddit life, and that he had cousins who had married Soddits, and it all brought miserable and depressing memories into his head. It was an unfortunate turn-up. He had been pursuing a train of solipsistic. He had been pursuing a train of solipsistic philosophy for 7 years, and had been uninterrupted, save for the occasional gormless goblin getting lost and ended up roasting on Solom's Sunday lunch table. Nothing is better suited to the prosecution of a truly solipsistic philosophical line of thought than absolute solitude. And now he had been interrupted. "What's your name?" Bingo pressed. "Solemn," said Solemn. "Splendid name. I say, can you help me?" Solemn. "Help you?" he said eventually. "Yes, I seem to have lost my way. Banged my head, too." "Your head," repeated Solemn slowly. Then, as if he were reciting the lines with a certain distaste, he added, "'Tis the head that choice feast, a tasty mortal at Marisborough." Then he sighed again. Bingo, not really following this, but feeling more than a little uneasy, said, "Right," in a nervous voice. "Can you help me?" "Well," said Solomon unwittingly, "perhaps the question is whether there is such in the cosmos as an action willed unconditionally, which is to say, freely, or whether all creatures are determined by the doctrine of necessary causes." "Quite," said Bingo after a pause. "On the other hand," said Solemn, "if you were to claim rights of victory, if you were to defeat me in some contest or other, such that my compliance was compelled—" He trailed off. Bingo stood and waited. "Riddles?" offered Solemn. "Yes," said Bingo. "Very well. I'll riddle you, and you can riddle me," said Solemn, his immovable face looking simultaneously haughty and sorrowful, as if he were examining Bingo's pathetic little life from on high, and was unimpressed by what he saw. "Riddles," said Bingo. "All right, you ask first." "Very well," said Solemn. He swallowed noisily, making a sound like a rubber ball bouncing on a springy mattress. "I shall go first. This we have agreed. Then you will go. The first to be unable to answer a riddle loses the contest." My voice is making me yawn, I'm so sorry. The rest loses the contest. "Okay, alright," said Bingo, sitting on the floor and crossing his legs. "So," Solemn asked, "given that ontological necessities of existence must be defined as essential to being itself, how can such grounding of the epistemological function be articulated without assuming a priori and unwarranted existential premise?" It was silent in the cave for a long time. Somewhere, far out in the pool, a fish brushed against the underside of the water's surface, disturbing it for a moment before sinking back into the depths. It made a noise like this: plop. Indeed, the fish in question was called Plop by his friends for this reason. His proper name was Smee Goldfish, but the other fish tended to call him Plop, as it was easier to pronounce. On formal occasions, he might be addressed as Smee Goldfish Plop, but for most occasions, it was just Plop. But I'm getting off the point. The fish wasn't important to the onward movement of the story. Not at all, in fact. You won't encounter the fish again. Stop reading this note right now and go back to the main body of the text. Do as I say, no argument, or you can go straight to bed and I won't finish writing the book for you. Bingo took a deep breath into his lungs and then exhaled slowly. "So you want an answer?" he said. "Yes," said Solemn. "An answer to your riddle?" "Yes." "The riddle that you just asked me?" "Yes." "Right.
Well, I'd say that the answer to that one is, this said the young Soddit, pulling his left earlobe with his right hand, is, he repeated, drawing the syllable out, is... He sniffed, rubbed his eyes. Then he said, the answer to that one, very slowly, lingering over each word. Then he said, is... again. Then he sat in silence for 2 minutes. Eventually, Solomon prompted him. Yes? Yes, what? Your answer? I thought I'd finished, said Bingo. Oh, said Solomon lugubriously. He pondered for a while. Then he said, I don't understand. Bingo, with only a momentary hesitation, lighted on the opportunity. Oh, you don't understand? He said, with a sarcastic inflection to his words. My answer is too complex for you? Oh, I'm sorry, I do apologise. It's a shame I didn't put it in simpler terms. Would you like me to try and phrase my answer in simpler terms for you? No, said Solomon hurriedly. I wasn't saying that. The answer is that right? You're the one who says so, retorted Bingo. No, said Solomon again. I think I see. The present participle of the verb is to be. Is that what you mean? Ah, said Bingo knowingly. Is it, though? You're right, I suppose, said Solomon in a small voice. Any active questioning can only take place within a semantic framework that assumes one or other tense, one or other relationship to the contextual temporal configuration. Perhaps by foregrounding the isness of this, the isness of is, the continual process of existing, it is necessarily embodied in the process of time itself. You do answer my riddle. Well, said Bingo, trying to colour his voice with suggestions of mysteriousness and veiled wisdom, if you say so, I shan't contradict. I shan't, he added, as if he couldn't rule out the possibility that somebody else in the vicinity might. A fish twanged at the surface of the still pond from beneath and sank again. This was a different fish from the one before mentioned. Bingo, who was inwardly congratulating himself for getting out of that tricky position, was startled by Solomon's moist and mournful hand on his knee. Your turn, said the creature. What is it was? Returned Bingo. You can ask your riddle now, Solomon explained with quiet and doleful patience, and if I can't answer... Why is his voice making me yawn? It's such a bad decision for a voice. And if I can't answer it, then you win. I win, said Bingo. Very well, my riddle. And so Bingo asked his riddle. When is a door not a door when it's ajar? Solomon contemplated for a while and sighed softly. I wonder, he said gravely, whether you have inadvertently included the solution to your riddle in the question. Aha, said Bingo, but do you know the answer? I was only suggesting, Solomon repeated, that perhaps you meant to ask only the first part of your question, and perhaps intended to return... Oh, why does his voice make me yawn? Perhaps intended to return the second portion as the answer. Don't try to weasel out of it. You could ask another one if you like. Answer! But you've already... Answer! Chanted Bingo. Answer, answer, answer! When, said Solomon through tight teeth, it's a jar. Bingo rubbed his chin. So you knew that one then, did you? It's my turn, said Solomon. It's my riddle, and you can't answer this one. And if you can't answer this one, then I win. Sure, said Bingo jauntily. Sure, said Bingo jauntily. He felt he had done rather well with the previous riddle, and his confidence was building. Pardon me. Solomon asked, What happens when an irresistible force meets an immovable object? I see your comment, Savannah. That's evil. I'm not over that. The answer is not 200, but apparently it is. Oh my goodness. This is rude, Savannah. Rude. Alright, anyway. Goes around it, I'd say, replied Bilbo quickly, like the wind in a fence post. My turn. Now then, let me see. Riddle. Wait a moment, said Solomon. I'm not sure your answer addresses the point of the riddle. Of course it does. I don't think so. It does. No, said Gollum. It doesn't. Does. Contradiction was a game much more in the Soddit's taste than this abstruse riddling business. Bingo was getting his contradiction to Solemn's denial more and more rapidly. Does not. Does. No, Soddit, it does. But if the force alters in some way, then surely it is the resistible force, and that's denied are the terms of the riddle. Isn't, said Bingo. It is, said Solomon. Isn't, said Bingo. It is, said Solomon. Isn't, said Bingo. It is, said Solomon. My turn, my riddle now. Don't be sour grapes. You had your chance to answer my riddle. You have to answer my riddle, or I'll win. Red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry. Now, said Solomon, his serious manner starting to fray at the edge of the little that is not actually a riddle at all, is it? Be honest with me, little hobbit. Little Soddit. That's a tongue twister, isn't it? And not, in fact, a riddle at all. And isn't it? Definitely not, said Bingo, looking to one side. Where I come from, there's quite a famous riddle. Down my way, that's definitely a riddle. You could ask any of my people and they'll say, oh yes, riddle, that's a riddle. Now, yes, so now the question is, can you answer it? Answer it? You haven't even phrased in the form of a question, said Solomon, his voice starting to warp with hints of frustration and annoyance. Be honest, please fair, and admit this is the tongue twister. It sounded like a question to me, said Bingo piously. Natural, since it reflects the line with a rising turn at the end to merely a questioning delivery. But that's not actually phrasing a riddle in the form of a question. That's just putting a question mark at the end of it. You could put a question mark at the end of any sentence whatsoever, but that wasn't necessarily the sentence. A question. This voice. I don't know what it does. Bingo whistled a tune he had just invented, which consisted of 4 randomly chosen musical notes. Then he said, is that the answer you're going to give me? Because I have to say you're not even close with that answer. Not even close. No, of course, snapped Solomon. That's not my answer. That was me pointing out the so-called riddle you pretended to ask me was no such thing. So is that your answer? No, said Solomon, becoming quite agitated. By the faint blue light of the phosphorescent lichen, Bingo could just about see Solomon's dark, froggish hands flapping in front of him. Why aren't you listening to me? I'm going to have to press you for an answer, said Bingo. But you haven't asked me a proper riddle. Time for me now. You need to give me an answer now. Don't be ridiculous. Lorry, said Bingo, leaning for a yellow lorry. Your choice. And said Bingo in a warning tone. Answer. But answer. Come on. Time for me now. Seconds ticking away. Red lorry! Shrieked Solomon. Ha ha! Crowed Bingo. Wrong! The answer was yellow lorry. It's obvious when it's pointed out to you, isn't it? I win, hurrah for me. That doesn't make any sense at all, steam whistled Solomon. His earlier serious and grave manner seemed to have been evaporated by his annoyance. You'll pick one at random. Oh, don't be a bad loser. Nobody likes a bad loser. If I'd have said yellow lorry, you'd simply have told me that the answer was red lorry. Oh, really? Said Bingo in a reasonable tone. That wouldn't work at all now, would it? Red lorry, that wouldn't fit. Said Solomon, his voice dropping almost an octave and acquiring a gravelly undertone. But he didn't finish the sentence. My guess, for what it's worth, is that Solomon was either going to say, you are right, you're the winner fair and square, Or else you want to share a fish and gluten fondue? But I could be wrong. So, said Bingo, hopping to his feet and hugging himself in the near darkness, in glee at his victory. I win. Instantly. What do I win? Solemn sulked for a minute. You got to eat more, he said shortly. To eat you, repeated Bingo. That's what you were plans for. If I'd have one, I would have certainly eaten you. Since you won, you have to eat me. To tell you the truth, the creature added, his tone becoming self-pitying. I'm almost glad. I'm more than sick of living down here in the darkness. Go on, eat me. Start with my legs. I don't want to eat you, said Bingo, alarmed at the thought. Oh, said Solemn, you must. It is a function of inevitability, the doctrine of necessity. And besides, you won. Can't I just get you to show me the way out of here? Said the creature. No, that wouldn't be right. We could have another riddling contest, suggested Bingo. If I win, then you have to show me the way out of here. And if you win, then I have to show you the way out of here. But I don't want to be shown the way out of here, said Solemn. And I don't want to have to eat you, snapped Billy Bill and Bingo even. Come on now, be fair. I did win the riddling contest after all. Are you? Asked Solemn morosely, surrendering your rights to me, cram meal, and freely giving up the opportunity to eat me? Yep, said Bingo. Solemn sighed, deeply sorrowful noise. Had Solemn's pool been a pool of tears Had Solemn's pool been a pool of tears he had himself cried at the inherent sorrow of things, his sigh could not have been more sorrowful. You ruined my honour, sir, he said, and my honour is the only value I have remaining in my life. My life must end, sir, or I must dedicate myself carefully, cunningly, inexorably to wreaking my revenge upon you. In fact, apart from my honour, I have only one thing, registered trademark, in the world of any value. It is a thing, registered trademark, of great antiquity. A thing, registered trademark, of great value and many uses. With it, I find the only consolation my miserable life affords me. Now there's a turn up for the books, said Bingo. Wouldn't you know it, but I found a thing, registered trademark, in the tunnel as I was coming down here. It's in my pocket now. There was silence. In the dim blue light, Solemn opened his mouth, a downward crescent scowl. His teeth, Bingo noticed, were sharp into points, like golf tees. He said, his voice a little strained. I dare say it's the one you were just talking about, Bingo continued. Finders keepers, of course, but isn't that a wonderful coincidence? First I win the riddling business fair and square, then it turns out I've got your thing, registered trademark. Funny old world. Perhaps you'd care to return it to me? Asked Solemn. His whole manner bespoke a pessimistic anticipation of an answer in the negative. Bingo, accordingly, provided one. No, he said. I say, could you show me the way to... His Soddit instinct saved him. Solemn, incapable of simply abandoning himself to his rage, was advancing upon Bingo with a steady, determined, serious gait, fully intending to tear out his throat and feed on his quivering corpse in a steadily determined and serious manner. He made a clawing sweep at Bingo's head, and only a sort of half-duck, half-trip saved the Soddit's life. After that, Bingo was running, as fast as his little Soddit feet could bear him, upwards this time, away from the silent pool and the enraged philosopher. Give me back my thing, registered trademark, howled Solemn, a little way behind. Not lightly, when Bingo whispered under his breath. His hand went into his pocket, and there his fingers apprehended the thing, registered trademark. Its myriad magical properties, amongst which were included a form of compass orientation device, a means of seeing in the darkness, and a means of adding speed to running heels, propelled Bingo at tremendous speed along the corridors under the mountain. He ran up along ledges, mounted spiral stone stairways, ran through cavernous hallways, and at last, panting severely, emerged blinking a precipice high in the sunshine. He had reached the easternmost extent of the mountains. To his right, a mighty and ice-cold river, the Great Floss, tumbled and gushed out of this cave mouth in the eastern flank of the Minty Mountains. The sunlight glassed his eyes momentarily, but, blinking, he could see that he was almost free. Only a 40-foot drop into the bubbling icy whirlpool that the Floss made as it tumbled out of the mountain was between him and escape. "Good grief!" somebody below yelled. The voice was only barely audible above the grinding, chomping clatter of the waterfall. Bingo squinted. Below him, a long way below, a group of 8 dwarfs and a stooping old wizard stood next to the water's edge. One of the dwarfs, Bingo couldn't see which from this distance, was pointing up at him. "It's Bingo here! He's not dead after all!" Behind him, Bingo heard a hiss. He glanced back and saw Solemn slinking up the ledge towards him, keeping his left hand on the rock wall at his side, and making menacing shaking and swiping gestures with the right. "First," the philosopher said in a bitter tone, "you refused to eat me. Then you stole the thing," muttered the trademark, "as painful death is too good for you. On the other hand, since it is the most I can inflict, it will have to do." Several of the dwarfs below were now waving and shouting at the rapidly approaching figure of Solemn. He looked at the mighty flowing torrent to his right, as solid-looking as stone, though it foamed and flexed in its fall. He looked at the drop beneath him. There was nothing for it. He clasped the thing, read the trademark, in his pocket, hoping devoutly that one of its magical properties was to enable a person to fly, or at least float, as he jumped. For a moment, it seemed as if his prayers had been answered. The world seemed to freeze, and he had a wonderfully clear view of the foothills leading down to open pasture and the fertile fields surrounding the great river M. But then, with a stabbing sense of panic, he realized in the pit of his stomach that he was falling. The view stopped, and with a sensation of sharp pain tangible in every inch of the outside of his body, he was immersed in the churning outflow of the Floss. His world was now white, bubbling, rotating, and utterly disorienting. There was no breath in his lungs. Had a firm dwarfish hand not grabbed his ankle as it snorkeled its way momentarily above the surface and hauled Bingo out, he would certainly have drowned. But there he was, gasping and shivering on the grass under the clear blue sky of morning. Away in the sky, seemingly very far, he heard a wavery voice cry out in frustration and malice. "Grabbings! You have incurred the wrath of a philosopher, and the philosopher, once he had somebody, had it forever! Forever!" And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to go on to chapter 5, having a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to grab something to eat. You can too. Don't forget, donations can be made in the description below. I'll see you in 5. Hope you're enjoying it so far. watching. If they could share it, I'd appreciate it. If they could share the GoFundMe page as well. We're how far are we? We're £70 out of a £200 target. So even if it's like, if you can just donate a £5 or a £10, that'd be great. The link is in the description below. As I said, just try and spread the word as best you can. Hi to my 3 viewers. So thank you for joining again. I'm back. I'm gonna have a quick sip of my my tea and light mug, which is for reasons I can't verbally say what it is, but it's kind of thematic. A little bit of inspiration. Oh, my throat is going to be very sore tomorrow, but I'm going to get. I think we're about six chapters away from the end, so we are that far through, which is better than I thought we'd get at this. I'm guessing probably about another 5 or 6 hours will be done, and then you can just like forget this ever happened, and then you can sit and realise that you've wasted nearly 12 hours of your life listening to me butcher a classic. So there you go. Okay, so if you're sitting comfortably, we'll carry on with Chapter 5 of the Soddit. Chapter 5, Queer Lodge. I know this land well, declared Gandalf. 2 days' march down the side of the Floss and we come down to the famous mill. There we may replenish our supplies. Needful, since some of us, he glowered round at the dwarfs, left our baggage behind when goblins attacked. And some of us, Maury retorted, were too prissy to be carrying any baggage in the first place, you idle-great wizard. Well said, Master Dwarf, Gandalf replied, laughing and clapping him on his back. Well said. I like a fellow who's big enough to admit his own failings. And I like a chap with the sense not to cheek a wizard. Very important, that sharp's the word. But we needn't worry. When we come to the famous mill, we'll replenish. He clearly liked the sound of this word. Bingo wondered how he could hear his own speech when he was so deaf to other people's, and repeated it over and over again as they walked. Replenish, 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 replenish. I may have left the bags behind, Morley muttered, but 'twas not I who chopped off Siddy's head by mistake, he scowled. Replenish, 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 said Gandalf, in time to his strides. And in this fashion the company marched for the rest of the day, the dwarves complaining of their grumbling bellies and sore feet, and the Soddit going ouch and ow, ah! They spent a chilly night camped under a riverside tree, but it was not their fate to get an uninterrupted night of sleep. They had just settled down to rest, the dwarves wrapping their beards duvet-like around their bodies, and Bilbo shivering in his corduroy, when two sprang upon them. It was as if the darkness took shaggy shape, the night sky transformed into muscle and pelt, stars jagging into the form of white teeth, the low red moon being swallowed by a lolloping tongue. Wolves! Shrieked one of the dwarves. Bingo smelt the hot, sharp stink of wolf and heard a growl by his ear. He leapt awake. In 2 minutes, everybody had scrambled up the tree, Bingo levering himself up in the midst of a knot of beards and stocky limbs. By the dim starlight, Bingo clutched his branch as tightly as a gonk clutches the end of his pencil. I had to pause then for a second, I wasn't sure what I was saying. Something on his pencil. A gonk, of course, as of course you know, is a small marsupial from the land of Gonkor, far to the south. They are intelligent creatures, though small, the smallest of all the peoples in Upper Middle-earth, which is saying something, and they admire learning above all things. But their own books, written with their own tiny pencils of teeny tiny pieces of paper, are too small for other scholars to read. More adventurous gonks have tried writing with man-sized pencils, a process that resembles, for them, nothing so much as tossing the caber, and although they have written little more than fragmented wavy lines with this method, they persevere. Plucky little fellas. Ah, sweet.
Gandalf, he called down. Gandalf!
But the wizard was still asleep on the ground as the wolves milled around him.
Gandalf, called Morty. Oh, Savannah. That's what it says here. Oh, Savannah, this is terrible. Somebody wake him up.
The wolves did not pounce on the snoring wizard immediately, suspicious perhaps of his lack of movement.
Gandalf, the dwarves cried. Wake up!
It was useless. Gonkel. Sorry. The lead wolf, grey and lean, moved his muzzle slowly towards the wizard's face. His jaws clicked apart. His white teeth glinted in the starlight.
Gandalf! Gandalf!
Shrieked the crowd of dwarves in the tree above. Wolf! They cried. The wolf angled his head through 90 degrees, all the better to be able to vice the wizard's neck between the two rows of his terrible teeth. Bingo leaned as far down from his branch as he dared.
Wizard, beware, be wakeful, be watching for your throat.
And then the Soddit saw something startling. A wisp of smoke crept up from Gandalf's mouth. Though his pipe was cold and in the pocket of his poncho. Further puffs followed. Tentacles of smoke drifted upwards. The wizard yawned in his sleep. And then, quick as a lightning flash, fire jabbed out of his open mouth and caught on the dry fur of the wolf. The beast reared back, yelping, but the flames were already wriggling on the top of his head and spreading down across his neck. As the wolf writhed, butting into its fellows, it spread the fire. In an instant, the whole pack was whinnying like horses and dancing a macabre dance as their fur caught aflame. I'm just looking at the comments. I keep coming back to the word goncore. It just makes me giggle. Gandalf was on his feet, shouting "Rah, rah, rah!" at the top of his voice, waving his arms and staring wild-eyed about him. The better, Bingo assumed, to nurture the panic in the wolf pack. And if this was indeed the wizard's plan, it was working. The wolves howled, scattering over the hilltops. Some raced as flaming torches. Some, unlit, skeeted away. Some unlit, skeeted away from their fellows whimpering, and stretched their long legs in flight. In moments, the landscape was empty of wolves. The stars twinkled, as if in silent silvery applause.
Gandalf, the Soddit called down in glee. A brilliant spell that put paid to them.
With remarkable rapidity, Gandalf scaled the trunk and positioned himself on a branch next to Bingo.
What? He asked. What?
Bingo had never seen the wizard's eyes quite so wide.
You lured the beast on, Bingo enthused. You enticed it to come close, and then you put out a fire spell and burn it up. Where the bloody hell, asked Gandalf, did those wolves come from? You put them to fly, Gandalf, said Bingo. They're dangerous, the wolves, said the wizard, blinking and looking about him. Who was on watch duty? Why weren't we warned?
Advertently or inadvertently, Gandalf is here quoting from a famous Upper Middle English poem, The Hex of Fish. Wild weather woke us worryingly. A hurricane hurled from the heavens. Whose fault but the weathermen? Oh, am I reading that right? Hang on. Oh no, I'm reading it wrong. Wild weather woke us worryingly. Why weren't we warned? Hurricane hurled from the heavens. Old oaks uprooted sevenfold. Whose fault but the weatherman? Typical TV types. The dwarves were reaching down from branches higher up to clap him on the shoulder, laughing at the plight of the wolves.
They eat people, the wolves, Gandalf said.
It was at this juncture that somebody noticed Womble was missing. They called his name a few times in the desultory fashion, and then explored the ground under the tree, but it was clear enough what had happened to him. They spent the rest of the night in the tree. The following day, Gandalf led the company along the banks of the river.
Don't be downhearted, he announced. Soon we'll arrive at the famous mill, and then we'll feast and replenish.
They reached the mill by noon, but it was naught but a fire-blackened ruin, timbers poking from the ground like shards of coal, the land all about laid waste. The trees had burnt to the ground, leaving only charcoal twigs and tar-black stumps. Gandalf stood, puffing on his pipe and surveying the desolation. "Goblins," he said at length. "I'm hungry," said Bingo. "This is a sorry pass," said Gandalf. "I'm hungry," said Bingo. "Wizard," said Maury, "what shall we do? Is there none other who can give us shelter in this dangerous open land? What if the wolves should return? What if a huge army of goblins in their rage should flock out of the Minty Mountains to track us? What if we should die of exhaustion and hunger, and our bones be picked clean by eagles?" "Your optimism does you credit, Master Dwarf," said Gandalf, "but no matter what you say, I'm afraid this is a sorry pass we find ourselves in. There is no help for it. You must go and visit Beorn." "Beorn?" the dwarves echoed. "I'm hungry," said Bingo. Beorn, said Gandalf, shaking his head. "Do you mean Beorn the Bear Man, who is a man by day and a bear by night?" asked Phelan, a quaver in his voice. "No," replied Gandalf crisply. "I didn't catch a word of that." "What's it?" said Bingo. "Bear Man?" "Beorn," said Maury, picking a burnt twiglet from the ground and examining it. "The legends that surround him are dire. Bestial he is." "There's nothing for it," said Gandalf. "He is a moody man, so he'll have to be in our best behaviour. But his house is very neat and tidy. Don't do anything to enrage him, though, or he'll like as not rip your arms and legs from your torso, and then jam the red soggy ends of the arms into the sockets where the legs should go, and vice versa with the legs and the arm sockets, afterwards making you dance upside down in your leggy arms for his amusement." Nobody knew what to say to this. Gloom settled on the company. Quick swig. They carried on alongside the river, Gandalf regaling the company with several anecdotes of Beorn's reputation as Bearman, all of which involved the words wrenching, ripping, and agonizing, and two of which ended with the same phrase, to join the heap of still quivering flesh. He seemed to find these stories rather heartening, and laughed several times, or, to put it more precisely, produced on several occasions a sort of hybrid laugh-cough, but the dwarves became more and more sombre as he went on. Soon enough they cut away from the river and made their way through fields of honey-smelling clover tall as a dwarf's chest. "Come!" called Gandalf, marching through the meadows and up a gently sloping hill, and leaving behind him a wake in the grass like a boat in the water. The sun was hot above them. "I need to cast a hearing spell on myself in Beorn's house," Gandalf announced to the party, "so please—" Beorn, sorry. I know why. In Beorn's house, Gandalf announced to the party, "so please, no sudden noises." He summoned his magic spell, and it appeared in his hand in the general area of his right ear. Finally, as they crossed the brow of a broad hill, they came across a great log-built hall standing in the midst of the open land. As they came closer, through a perfectly planed wooden gateway into a neatly tended market garden, Bingo could see how precisely and elegantly the timbers of the house had been put together. There, in a yard before the house, stood a towering, broad-muscled blond man. He was holding a chicken by its legs and eyeing it. "Teasing me?" he chided the bird. I can't even do it. "There's that look in your eye." Sorry, I don't even know what accent. I'll try again. He was holding a chicken by its legs and teasing me. He chided that there's a look in your eye. "But I can't take a chance on a chick like you." I'm trying to do Swedish, it's failing miserably. I can't even think of what the song goes like. He shook his head and put the bird at the back of the pen. I don't know, did you think me? He shouted the chick. "There's a look You're right, but I can't take a chance on a chick like you. He shook his head and put the bow back in the pen. That's something I couldn't do. He added to nobody in particular. His voice, though carefully enunciated, had a strange flattened and pursed accent to it, a manner of speech the like of which Bingo had not heard before.
See those hands?
Whispered Gandalf, with the booming, echoey whisper in which the wizard was specialised.
How huge and muscled! He could tear a fat book of spells in half with those hands. He'd make short work of you lot, that's for sure.
The owner of the hands looked up at his visitors.
Beorn, Beorn, called Gandalf with forced heartiness. Hello!
The big man stared impassively at the approaching company. Wizard, he boomed, and goblins? No, dwarves. Dwarves are better than goblins. You are most welcome. Maybe I'm going to try and do a Swedish accent. I'm just going to read it as I go. Thank you kindly, Master Beorn, said Maury, bowing low. And may I compliment you on the extraordinary and beautiful smoothness of your chin. My chin, said Beorn. The expression of his chiseled features did not change at all as he spoke, but he seemed to Bingo more courteous than Gandalf's description had suggested. Yes, I have a smooth chin. My brother has a blonde beard. Oh, I got it now. My brother has a blonde beard, and a great musical talent on the fjord horn, and stringly chirping, but my chin is smooth. I've got it now. Ish.
Beorn, said Gandalf. It is many moons since. You may indeed have forgotten. It is so long ago. But now I visit you again with a company of dwarves and a Soddit, in the middle of a great journey to the east. We have suffered in our travels, and many of our fellows have, by their own idiot negligence, it is true, but nevertheless, got themselves killed. We were hoping for some of your fabled hospitality.
For sure, Beorn replied. Come inside. Sorry, making myself laugh at my own accent. They stepped through the wide doorway into a huge timber hall, with planed and polished wood beams, square-cut columns of darker wood, and everywhere a pleasant, piney, honey-sweet smell. Many items of attractive wooden furniture were neatly arranged about the place. The dwarfs lined up with Bingo at one end, nodding politely and pointing out the more attractive furnishings to one another. Gandalf sat himself in one of Beorn's chairs. He seemed to Bingo a very nervous wizard. And do you like my house? Asked Beorn, with his odd up and down reverse camber intonation, which I am failing at miserably. Very nice, said the dwarfs, more or less in unison. Nice, agreed Bingo, is precisely the word. It did not seem to him to be the house of an arm-ripping, leg-pulling-off maniac. But then again, the man's torso was unfeasibly crammed with muscle, and his neck was thicker than his head. This chair, said Beorn, grasping a chair with his enormous, tanned, blonde, downy hand, it is tinted clear lacquered, solid beech with warg skin and green woven seat. He held it so everyone could see it. I have many chairs. So you do, said Maury. There was a pause. The blank expression on Beorn's face did not change. I call my chairs my four-legged friends, he said. Then after a 2-second pause, he laughed a series of precise laughs. Everybody joined in, their eyelids more widely separated than was usually the case when they laughed. Yes, very good. Excellent. Oh, I think no, never mind. I've activated Siri. Beorn put the chair down. And over here, he added, stepping to one corner of the interior space, is what I call Beorn Central. I mean by, of course, that's the kitchen. It all happens here. Meals, playtime, a bit of wolf skinning, work brought home.
I'm listening.
No, never mind. Bear with me, Siri's playing up. No, never mind. Family life revolves around here, and so I designed it practical and also with durability, but with adult taste into the bargain. His blonde eyebrows, like strips of yellow felt, a fraction.
although as I have no family, it is only I who occupy Bion Central. No family? Asked Bingo. No, I am Bjorn, the bear man. I am man in day and bear in night. I have yet to find a woman who will bear with me. He waited 2 seconds and then laughed at his own joke. Excellent, everybody said, squeezing grins out of their faces with all the vigour they could manage. Awfully good. I used the word bear, Bjorn said doggedly, in the two-way sense of large, shaggy, pelleted, wood-dwelling animals, and also endure. This is punning. Sometimes a woman comes, sits and eats with me at my locker dining table, which is solid oiled beach with one extension leaf stored underneath the table surface. Maybe we eat, she and I, meat, bread, or drink a honey beer. But then the sun will be sinking, and I will be turning into a great roaring bear, and she will not usually be staying longer than it requires to exit through the main door. Mark or antique style sap-stained solid spruce included. Bjorn's face seemed blandly untouched by the poignancy of his own tale. Perhaps, said Bingo in a slightly squeaky voice, you might find a bear woman. Bear woman for sure, said Bjorn, nodding. Of course, this is my dream. But I need not only bear woman, but since I cannot join my life with hirsute female, a bear woman who will be contented to depilate. She may use the beeswax, or she may use my specially sharpened dining knife with wooden handle and flower pattern 27. I do not mind. He looked from face to face. I have many beasts here, he added. I am the wolf of beasts. Oh, right, said Bingo, dwelling on the eye. It is woman that I am waiting for sure, said Bjorn. Sometimes I feel I would be doing all right if it wasn't for the nights. Nights, agreed Moy, can be a bugger. He laughed nervously. Bjorn stepped over to the far wall. This shelf, he said, in biply laminate with silver brackets. I was putting it up yesterday. I was doing this putting up the day before you came. You would be a great IKEA employee. I wouldn't, he would. Bjorn's he's a good salesman. It's, said Bingo, very good, very, shelvy. His hunger got the better of his fear. You got any, food? Yeah, for sure, said Bjorn. He stepped over to a freestanding larder unit and gestured towards it with his open palm. Bjorn brought out some honey, or as he put it, honey. He brought out honey loaves. He served a dish of tripe, and the dwarves took in with an appetite that seemed to wane within seconds. Bjorn, asked Maury, don't misunderstand me, but this is super tripe, but does it have honey in it? For sure, said Bjorn. Gracious, said Maury in a low tone. At first, Bingo was so grateful to have something to eat that he was oblivious to the physical proximity of Bjorn, his enormous flesh-shredding muscles, his tediously monotonous voice. But as sunset darkened the skies outside, and Bjorn lit a log in his arras stone block fireplace, Bingo started to feel the dreary weight of the bear man's presence pressed down upon him again. I have known your wizard, Bjorn was saying, pronouncing the word Weezer, which Bingo thought rather appropriate for many years. He put a musical kink into years, such as the Y started on a low E and the ears slipped up to an A sharp. If I had time, I would do that, but my throat hurts. Have you really? Replied Maury. How interesting! The dwarf, although he wore an unnaturally wide grin on his face, looked rather uncomfortable on his chair, leaning forward stiffly and pressing his legs together tightly, like a man desperate to go to the toilet for several simultaneous and pressing reasons. How interesting. I guess he is friend of animal,
He is famous, rattled, ghastly, the ragged, for sure. All animals, such as I am myself an animal, and I have been saying, know him as friendly. Gandalf, smiling maniacally, leant towards Maury. He thinks I'm rattled, ghastly. He hissed through that to play along with it. Don't let him know the truth. We mustn't upset him, or he could flip into his bear state. That would be a disaster. He stopped and turned his head to see if Bjorn was staring at him. You aren't whispering, observed Bjorn placidly. Everybody was silent. I, said Gandalf, looking around him, sweat appearing on his forehead like diamonds stood. He continued lamely. Pleased to share, said Bjorn, sing-song. I was telling Maury how lovely your roof beams are. Bjorn looked steadily at Gandalf. He tipped his massy blonde head backwards through 90 degrees and looked up at the ceiling. Then he levelled his gaze and looked at Gandalf again for 1 long minute. Eventually, he said, For sure. I wonder if it would be all right, asked Gopher, if I used your privy. Bathroom, yes, for sure, said Bjorn. Outside in the yard, you will be finding a shed. You will be finding a sophisticated appeal of freestanding design inside. The privy clad in the pale beauty of smooth birch veneer, teamed with sleek cherry wood handles and legs to achieve a stylish simplicity. Gopher dipped his head and positively rushed out, almost tripping over his beard. As I was saying, Bjorn said, animals are good. My chickens are most special chickens. They came flapping from far away. Now I'm under their spell. Really? Said Gandalf. Fascinating. I speak frivolously, but they are charming birds. Sometimes. And I am being fanciful for sure, but I dream I am a chicken. I dream and I can squawk. He pronounced every single letter of this word. He pronounced every single letter of this strange word, squawk. I don't flap, spread my wings, and I go to anywhere that I please. But you are welcome also. I am pleased to have visitors. He pondered this last word for a while, as if it reminded him of something. So, said Gandalf, suddenly up sprightly, we wouldn't want to keep you up past your bedtime. Don't you, turn into a bear soon? Tonight, said Bjorn, I shall remain in my man shape to be hospitable to my guests. But be telling me, please, where your journey takes you. The dwarfs breathed a silent but visible sigh of collective relief. Ah, said Maury in a jollier tone of voice. Well, we were off to the only mountain. Do you know it? For sure. Another one coming up. For sure, said Bjorn. Straightport, the only mountain. Straightport, the only mountain. For sure. And for why are you going there? Gold, said Maury with a quick glance at Gandalf. Gold, repeated Gandalf with a loud voice, fixing Bingo with a significant stare. Ah, said Bjorn, your quest then is for money? Money, agreed Gandalf. Money, echoed the dwarfs. Must be, muttered Bingo. Why else would you keep saying that? Why else would you keep saying so? The fire cackled to itself. Strable. You'll be fighting Smug the Magic Dragon for this gold? Bjorn queried. The winner be taking it all? That's, said Maury, the idea. Dragons are great beasts. Great means big, you know. He stared at the fire for a long time. An unnatural stillness settled in the great hall. Greater, Bjorn added after a long time, than fierce, and more evil. He appeared to be brooding. Well, perhaps it's time we're all turned in, said Gandalf already. Sleepy time, I think. I say, Bjorn, it's awfully courteous of you not to shift into your bear form when we're under your roof. I think I can speak for all of us when I say we consider that a sign of a truly a truly hospitable place of hospitality.
His voice faded from strong to feeble as the sentence progressed and had petered out completely by the end. All eyes were on Beorn. "You are knowing already, perhaps," said Beorn, his voice for the first time registering an emotional tone, "of the tale of the Great Bear of the North?" Nobody stirred. "The Great Bear of the North?" prompted Gandalf gingerly. "A good friend of mine, a mighty bear. The dragon, Smug," said Beorn, his eyes fierce, "was fighting with him, and was burning and scorching him, and his pelt caught on the fire. He was burnt. His glorious blue house was burnt." "Dear me," said Gandalf. "Shocking," said the dwarves. "Shockling," said Beorn vehemently. "Shockling! Indeed it is shockling, dwarves." "Shocking," corrected Maury, but in a so quiet a voice that it was likely Beorn did not hear it. "It is worse than shocking," said Beorn, standing up. "It is tragedy. It is crime against all their kind. It is being typical of dragons for sure that they use this fire. It ought not to be. Ought not. Dragons!" His eyes had taken on an alarming intensity, like blue ink being stirred into a pair of white ceramic pots. His hands were jerking up and down. "Dragons? Do I not like dragons? No, I do not. Dragons? I have strong feelings of dislike for dragons." "Of course you do," said Gandalf, trying to conciliate. "Of course you do. Only natural." "To be using the fire," Beorn thundered, "on the fairy and the dry, to burn the majestic blue house of the north." Oh, I just got it. The blue house. Anyway. To burn the majestic blue house of the north, to turn the soothing simplicity of modern design and blue paint mixed from natural fibres and spring water to char, to dust, to, he added with a special if mysterious emphasis, burr. He strode up and down, shaking his head with mighty muscle shakes. No, it is not right to use no fire on bears. This is necessary, for fire is against the protocols of the Earth sign. For Smug to do this, the dragon must be punished. Punished! You must kill Smug! Kill Smug! Kill! "Absolutely," said Gandalf, trying to calm the giant man. "We absolutely intend to. Let's talk about something else, eh? Why don't we? Shall we have some more honey beer? A few more cutlets of your excellent honey roast liver? One more pot of your delightfully honeyed caviar? Come, Beorn, old friend, don't get yourself overstimulated. It's funny," the wizard went on, reaching into the pocket of his poncho for his smoking paraphernalia. "You should talk of burning dry animals in that way, actually, because you'll laugh at this," he said, illustrating the procedure by laughing a little himself. This will amuse you. "On our way here, we encountered some wolves. Wolves who ate one of our fellows, in fact. Nasty beasts. Devoured Phelan." "Womble," corrected Phelan. "Just so. And they were about to eat me. We were, you see, in a sticky spot. But this will amuse you, especially in the especially in the light of what you've just been saying. This will amuse you. They were about to eat me, and I used a little fiery spell of my own. And well, the first wolf caught fire. You see, Gandalf chuckled. The first wolf caught fire, and he leapt about. You see, and he bumped into the second wolf." Beorn, who had stopped pacing, was staring at the wizard with an unnerving gaze. Maury was making little circular motions with both hands, palms outward, in front of his chest, as if polishing a pane of glass immediately before him, and shaking his head back and forth. But he did not seem to be able to catch Gandalf's eye. "And the second wolf," Gandalf was saying, "he went up like a torch, and he bumped into this third wolf. It really was something of a sight. They made such a noise." He glanced up at Beorn, and his voice faltered. "Made," he repeated, in less hilarious tones, "such a noise." There was silence for the space of a full minute. My chest is starting to feel it. That may, said Gandalf, looking from dwarf face to dwarf face, have been the wrong tack.
Maybe, agreed Maury. Bjorn was marching up and down the whole length of his hall now, howling and growling and generally making the sorts of noises one might associate with an angry bear. He had torn off his woolen shirts and was trying to rip the tougher canvas of his trousers. But tearing trousers is no easy task, even for the most muscular of individuals, and in the end he had to content himself with tearing off the button at the waist and half dragging, half hopping out of them. Ah! He bellowed. Ah! Oh, I don't even know what that word is. Oh, small boy. What now? Now, what are we going to do? Trapped in this wooden house with a raging bear?
Stay calm, advised Gandalf.
Perhaps if we rush to the door, suggested Bingo. Ah! Yelled Bjorn, his head rearing up over the top of the settee. Ah! Gandalf raced the dwarfs and Bingo to behind the side of the other large sofa. Bjorn kept making noises of intermittent fury and rage, stomping back and forth. I couldn't help noticing, said Maury. He's smooth all over. Smooth, said Bingo.
I'd wish you'd stop yelling, said Gandalf. It's amplified by my spell and it's making my head hurt.
No body hair. Shouldn't a bear have body hair? No body hair? Queried Bingo. Some body hair, Maury modified, but from a dwarf's point of view, look you, barely smooth. Still smoothly chinned, laugh, for instance, his chest smooth as sea sand. Gandalf was muttering to himself. Fell ringing noise now. Roar! Bellowed Bjorn. Accompanying sounds to the effect of smash, smash, crash were also audible. These words have been translated from the original Middle-earthian into an English idiom. They were in the original test. Vermash, get smash. Maury popped his head above the top of the sofa and ducked back down again. He's pulling things off one of his shelves, he reported, and roaring. Yes, we can hear him roaring, Bingo observed. Is he a bear now? He's frankly just a nude man. Not a bear? Not even a little bit. Well, said Maury, no, all smooth, look you. That doesn't sound very bear-like, said Bingo. He took his courage into his two hands and stood up. His head reached, just, over the top of the back of the sofa. He peered at Bjorn. As Maury had said, the tall man was completely naked. Naked with a completeness of only an adult of full muscular development without clothes on can be. The fellow was storming up and down at the far end of the hall, roaring. I don't understand, said Bingo. When did he turn into a bear? Roar! Yelled Bjorn, stampeding up in the hall towards them. When, you say? When do I turn? I have turned. I am a bear. I am Bjorn, the mighty bear. Roar! Sorry, that's funny. I'll do it like that. As the smooth and nude man reached the sofa, the fully clothed and hairy dwarf backed against the wall behind them. Roar! Insisted Bjorn. Roar! He neckered. He raised his hands in front of him with his knuckles out, as if grasping an invisible iron bar that was suspended horizontally at nipple height. He opened his mouth and showed 2 rows of impressive but undeniably human teeth. Roar! He said. You, said Bingo, sweeping the crumbs of courage together internally to produce an, if you will, imaginary biscuit of valour. You aren't actually a bear at all, are you? Miserable liar, howled Bjorn. For sure I am a bear. He made a rush at the Soddit, who ducked under Bjorn's sandstone pillar legs and scrambled away. You're not, though, he called behind him, panting as he ran. Not actually, are you? Roar! called Bjorn. I am for sure eat you. I shall for sure eat you with my great berry teeth. Yeah, Bingo returned, this being the most sophisticated taunt he could think of under the pressure of the moment. He was at the door and hauled with all his might at the elegantly carved door handle. Feel the rage of the great pelting, Bjorn howled, hurling himself at Bingo. He may have been intended to conclude the station with the words Man Bear or possibly Mighty Bjorn. Maybe. We can do no better than hypothesize at this juncture, because what Bjorn actually said moved the sentence in a wholly new direction, concluding this utterance with a startled sounding "ooh" inflected from E flat up to G. The Soddit had ducked and shimmied again, and instead of grabbing him, Bjorn had fallen through the open door and landed chin first on the cold doorstep outside. There was a thud and then another thud as he progressed on his stomach beyond the doorstep into the mud. Bingo put all his weight behind the door and swung it shut. Instantly, 6 dwarves were at his side, helping him lower the beam of sanded wood into place. All 7 collapsed. It took them a full minute to regain their breath.
Well, Gandalf said from across the room. That went fairly well, all things considered.
He was lighting his pipe. Outside the door, a slightly muffled voice could be heard. Excuse me, it called. Are you now locking the door? Ignore him, said Maury, picking himself up and smoothing the creases from his dwarf garb. Hello? Came the voice. Was that? Oh, it's the book. I wonder what that was. I didn't know. Like, what is this behind me? Sorry. Hello? Came the voice. Hello? Can you be unlocking the door, please? Go away, Bingo called. It is cold here outside, came the old's voice rather mournfully. Go find a cave to hibernate in, called Maury. Please not with the mockery, came Bjorn. It is highly cold. If you allow me inwards again, I am promising to retain my man shape for the rest of the evening. You're a loony, Maury opined in a clear, strong voice. Never mind him, said Bingo. You, Gandalf, don't put away your hearing spell for a moment. I have a bone to pick with you. Huh? Asked Gandalf, his hearing magic hovering near his hand. What's that? You told us he was actually a bear, pressed Bingo. All these stories of ripping off arms and piles of quivering flesh. Do you realise that you terrified us? Well, said the wizard, chomping at the end of his pipe, that's what I heard. That's what you heard? I thought you knew him. No, never met him before. But you said a simple strategy to get inside and get some food, which worked, I might add. No, he mistook me for Rattled, Ghastly the Ragged, my fellow wizard. But it worked out all right in the end, and we've learned not to trust uncorroborated stories of Ursine metamorphosis. Hello? Bjorn's voice came from outside. My teeth are bouncing up and down against one another. Excuse me. Hello? They slept well that night and broke their fast with honeycakes with honey and honey mead. Only after they were fully rested and prepared did they open the door. Outside, Bjorn was lying curled under a hastily scooped pile of leaves. His extremities looked blue. Gopher was sitting glumly on the doorstep. Spent the night in the privy, he grumbled. Is there any breakfast left? As Gopher gathered some of the house's supplies for himself, Bjorn stood up, shaking off some of the damp leaves and looking very sorry for himself indeed. Highly cold it has been, he told them, with the chills and the frost and the creeping crawlings. Can I go in again? Bingo stepped aside and allowed the large man to scurry through his own doorway. And thank you, he called as Gopher came out, his coat stuffed with cakes, for your hospitality. Okay. Let's just see how long chapter 6 is, and then we might take a break. We might just go through this actually. How many pages? Yeah, let's do it. Okay. We're just going to go straight through to chapter 6. Ugh. How are we doing? Oh. Hey, thank you. Someone just donated something. It was Karen. Thank you, Karen. Okay. Okay. Chapter 6. Spiders and fly, life. They set off in good spirits from Bjorn's house, depriving the now moody and withdrawn man of 9 stout ponies and a number of his prized chickens. Bjorn seemed content to sit in the corner. Bjorn seemed content to sit in the corner, looking gloomy and sorry for himself. "Ta-ta now!" the dwarves called to him as they left. "Bye!" He didn't reply. After a night under Bjorn's thick-weaved blankets and an easy day's ride on the plump ponies, they arrived at the expanse of the mighty River M. Across the smoothly flowing waters, reflective as polished stone, could be seen the edge of the great forest. The sky above, a perfect blend of midday blue and metal grey, spoke of amplitude and possibility. The air was fresh in the company's mouths like pure water. Water. Who got the reference? Probably nobody. Thinking Tom. "How do we get across?" asked the Soddit. "Coracles, boyo," said Maury, unstrapping the dwarfish breastplate from his chest. "Aren't you wearing yours?" "Well," said Bingo, "I confess, no, I'm not." So, said Tory, poking his corduroy waistcoat, a word pronounced incidentally, "whisket." You see, try that again. So, said Tory, poking his corduroy waistcoat. Look you, we did wonder how you expected to keep that water tight." "It's not designed to go in the water at all," Bingo explained. "Except when it gets washed. Not for a long time." "Oh," said the dwarf, "not designed to go in the water, you see. Oh, gracious, what use does it have then?" "It keeps also warm." "Well, we can treat that as red-like," said Tory dismissively. "That goes, see, without saying. But what secondary use does it have?" "None." The dwarves muttered among themselves how foolish it was to wear clothing without a secondary use. They took the packs from the ponies and slung them onto their backs, then slid their shallow metallic coracles into the water, leapt into them with remarkable grace, and they were off, paddling with stubby dwarfish hands and powerful dwarfish arm muscles into the distance. A sizable lateral transfer was imparted to their journey by the current, and they drifted far downstream as they travelled. Bingo found himself alone with the wizard and the ponies on the near side bank. "Hey!" he called. "What about us, hey?" Shortly, though, he saw 2 dwarfs reboard their tiny tinny crafts and make their way back towards the near shore, carried even further downstream as they went. They were lost to Bingo's eyes before they reached it, but 20 minutes later they came jogging along the bank carrying 2 spare breastplates. "There you go, lad, back," said On, the first of the dwarfs to alight. "You up into that and paddle with all your might." Tory was endeavouring to coax Gandalf into the other spare coracle. "What about the ponies?" Bingo asked as he tried to hold the breastplate steady in the water whilst leaning over the edge of the bank. "They'll have to make their own way home, see," explained On. But Bingo barely heard, because he had half fallen into the shallow craft and was now several yards offshore, drifting rapidly downstream. He tried paddling, but the arching of his back, the action required, hurt his spine. He tried lying on his back and doing a sort of behind-ways underarm paddling, but it was rather ineffectual. He tried lying on his front, but the sharp rim of the breastplate jagged into his throat. In the end, he forced himself to endure the pain in his back and laboriously paddled and paddled until he was at the far bank. There was nobody around. There was water inside his boots, and his clothes were sodden. He hauled the coracle onto the bank and trudged for an hour upstream with the coracle pulling in the mud. Finally, he found the party, settled round the campfire, wizard and all. The following morning, after another filling breakfast from Bjorn's store, honey-glazed smoked kippers, honey on toast, and honeyed orange juice, Bingo felt a little better. "Where now?" he asked. "Into the forest, is it?" That's right, laddo, said Maury. They packed and marched two abreast towards the line of trees. But Bingo's jaunty spirits evaporated as they walked into the wood under a tangle of branches that served almost as a gateway, and along a mossy, chilly path. It was very dark. This forest was nothing like the brittle but sunshiny forest of Lord Elscare the elf. This was gloom in tree form. Fungus grew in broad peach clumps beside the pale, speckled tree trunks, looking like nothing so much as old cheese. Everything that Bingo's fingers or face touched, or that touched him, felt slimy. "What's a horrid place?" he declared. "Truly," agreed Maury, who was walking by his side. "This is the evil Micure Wood. You see those elms over there?" "You see those elms over there?" "Yes." "They're oaks." Bingo examined them. "Look quite like oaks," he said. "Have they taken on the form of elms?" "Partially," said the dwarf. "Enchanted look you. And those ash trees?" "Oaks," said Bingo. "Good guess," said the dwarf. "Not really. When you look a little more closely you can see they're not really ash. They're oak." "It's true," said Maury, "but that's not a very effective enchantment. But a shape-changing enchantment it is, nonetheless. The wood is filled with mystery and danger. And we must go through. Cannot we go round?" "It's the most direct route," said Maury morosely. "Besides, I thought that is," he added hastily, looking around him to see if any of the other dwarfs had overheard him. "That is, our king Thorry thought that we'd enjoy the sensation of something over our heads, almost like being underground. He thought. Of course, not so pleasant inside, is it? And there are spiders." "I don't mind spiders," said Bingo haltingly. This was a lie. "I don't mean little spiders," Maury clarified. "Not knuckle-sized ones or fist-sized ones. I mean spiders as big as you, twice as big." "Should I have to face that peril, I'm confident that my hobbled courage will see me through," Bingo replied. This also was a lie. A rather big lie, in fact. They walked for the rest of the day, and in the evening they camped beside a sluggish, gooey-looking stream that bisected the path. Best not get wet in that water, Maury advised. "Enchanted, I dare say. See, we'll find a way over tomorrow." That night they slept uncomfortably, and in the morning Maury stood beside the little stream and pondered how they might cross. "We should hew a tree, perhaps," he suggested. "Make a bridge, or we could try the coracles again." But Tory was a scoffer. "Are you kidding, boyo?" he demanded. This was, presumably, a rhetorical question. Anyway. "The stream's an inch deep, if that. You can't float a coracle in an inch of water. And what would be the point? Let's just wade out and walk over. Wasting time chopping down the tree. Absurd! Absurd!" No, Tory boyo," insisted Maury. "This is the Micure Wood, you see, and its precincts are enchanted." "This what?" "Precincts," Maury repeated warily, with a slight questioning inflection. "Precincts." Try that again. "This is the Micure Wood, see, and its precincts are enchanted." "It's what?" "Precincts," Maury repeated warily, and with a slightly questioning inflection. Tory laughed scoffingly. "It's," said Maury petulantly, looking for a better word, "it's grounds, it's demesne, it's general area. It's all enchanted, see. You don't know what might happen in that stream. It might put you to sleep back. It might be a magic stream. And it might be just an ordinary, piddling, inch-deep little dribble that we can walk through." "I invite you," Maury said, "to try." "And try I will," said Tory. He stood at the side of the stream, placed one foot in the water, and paused. The water wetted his sole, but barely touched the side of his boot. When nothing happened, he turned a victoriously leering face back at the party, and stepped with his other foot into the stream. In a trice, he was on his back, thrashing and kicking his legs up, and before anybody could react, he was travelling rapidly downstream, disappearing between the trees. The tiny brook seemed, impossibly, to have become many feet deep, the water much blacker and much, much more rapidly flowing. "Help!" gurgled Tory, "help!" But he was disappearing into the distance between the lowering trees, and his voice was soon obscured by the roaring of the great and now foaming torrent. Boulders flicked past the party from left to right, caught in the spate. And then they were standing in the silent gloaming once again. The stream seemed to be nothing but an inch-deep dribble. "Axes," said Maury after a long silence. "Axes, everybody." "Should we go after him?" Oh, sorry, wrong voice. "Should we go after him?" Bingo asked in a worried voice, but the dwarves assured him that it would be a foolish business leaving the plain forest path in search of anything at all, even a valued comrade and brother. "We'd all perish, you see," Maury said. "Perhaps Tory is drowned, or perhaps he'll be washed out of the forest into the river Sprinting that flows through the eastern lands. Either way, he's beyond our help." They tried chopping down one of the trees that grew alongside the path, but it was an awkward business. The bark was extremely tough and leathery, and it put out some disgusting slimy extrudents, so that the dwarf's axe blades slipped and skidded instead of cutting into it. After 2 hours of exhausting and futile swinging, the dwarfs sat in a gloomy circle. "Could the wizard help us?" Bingo wondered. But Gandalf seemed to have entered a sort of senile fugue state. He smiled and waved when they yelled at him, but nothing they could do. Not loud noises, not mimes, not drawing in the ground with a stick could make him reply. "His deafness is much worse now," said Maury. "Almost complete." "Complete?" asked Bingo. "Indeed," said Maury. "What did you expect? It's hardly going to get any better now, is it?" "That doesn't mean it's going to get worse, though. You acted as if you've always expected him to go completely deaf." Maury looked at the Soddit as if he were a moron, and then seemed to recollect himself. "Of course, you don't know, La. See, I'd almost forgotten you weren't a dwarf. Funny that. Familiarity, I suppose. Got used to you, I have." "I don't know what," Bingo pressed. "What is it? I don't know." "Never mind that," grumbled Maury. "No, seriously, what? You lot have been keeping something from me the whole way along. What is it? Why precisely are we trekking to the only mountain?" "Gold!" said one of the dwarfs in a desultory tone. "But it's not gold, is it?" said Bingo. "Come along, I'm not a complete fool. I know it's not gold, I just don't know what it is. Why are we going?" "Gold," grumbled Maury. Just gold." "Ah!" said Bingo in despair, and he got up and marched to the edge of the enchanted stream. The trickle looked so inoffensive. The distance from bank to bank was no more than 10 feet. Could they not leap over? No, of course they could not. He returned to the group. "If we cannot build a bridge of wood, then we must build a bridge of something else. There are boulders embedded in the mud alongside. Why not roll those out and use them as stepping stones?" "An idea," said Maury, rousing himself. The 6 remaining dwarves and the Soddit hauled and heaved and pushed one of the boulders out of its position, and rolled it tortuously until it sat in the stream. Nothing changed. "You two," said Maury to Phelan and Gopher, "hang on to my arms." They got in position. Gingerly, Maury reached out with one leg and placed a foot on the side of the large stone. Everybody held their breath, but nothing happened. "Here goes," said Maury, and pushed off with his other foot. But as soon as this foot left the mud of the stream bank, there was a great rumble, and the boulder shifted position. Foam curled up on its leading edge. Phelan and Gopher hauled back, and Maury sprawled on the dirt. The stream was quiet once more. "I suppose," said Bingo, "that we need to cross the stream without anything being in contact with the water." "I suppose so," said Maury glumly. "What now?" "That creeper," said, not even the right accent, "that creeper," said Bingo. "Do you see it, hanging down from the branch over the stream? Could we reach it?" With one of these sticks, maybe, says Maury, picking up a soggily dead branch lying beside the path. We could hook it, draw it to us. You're thinking we could swing across? Yes, said Bingo. You go, said the dwarf. You're lighter than any of us. If it won't hold your weight, it won't hold anyone's. But if you get across, I'll give it a go. Bingo wasn't happy with this plan, but he couldn't deny its basis in the physics of mass and weight. The dwarfs caught the creeper easily enough and pulled it towards the near side bank of the little rill. I'll take a run up, said said Bingo nervously. He paced back along the path, turned, and started running towards the stream. Or, to be precise, not really running. He was more hurrying, a little frenzied scurry. He grabbed the creeper, swung through the air with a wail, pulled his legs up so they didn't trail in the water, and found himself through the air on the far side. Let go, boyo! shouted the dwarves behind him. You're over! Hurrah! Let's go! Try and roll with the landing when you come down. Right you are! Squealed Bill. Right you are! Squealed Bingo. But he couldn't let go of the creeper. His hands seemed glued to it. The stick the dwarves had used to fetch it was still attached lower down. Nor, as his trajectory reached its highest point, did he swim back down again. The leaves that brushed against his body seemed unpleasantly gooey. He found himself almost horizontal, wedged in a mass of adhesive foliage many feet above the ground. Help! He cried. But there was no help. I need some more water. There's a weird voice coming up. No help. From where he was, Bingo could see little. The dark dappling of the forest canopy overhead, his own hands glued to a strand of what now he was less prepared to call creeper. There was a rustling sound beside him. Hello, said a snide voice in his ear. What have we here? Bingo turned his head. Squatting on a taut grey thread amongst the leaves sat the biggest spider he had ever encountered. Its fat, woolly body sprouted legs at jagged angles, its thick, leathery, black legs. 8 of them. Not 2 legs, mind, like normal beings. Not even 4 after the manner of some of the mild-eyed beasts of the field, but a wholly superfluous and frankly alarming 8. That's right, 8. Nasty, eh? Oh, yes, the creature's abdomen curved at the end. Its pinched face wore 2 twitching mandibles over its V-shaped lips, like a surreal moustache, improbably and unpleasantly alive and moving. It had 8 eyes, although 6 of these were small and clustered to the left and right of its face, like pimples. But the 2 main eyes were huge and red, like glass globes filled with claret, and light played curious spiral effects on anything reflected in their spheres. The spider's face had, despite all of this, a peculiarly human cast, as if a tubby person were wearing red fat glasses. Come visiting, have you? Sneered the spider. How pleasant of you. Oh, perhaps you've come colonising, eh? Trying to occupy and exploit the territory of honest working spiders. Not at all, said Bingo, trembling. No. And witches what an imperialist would be bound to say. And speaking of being bound, are you cold there? Shivering? Let me wrap you. With dexterous movements of its great fat body, the spider hurried round and about Bingo's body, spooling thick thread from its hindquarters and manipulating this with its 2 hind legs, which were spindlier and knitting needlier than the other 6. Oh, this is not good for my tongue. In a moment, Bingo was swaddled all about. On his right arm, only his right arm, still stuck to the strand, which wasn't, it seemed clear, a creeper at all, was outside the spool. Let me go, he squeaked. But the spider had no intention of letting him go. Tutting to himself, the spider smeared a secretion onto Bingo's hand to release the glue, and then stuck the free arm down at his side and swirled it round with another loop of cable. Luckily for Bingo, As it turned out, he did this hurriedly, and as he picked up the little Soddit and started transporting it through the treetops, the cable sagged, and Bingo got his arm free. But the canny Soddit kept it at his side, for fear that the spider would bite it again if he noticed it was loose. Bingo was carried a long way into the forest. All through this bumpy, unpleasant journey he was racking his brains to think of a way of signalling to the dwarfs, to warn them of the danger, and to prompt them perhaps to rescue him. But he could think of nothing, and as they arrived at the spider's commune, he saw it was a needless task. 7 figures were dangling from a branch, each of them wrapped tightly in spider cord. 6 of these were dwarfs, and 1 was a wizard. "Good grief," said Bingo. "Hello, boyo," said the dwarf nearest to him. It was Frilly. "You here? What happened to you?" "We saw you getting stuck, see, and Molly shouted that the best plan was the one with axes in it. We dwarfs tend to prefer plans if they got axes in them. So we hurried to our packs, only these here spider boys had spread sticky threads across the path, about 6 inches up. We all fell, got our shins and our boots caught in it. We might have ditched the boots and got away. Sorry, that's the wrong accent. We might have ditched our boots and got away. But beards is a different matter, and so then they were all over us, see, and here we are." "At least," came a voice from further along the dangling line, Bingo recognised as Maury's, "at least we're over the enchanted stream, carried over by spiders, see?" Bingo found it hard to take much comfort from that particular development. The spiders were scurrying from branch to branch, from fibre to fibre. They were an imposing-looking bunch. Where most people are content to grow beards from their faces only, spiders enjoyed growing beards from all of their many legs. In addition to which they had bristles, thick black stubble, sharp-looking lashes, and other forms of shorter hair all over their bodies. Quickly. Of their bodies, where are we? They produced a great deal of silk, strands thick as wool, which they wove into a number of things, only some of them liable to kill. Their scarves, for instance, were quite highly sought after. Warm, if slightly creepy personal adornments. Sweaters, socks, blankets, furniture, roofing tiles, boots, wigs, farming implements and swords, all were knitted by the tireless spiders. Some of these products, frankly, worked better than others, but they were all traded by the spiders with the glum, rather deprived peoples who lived east of the Micured Wood. Micured Wood, I'm trying to figure out if that's a pun. Maybe not. The spiders also undertook special jobs for customers who were prepared to pay over the odds. Oh, did I miss a page there? No? Pay over the odds. They might, for example, go to people's houses and cover everything with gossamer cobwebs as an April Fool's joke. Or if a woman were abandoned at the altar by her shiftless groom, a spider would be called in to cover the bridal chambers and the bride herself with cobwebs, so that she could feel properly miserable. Nice. But their trading life had not endeared them to the populations of the open plains. Rather the reverse, in fact. People, not to put too fine a point on it, hated them. Not all people, but most people. Worse, the few people who actively liked the spiders were, there's no other word, weirdos. I don't care what you say, people who like spiders are weird. Weird, I say. This is in the book. I don't think that. Spiders are cool. That's mine. This is just A.R.R. Roberts talking. Anyway, carrying on. I digress. All the reasonable people hated the spiders with a reflex hatred. They flinched, they shrieked, they ran away, and said things like, "Oh, Rachel, can you get in here and help me? There's an absolutely enormous spider in the front room." People traded with them, of course. Because people will trade with anybody and anything if the anybody or anything has something they want. But people thought them flesh-creepingly horrible. Which they were, even the nicest of them. This climate of opinion had wrought its work upon the spiders' souls. The spiders of Micurewood were bitter. They had been non-specifically bitter for many years, until one of their number had returned from his travels with a number of socialist tracts and keyworks, among which were Das Web Capital, the Communist Manifesto, and the condition of the eight-legged working classes. To quote the famous Karl Maragnoid, all the great events and personalities in world history reappear in one fashion or another. The first time as tragedy, the second time as running desperately round and round the sink like a roulette ball on its wheel. Philosophers had only interpreted the world. The point is to wrap it in silk and sting it to keep it from wriggling. And the whole commune had become politicised. The spiders had changed from being simply bitter to becoming envious, chip-on-shoulder lefties. A spider can have 4 times as many chips on its shoulders as a human being. They're efficient that way. They were sharply aware of the general anti-spider prejudice of society and the oppressive ideological construction of spiders in upper-middle earthian culture, in which spider occupies the position of hate figure, the other by which the fascist state defines its own social identity. And why? Why? Let me tell you, comrades, only because spiders are archetypal proletarian individuals, tireless workers who exploited labour benefits, everybody, pest control, weaving and textiles. Make no mistake, comrades, it is rampant imperialist legism, that's what it is. Unreconstructed hairy fangism. Well, comrades, it's time spiders banded together, formed a union, took their protest to the streets. Spiders of the world, unite! We have nothing to lose but our sticky threads. Bingo's first thought when he realised the seriousness of his predicament was to be thankful that his right arm was free of the binding. But a long and unsuccessful attempt to unpick his cords left him with nothing but broken nails. The cord was too strong and too sticky. He cast about, but all he could reach with his free arm were handfuls of leaves. Bingo decided the thing to do was to negotiate his and the dwarf's way out of captivity. "Hey," he called, "hey, excuse me, hello, excuse me." One of the fatter spiders broke off from the general spider melee and brought his glistening spider face close to Bingo's. "Yes?" "So wondering, almighty spider," he said Bingo, his voice warbling a little, "if I might be permitted a brief word with your mighty and dread monarch, king or queen, I, alas, do not know, but whichever powerful ruler leads your folk, if that's all right with you, sir." This is entirely the wrong way to speak to spiders. For a long time, the spider's huge red eyes simply regarded copyright infringement simply regarded Bingo. The Soddit could see his own face, smeared through a weird arc twice over, looking back at himself. Then the spider said, I'm going to have to get another glass of water, this voice is going to hurt. Then the spider said, "Well, in the first instance, I might question your automatic assumption I am a man. I ask that, were it not patently the case that your assumption is grounded in a gender essentialism, an unreconstructed masculinism, and phallogocentric privileging of the male. As it happens, I am a male, but my gender is of no political relevance." Bingo didn't really follow this. He said, "Good." "And in the second instance," the spider continued, "your whole statement is premised on the idea that our collective is hierarchically governed by a fascist-style dictatorial monarchical individual, and would be insulting were it not so patently an archaic hangover from an exploded ideological practice to become almost postmodern in its irony." Bingo tried to digest this, but it sat uncomfortably in his mind like raw eggs in a queasy stomach. "Exactly," he said it uncertainly. The spider, far from mollified, seemed to become more furious. "If that isn't typical of your pin-eyed, scrawny, Running dog, web-destroying, imperialistic, lucky mentality enemies of the eight-legged working classes, he said, and lumbered away.
Where's he going? Asked Frilly. Off to get his leader, said Bingo cheerfully. I think. I'll do a quick parley and get us out of here.
But 1 hour turned to 2, and Bingo came to the conclusion that the spiders were going to leave the party dangling there until they died. Do you suppose, he asked Frilly, they intend to eat us? Unless they intend to use us as festive decorations, the dwarf returned. Bingo pondered. Maury, he crowed, Maury! We must get through to Gandalf. He can save us one of his magic spells. He can save us. Your optimism is touching, my lad, returned Maury, if misplaced, but back, I'll have a go. The wizard was sleeping. How he could sleep at a time like this was beyond Bingo's comprehension, but sleeping he was. Maury shouted and yelled, but no sound penetrated the wizard's ear. It's as I said, boyo, the dwarf called. He's deaf as a rugby ball. Wait a mo, said Bingo. He stretched out his free right hand and grasped as many leaves as he could. Using his muscles in ways he had not used them before, he pulled with all his might, and slowly his bound pendant body began to move in an arc, a little way from the proximate body of Frilly, and a little into the air. He hauled. Sweat came. He moaned with the effort and hauled some more. When he was perhaps 40 degrees from the perpendicular, he let go. Swinging back to his former position, he collided, breath-removingly, with Frilly. Frilly grunted in surprise, but it did not move, nor did Phelan. On, Thorry, Gopher, nor Maury, but Gandalf, at the far end of the row, was propelled suddenly into the air. He said, popping awake. He swung up, paused, swung down, and Bingo felt himself jerked up again. Quick, he's Gandalf, help! Swinging up, pause, swing down, clack. A moment later, Gandalf's crotchety voice could be heard. Liberties, hey, whoa! Swing up, pause, swing down, clack. Bingo's third swing, upwards, attracted the attention of the spiders. They came nimbly hurrying over branch and thread to stop the motion. What are you doing? Stop that, they said, grabbing both Bingo and Gandalf with their powerful forelegs and halting the swinging motion. Dangle God, they abjured. We demand to speak to somebody with an authority, squealed Bingo, or it will be the worse for you. What our number is a mighty wizard. He will enchant you. Let us go, I warn you. The nearest spider's great red globe eyes were unreadable. They stared at the Soddit and all the party. Which of you is the wizard? What? Shouted Gandalf, abruptly and crossly awake. What was all that commotion? What? Why can't a wizard have a little nap? Gandalf, shouted Bingo, do something! You hear his spell, yelled the dwarfs. I can't move my arms, the wizard complained. Why is everybody mumbling? Is this some kind of dumb show? Several spiders clustered around the wizard. Ah, said Gandalf, fixing one with a stern glance. Is it you, Maury? Bingo's heart sank. A pie, I think, said the wizard meditatively. A liver pie, and for dessert, a cherry pie. In fact, to save some time, just bring me a liver and cherry pie. So, said one of the spiders, this is your wizard, you say? He seems a little blind and a little deaf. A little, Maury conceded, but you don't want to get him riled, believe me. We have, the spider announced, retreating to a slightly higher bow to address the whole group, had a discussion concerning your fate in the committee ordinary, which requires a simple majority for its decision, although the final motion may have to be ratified in a higher forum with a 2/3 threshold. The dwarfs and the Soddit had fallen silent, all except Gandalf, who was singing, fair and twice so fair as any baby, the fairest shepherd on the green, the love for any lady, in a warbly voice. Our dilemma, the spider announced,
has to do with an early emotion of solidarity with the bearded oppressed of the world, passed during the spring session of the General Council of Working Spiders last year. Clearly your wizard and you dwarfs fall into this category. Can we assume that you two have experienced depression and struggled under the hammer of anti-beardist antagonism?
Oh, yes, said the dwarfs.
And that you have never been tempted basely to remove your beards and ape the imperialist decadence of smooth skin.
Oh, no, said the dwarfs in unison.
It may be possible, said the spider, to rehabilitate you. Our workshops may be able to knit you artificial limbs, for each of you to wear about your torsos, and we do have certain ocular accessories fashioned with red glass that you could wear. But your eighth member, the beardless one,
everybody turned to look at Bingo.
His clothing and his lamentably smooth face would condemn him, even in this crypto-feudal vocabulary, had not already done so. Is he a dwarf? We've not seen his like before.
The auditors! Thank you, Savannah. I just read the comment. You're talking about Terry Pratchett auditors, by the way. Oh my goodness, I remember them. Yeah, it's my throat. Anyway, like before, there was a certain amount of confusion amongst the dwarfs at this.
No, cried some. Yes, cried others. Certainly he is, bellowed Maury.
The spiders conferred.
We are not convinced, said the lead spider. It seems to us that either he is the odd one out, and that the rest of you are comrades in beards. Perhaps he is a ninth columnist.
This is the equivalent of what a cockroach would say, or what a cockroach would call a seventh columnist, and a centipede a 101st columnist. That humans would call such individuals. Fifth columnist has led many in the animal world to argue that we have, deep down, simply not accepted our bipedalism, and secretly we want to crawl around on all fours.
Smiley sent amongst you. So perhaps he is a ninth columnist, as Smiley sent amongst you. Or else, and this is as yet undetermined, you are all of the same party, pin-eyed insurgents, enemies of the workers, and that all your beards are false.
Nonsense! bellowed Maury, his tightly wrapped body twisting a little on its thread. None of our beards are falsities, look you. Tug away any of our beards, and you'll find nothing but good working class facial hair. None, he added, of your bourgeois false beards here. A smaller spider, with a slightly speckled belly and back, twitched forward.
I'll take you at your word, comrade,
he said, and scurried sideways until he was directly in front of Gandalf. Ah, Bongo, said Gandalf, his eyes twirling. You know what I hate? Howdy doody. Ridiculous phrase.
What, said the spider, is it saying?
Nothing, said Maury hurriedly. He had a knock on the head and his wits are a little disoriented, but they're still to the core proletarian wits even in their disarranged state. If you cut a hole in the top of a turnip, observed Gandalf, we can put a candle in there.
Test his beard,
called the spiders further back. The spider in front of Gandalf reached out a forelimb and grasped Gandalf's luxurious grey beard. Oi! objected the wizard. The spider yanked down. Gandalf's beard came away in his paw. Bingo gasped. The bald, liver-spotted chin of the old man waggled in the breeze. Chilly, he declared. What happened to my beard? Is that it there? The spiders had huddled together in a conference. One of them scurried along the length of the bound and dangling dwarfs, tugging on each of their beards in turn. None other instance of dwarfish facial hair was removable. After further discussion, the lead spider turned to address the group.
We have decided on clemency, it announced. We shall eat most of you, and lay eggs in the beardless ones.
With this, they scurried away. Oh dear, said Friddy after a while. I don't want
understand, pressed Bingo. What happened? Why was Gandalf wearing a false beard? He wasn't wearing a false beard, snapped Maury. Then why did his beard come away in a spider's claw? What was it? Was it magic? No, said Maury, simply a sign of aging, look you. I don't understand, repeated Bingo. When you get older, Maury explained wearily, sometimes you lose your hair. A fake beard, I know, shocking. I forgot about this. Sometimes you lose your hair. Humans and Soddits sometimes lose their head hair. Wizards, they sometimes lose their beard hair. But all at once, in a great clump. They're strange that way, Maury mumbled. Wizards. This is daft, said Bingo. Something's wrong. This doesn't make sense. There's something you're not telling me. In fact, there's a whole range of things you're not telling me. It hardly matters now, said the dwarf. We're to be eaten. You're to have eggs laid in you. And so we come to our sticky end. Do. Bingo was silent for a while. He was trying, with his free hand, to force apart the thick strands of spider silk at his waist and flip his fingers inside his waistcoat pocket. Things may not be beyond all hope, he announced. When I was underneath the Minty Mountains, I chanced upon a thing, registered trademark, a magic thing, registered trademark. In fact, perhaps it can help us. This caused a great stir amongst the dwarfs. Or, to be precise, it caused them to stir as much as was possible, which, given that they were all bound extremely tightly by spider silk, was not very much. Why didn't you tell us about this before? Maury demanded. I was shy, said Bingo. Shy stir, retorted Phelan, more like. Shy like a fox, opined Gopher, with disgust in his voice. I wanted to keep it to myself, that's all, insisted the Soddit. But it is definitely a magic thing, registered trademark. Solomon was awfully keen to get it back, murderously keen. Maybe you can help us get out of this pickle. Can you get it out of your pocket? Asked Frilly, wriggling to try and rotate himself to see Bingo better. It's tricky, said Bingo, squeezing his fingers into a spike and thrusting them between the tight cables. He could, just about, get his forefinger and middle finger through. Indeed, he was a luckier Soddit than he knew. His spider captor had freed him from the sticky thread that he had mistaken for a swinging forest creeper by smearing a chemical dissolvent over his hand and arm. Some traces of this remained on his skin, or else his right hand would have been stuck fast to the threads and he would have been trapped. It was, the tightness of his bonds meant that he could barely reach inside his pockets with 2 fingers, and could tantalizingly only just touch the ring, registered trademark, inside. Wait a mo, he said. Hurry, said Maury. I can see the spiders through the leaves. I think they're gathering their eggs. Bingo scissored his 2 fingers and felt the thing, registered trademark, jiggle around at the bottom of his pocket. He tried several times to cup his forefinger-nail underneath it and scoop it around, but it kept slipping away. A grotesquely obese purple-grey spider clambered past him on his way somewhere else. Bingo's heart was thudding. Almost, he said. He tried bending one of his fingers in line with the normal action of a knuckle, and bending the other finger in the opposite way, so as to produce a finger pincer. But such finger distortions are achievable only by guitar players, and Bingo was no such person. Almost, he said. Then, with another little tip of luck, the thing, registered trademark, slipped into place between his 2 fingers. He drew it out very slowly, easing it past the confining threads, and when it was clear, he closed it into the palm of his hand. Let's have a look, urged Frilly. Bingo held up the thing, registered trademark. Ooh, said the dwarves, even those who couldn't see it. Ooh. Do you know how it works? Bingo asked. Do you know what it is? When I was trapped under the Minty Mountains, it helped me orient myself. I don't know how, but it seemed to help me run faster and help me run in the right direction. This is one of the famous things, registered trademark, of Sharon, said Maury in a harsh voice. The feats you speak of are the least of his accomplishments. The evil Sharon made it in the mighty workshop. Made it in the mighty workshop of Dum. and it has been long lost to... Never mind that now, interrupted Bingo. Do you know how it works? They'll be back to lay eggs any minute now. Is there something I can do with it? All right, boyo, all right, said Maury in a sulky voice. I was only giving you some of the background there. It's a powerful thing, said the trademark. It is. Powerful magic. Do you know how it works, though? Well, said Maury, turning the word from something uttered in a brief moment to something spoken over several seconds. No, he concluded finally. I do, said a small voice. Well, that's no use, is it? Snapped Bingo. Why didn't you say so right at the beginning instead of... Hold on, who said that? There was silence. Me, said a small voice. Sharon. Sorry. Me, said the small voice. Who? Sorry, said the voice, even smaller. You know how it works? Asked Maury incredulously. How do you know how it works? It's just one of the things that we kings have to know about, said Thorry. Well, prompted Bingo. It has many functions, said Thorry. The evil Farron who forged it built many aspects into the device, but the most important one is its powerful magic of opposed reversibility. Of what? Thorry repeated in a still smaller voice. Opposed reversibility. Okay, said Bilbo. Never mind what it's called. How does it work? You speak your words through the ring, Richard trademarked, said Thorry, and it will make the reverse of your words the truth. The reverse of my words? Asked Bingo. But it must be a statement, urged Thorry. Don't use the thing to make a conventional wish. It will only reverse the wish, and make it the thing you wish for least in the whole world. A simple statement. Spiders are coming. The spiders are coming, echoed Bingo. But Thorry was only speaking the truth. The spiders were indeed marching towards them, and with them were some egg-stocked females with uncomfortably determined expressions on their spider faces. Well, here goes, said Bingo. Oh, it's 2:45. Wow, when did that happen? He brought the thing, registered trademark, and up to his mouth, and spoke directly into it. The spiders are coming, he said. And, as soon as he finished saying it, the spiders were marching in exactly the opposite direction, determinedly hurrying away from the party. Blimey, said Bingo. But this was a weak spell. As soon as the spiders realised they were going in the wrong direction, they stopped, slightly puzzled, turned their fat bodies around on their 8 legs, and started making their way back towards them. This, although Thorry didn't have time to explain the point, is the other important thing about the magic thing, registered trademark. Its magic does indeed consist in reversing the truth value of statements spoken through it, but its magic also depends on the subtle balance of all the magic force in the whole world. It is not infinitely capable. If one were to speak something huge enough through the device, say, the Earth goes around the sun, it might very well exhaust its magic in trying to make the reverse true. As it happens, in the many thousands of years since it was made, its magic has waned considerably. When it was fresh from Sharon's workbench, it might just perhaps have had the magic power to spin the sun around the Earth, with all the cataclysmic consequences of that action. But now, separated from its creator for so long, it could come nowhere near achieving so massive a reversal. Instead, it would do the best or the worst it could. It might reverse the direction of the Earth's orbit, such that the Earth comes around the sun, or it might, if even that required too much magic power, simply fuse, close down, break, and its magic would drain out of it. Accordingly, it was to be used with extreme caution. The unwary user might break it, or might do to themselves or the whole world great damage. Pardon me. Bingo, of course, did not realise any of this. The spiders were now hurrying back. They did not look happy. Bingo lifted the thing, registered trademark, to his mouth for a second time. There is one final quality of the thing which it is worth mentioning, and that is the way it embodies the perverse wickedness of its creator's imagination. A statement usually has several possible opposites. The thing, ready to trademark, tends to choose the one most likely to do mischief, in accord with its creator's particular and warped perspective of the world. Had Bingo spoken the sentence, "I wish I were free," through the ring, ready to trademark, it would have made the opposite true, such as that Bingo did not wish to be free, was happy to be a captive, and welcomed the fate of the spiders had in store. Had he said, "I wish I were a captive," then he would have found nothing changed. The thing would have been to trademark, would have been happy with the world as it found it, a world in which Bingo did not wish he was a captive. But let us assume that Bingo was wise enough to follow the Thori's advice, and to speak only declarative statements rather than wishes through the thing, ready to trademark. Let us say he had uttered the phrase, "We are captives." Then the thing, ready to trademark, would choose to free the dwarfs, the wizard, and the Soddit. But it could, just as well and more likely, have chosen to interpret "we" as meaning all the captives in all the prisons of the world, or as meaning only Bingo and the spiders, or as meaning anything its perverse magic imagination likes. It is a truth that applies to all magical devices, and applies to the thing, ready to trademark, above all. One must phrase one's wishes very carefully indeed when one uses such objects. In the event, Bingo's imagination dried up at the vital moment. He saw the approaching spiders. He racked his brain to think of a sentence that, reversed, would have meant that the spiders were not permanently moving away from him, but he could not, and the beasts upon them. "Say what you see!" urged Thori. Bingo spoke. "Spiders," he said, "are 8-legged creatures." All the approaching spiders collapsed. Many fell from the trees to the ground far beneath. Some happened to fall upon tangles of boughs or net-like webs, but they could not rouse themselves. It took a while for Bingo to see what had happened. The giant spiders that had threatened them in so dire a fashion were no longer 8-legged creatures. They were now single-legged creatures with 8 bodies. Their 8 bodies were linked together at the neck and the abdomen, but were otherwise distinct, with 8 separate stomachs, blood supplies, and other internal organs. The creatures looked like monumental clusters of grapes with a single flexing leg, helplessly stuck in the position in which they fell. It was in this fashion that the thing's, ready to trademark, magic worked. "Hurrah!" called the dwarfs. Bingo cheered. "Now, boyo," urged Maury, "use the device to get us out of these bonds." "Be very careful indeed," insisted Thori. "If you allow any loophole at all, any leeway of interpretation, then the thing, ready to trademark, will use it to our detriment. Believe me, it is an extremely dangerous device." "Why don't you just say," Bingo suggested, clutching the thing, ready to trademark, tightly to his feet, "we are tied up. That way," in his fist, sorry, not his feet, "we are tied up. That might release us." "Or it might result in being tied down," said Thori. "No, say this. The cords binding myself, the 6 dwarfs and the wizard to my left are sticky." "The cords?" "I know." "Oh, they're terrible now." The cords," repeated Bingo, speaking through the thing, ready to trademark, "binding myself, the 6 dwarfs and the wizard to my left are sticky." I'm reading the comments again. Apparently, one writer of this entire Earth managed to make spiders somehow worse, and it's the author of this book. Thank you, Professor. The cords flew off them, imbued instantly with a powerful, repulsive power. It was so fierce that several of the dwarfs suffered nasty rope burns, and the suspending cords leapt from the branches, dropping the party through the canopy of leaves under the forest before their forest floor beneath. Most of them, the prone octobodies, a horrible word, octobodies of fallen spiders and bounced clear. A few of the dwarfs landed on the forest floor, but dwarfs are tough creatures, and none of them suffered permanent damage, except Frilly, who landed awkwardly on his ankle. Gandalf went limp as a baby in the fall and was unhurt, if rather annoyed. Bingo landed on a comfortable pile of dead leaves. The 8-bodied spiders spat thread at the party and tried to reach them with their single remaining leg. But the image it conjures. But good luck was on the side of the dwarfs, and they must hurried away from the spiders' territory in quick order, hauling the complaining frilly after them. They passed many multi-bodied spiders lying on the ground, and took care to skirt around the creatures. Some of the prone beasts called after them pitiably, speaking in weird 8-tracked voices, "Help! Help!" But the company hurried on. Finally, when they had left the mass of deformed spiders far behind, they paused and gathered together in a group. "Give me the thing," was the trademark, urged freely. "Give it to me, just for a moment." "And what will you do with it?" asked Bingo. "I'll use it to stop my damn leg hurting, boyo," said the dwarf. But Bingo was starting to become wise to the ways of the thing, urged the trademark. "And how will you do that?" "I'll say, my ankle is hurting," snapped the dwarf. "It is nothing but the truth, see?" "And then it'll stop your ankle hurting," said Bingo. "Or maybe it'll make every part of you hurt except your ankle." Frilly grumbled, but said nothing more. "I took a chance," said Thorry, in formulating such a long sentence back there. "The best policy is to keep it brief and simple. The more words there are for the thing," wrote the trademark, "to work with, the more mischief it can wreak." "Well, let's think it through," said Maury. "Why don't we, look you, say something like, 'We are in the forest'? That's plain and easy, don't you think? Then the thing would make it so that we are out of the forest." "I think I begin to understand how this works," said Bingo, looking at the device. "Yes, it might do that, but if it did, it would be surely put us outside the forest on the wrong side just to be cussed. Or if it wanted to, perhaps it would reverse the statement in a different way. It might make it that instead of us being in the forest was in us." said Maury. "That doesn't mean anything back." "Perhaps," Bingo continued, "by ripping us to a million bloody fragments and positioning them in an unbroken line around the forest perimeter." Everyone was silent for a while. "We should use the thing," wrote the trademark, Bingo said, "only as a very last resort. A very last resort." "Well spoken," said Thorry. And indeed it was. In fact, although Bingo did not know it, the thing, registered trademark, had used a great deal of its magical potency up. When the Soddit had said spiders are 8-legged creatures, it had made every single spider in the world, large or small, into 8-bodied, single-legged creatures. This had required a great deal of magic, of course, and was to have dire consequences for much of Upper Middle Earth in the years that followed. Flies breeding unchecked, locusts ravaging crops, infestations everywhere. But this is in the future, and it is not the business of this tale to relate it. Right. We're going to have another quick break. We're on chapter 7. We haven't got that far to go. I think we've got like 4 or 5 more chapters to go. We're doing alright. So I'm going to have a quick break, and I will see you in 5 minutes. So spread word for the link as well. See you in a minute.
Hello, everybody. We've got a special guest for this section because we're past the halfway mark. So this is this is one of my first quarantine purchases that I made. So I'm just hoping I'm proud. Yeah. So. Oh. So we're on to chapter 7. If everyone's ready, we'll begin. So, chapter 7. Just bear with me 10 seconds. I'm just checking to see if everything's streaming okay. In the meantime, thank you for everyone who's donated before. We are almost at the halfway mark for donations, so the aim is £200. We're at 95 so far. So if you can spread the word, donate anything, like even like a pound or fiver. Yes, it is finally nice to meet my boyfriend. He looks taller than me. He's quite small. It just goes to, I'm quite tall as well, so it just reminds me of how hideously tall I am. So yeah, the link for donations is down below. If you just want to donate a pound, it's all going for a good cause, all going towards a good cause. So it's all NHS charities, because they're doing a lot for us during this time, and it's just really good just to say thank you for everything they do. Anyway, ready for the next chapter? Well, yeah, I can't nod. Anyway, okay. Chapter 7 of the Soddit. One more swig and then we'll go. It isn't nice. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Barrels out for the lads. Lads. Fortunately for the party, the thing, where's the trademark, had a number of other features built into it in addition to its power of reversal. Amongst these was a compass, and this told them which direction was due east. They struck off, taking turns to carry the complaining freely. I'm worried about Gandalf, Bingo told Maury as they trudged along. He's not as coherent as he used to be. Difficult to deny that, laddo, said Maury. The wizard was waving his hands through the air in front of him as he walked. As Bingo watched, it became apparent that the right hand had acquired, in Gandalf's mind, the ability symbolically to represent an eagle, and the left hand a dragon. These two imagined creatures were, it seemed, enraged in an aerial fight. When the eagle swooped, Gandalf made swooping eagle noises. When the dragon turned and flew, the wizard went, "Arr!" What's happened to him? Like I said in the forest, replied the dwarf. He's getting older. But he's useless like this. What is that? But he's useless like this, Bingo pointed out. He's supposed to be coming along he's supposed to be coming along to guide and protect us, isn't he? But he can't do either of those things in his present state. Do you think he'll get better? I think he'll get, said Maury, peering through the trees ahead. Different, he concluded. Let's camp here tonight. They were all ravenously hungry, but despite an hour's foraging in the woods for mushrooms or tasty small creatures, they could find nothing to eat. The whole group sat in a circle and debated whether it was safe to use the thing, registered trademark, which one is it? To try and conjure up some food. Bingo opposed the whole idea, but his stomach was so empty it was mewing. It felt as though he had spent a month eating nothing but ozone. Oh, what a great phrase! I love that. Sorry, I'm gonna just chip in. I eat nothing but ozone. Love it. Oh, Professor. Anyway. I'll just say it one more time just because I like it. He felt as though he had spent a month eating nothing but ozone. The dwarfs were insistent that food was a necessity, not a luxury, right now, and that the thing, registered trademark, was the way to create it. And eventually they began to wear down Bingo's opposition. We'll pick the phrase carefully, they said.
and proposed and rejected several drafts before deciding on, "There is not a small pile of food in front of me." Steeling himself, Bilbo spoke the sentence through the thing, registered trademark. Nothing happened. He examined the device closely, wondering if it were broken or its magic exhausted, until Maury, making what seemed an obeisance at the Soddit's feet, reported that there was indeed a small pile of food on the forest floor. "We might serve it on the head of a pin, he said. "I really think we shouldn't use the thing," registered trademark, "anymore," Bingo announced, tucking it away in one of his waistcoat pockets. The dwarfs immediately started complaining. "What about," suggested Gopher, trying, "there is not a large pile of food in front of me"? But as Bingo observed, this phrase might very well result in the appearance of a pile of food large enough to crush them all to death. And given the chance of being squashed by death and fried eggs and pineapples and mange too on the one hand, he declared, and going to sleep hungry on the other, I choose the latter. Grumbling, the dwarfs agreed. The party settled down to sleep. Eat nothing but ozone. I keep going back to that line. Anyway, let's continue. Bingo was woken by shouting. "Hey!" Maury was calling, scrambling to untangle himself from his own beard, in which, of course, he slept. "Hey, Frilly, put that down, boyo!" Blurry-eyed, it took Bingo a minute to realise what had happened. Frilly had not been sleeping. Presumably, infuriated by the pain in his ankle, he had pulled himself over the ground to where Bingo lay, and prized the thing, where's the trademark, from the Soddit's pocket. Now he was sitting a little way away, hunched over the device. "Bingo, boy!" Maury called. "Stop him!" "Oh, sorry, Bingo, boy!" Maury called. "Stop him! Double quick!" Bingo lurched forward, calling out, "Frilly, no!" But it was too late. Frilly was speaking into the ring. "My ankle hurts," he said, "and nothing else." Instantly, it was true to say that Frilly's ankle no longer hurt. At the same instant, it was the case that something else was true. The something else was hideous, ghastly, and, over a period of 30 seconds or so, fatal to the gasping, writhing dwarf. It was unspeakable, which is why I'm not speaking of it. You probably worked that out for yourself, hadn't you? The group was silent for many minutes. "Nobody," said Bingo fiercely, snatching the thing, registered trademark, it from Frilly's cold and deformed hand, "is to use this device anymore. Do we understand each other? Is it understood?" They all mumbled their agreement, except, that is, for Gandalf, who declared that
"siege cake is never the tastiest until there's out to wash it down."
Nobody asked him what he meant by out. I'm northern, I know what that means. It's a thing. They buried Frilly, digging a shallow dint in the forest floor with their breastplates. By the time they had finished, dawn was seeping through the forest canopy. Nobody felt like sleeping anyway. They gathered themselves and trudged east again. Within a few hours, the trees began to thin. The sound of flowing water became audible. Half an hour after that, the group came to a clearing, which is to say a ring of clear ground with a fat oak tree in the middle. Gandalf started trotting round and round this tree, laughing, but the remaining dwarfs and Bingo were too weary and hungry to chase him. Past the last singleton trees, the group trudged over open fields, drawing the beardless wizard after them by tugging on his poncho. Soon they came in view of a large rectangular-faced building standing beside the rushing river. Sorry, I'm reading the name. Its large gateway was shut and barred, and a painted sign hung above with the legend, "Sottish and Brewcastle," and beneath it in smaller letters, "Weir's Beer,
near. This is the accent I've been doing for Birmingham. Whoops. A brewery, announced Maury. A dwarf, Bingo said, stating the bleeding obvious. The two of them scowled at one another. Now, lass, said Thorry, stepping between them. Let's not fight. Where there's beer, there's corn and barley. Where there's corn and barley, we can eat something. Plus, jug of foaming wouldn't go down badly either. Sire, said Maury, you speak the truth. Certainly, I speak, though. Since I'm saddled with the crown, it's severe, but it's no more than expected, replied Thorry. Maury looked at him with a tired and vaguely puzzled expression, but then shook his head as if to say he couldn't be bothered to work it out. Instead, he stepped on the front door and hammered on it with his fist. After a while, a small portal slid open at man height. "Who's there?" came a clogged voice. "What? Who's that?" Maury summoned Phelan and On rapidly, and had them lift him on their shoulders. "Sir," he cried, "here!" The face that peered through the slot in the gate was coloured a kind of sunset purple-red, and its nose was lumpy and coral-like. Little eyes, like lowercase letters O, flicked from side to side, up and down, and finally registered the dwarf. "Oh," said the face, "who are you?" "Dwarfs," said Maury. "Are you the Glee?" asked the gatekeeper. Maury didn't hesitate. "Certainly we are," he declared. "Hold up, I'll let you in." The portal slid shut, and the noise of somebody with a slight cough shuffling about on the other side of the gate was audible. A noise suggested that a timber beam was being slowly withdrawn from some boltish location. "Why did you say we were with the Glee?" Bingo hissed as this went on. What's a Glee anyway? "I've no idea, boyo," said Maury, "but it's getting us inside, isn't it?" The gate creaked open about a yard. "In you come then," sniffed the gatekeeper. He was, now that all of him was visible, a creature who could have with justice declared to the world, had he been so minded. Behold the man that beer made. His belly was almost perfectly spherical, his legs as thin as creepers, the skin on his hands and neck was florid, and the skin of his face was Florida. That should be Florida, Florider, obviously, the sense being more florid rather than, say, resembling a man's member, but these errors will creep in. He sniffed repeatedly as he spoke, a sort of whoosh noise he made, no whoosh noise made on an indrawn breath. "Come on, we haven't got all day," he said. The dwarfs and the Soddit scurried inside, drawing the wizard after them. "Thank you, good sir," said Maury. "I was beginning to wonder," the gatekeeper said, pushing the great door shut behind them, "if you lot was coming. Derek!" he shouted. "Derek, the Glee's here!" "About time!" returned a bellowing voice from the darkness. The dwarfs lined up, turning their broad smiles upwards at the gatekeeper. He was, in turn, looking down, although without a smile. Indeed, his face was bulbous with suspicion. "So this is the Glee, is it?" he said. "6 dwarves and some old codger." "I assure you, sir," said Maury, tugging the hem of the gatekeeper's shirt, where it depended from the curve of his moon-shaped belly, "I assure you that we are indeed the Glee of which you speak. Glee is us, we are Glee. Oh yes, if it's Glee you want, then we're the dwarfs to give it to you. Glee, Glee, Glee." The gatekeeper stared down with his disconcertingly umlaut eyes. "Glee," Maury added, and then, oh yes. "You better come through," said the gatekeeper, turning and falling on a loping gait. You won't believe this. In the first edition, the printers misprinted loping gait as loading gait, which gave the sentence an, I feel, unnecessarily slapstick feel. Printers, misprinters, more like.
Not you, Gerald the tightweed, and you're all right. It's all the rest of them. The party trailed along behind him. They passed through the wood-ceilinged entrance room and into a much larger hall behind. Large copper vats lined both walls, and a yeasty, soapy, gunky, gooey sort of smell was very evident. Another man, of similar stomach proportions and with a similarly purple-red face, was standing on the little stepladder at one of these vats. "Derek," called the gatekeeper, "here's your glee." Derek stepped slowly down the ladder and shuffled over the floor towards them. His eyes, in contrast to the gatekeeper's, were large and enormously protuberant, with two white boils with blue heads. He wiped his nose in a distinctive manner by rubbing the palm of his hand directly upward over the nostril, moving it from chin to crown in one smooth movement, something like a salute. Years of this practice had bent his nose snub, like a fat tick marking approval of his face. "A bunch of dwarves and an old geezer," he said, with a thinly veiled incredulity. "I'm not a dwarf," said Bingo. This is not what the agency promised," said Derek. It seemed as if his eyes could swivel through a surprisingly wide range of emotions. They looked at the wall, the ceiling, the other wall, and back at the party again. "Load of dwarves, what kind of glee is this?" "The best kind," said Maury firmly. "Dancing girls," said Derry, "is what they promised. Dancing girls and a prestidigitator. I can't even say it. Prestidigitator. You lot aren't girls?" "He is," said Maury, pointing to Bilbo. "Sorry, copyright infringement, bingo. And he, indicating Gandalf, is the greatest expert at pressing digits in the world today." Derek looked unconvinced. "No, really," said Maury. "Surely you've heard of him. You sure you've heard the name? Gandalf the Digit Man?" "Never heard of him," said Derek. "And I've never heard of you lot either," added the gatekeeper. "Now don't have a go," said Derek, turning on his fellow. "I didn't say anything," said the gatekeeper. "I know what you're thinking," said Derek in a hurt tone. "But I tell you, I'll organise this glee proper if it's the last thing I do." "And it'll be the last thing you do," observed the gatekeeper, "if Owl the Ale finds that you've messed it up." Energy. "Messed up what?" Derek asked, casting his eyes about. "Nothing's messed up. Here's the glee, just like I was deputised to organise. Come on, lads, and, miss." He wiped his hand over his nose again. "But through here." "We were wondering," said Maury as he trotted beside Derek, "are refreshments included in the perquisites of the glee, you see?" "Refreshments," said Derek. "Beer." "Ah, excellent. And food?" "Beer," said Derek, "is food. How do you think I got this belly?" His perfectly spherical eyes swiveled down to look at his perfectly spherical stomach. "Excellent," said Maury. "Excellent. So there isn't any, I don't know, chicken, bread, potatoes?" "Beer," said Derek. "So," concluded Maury, "to sum up, just beer then." "Beer," said Derek. "There you go." They had arrived in a long hall. Great stacks of barrels were stacked along the walls. Other stacks of barrels were visible, neatly stacked, just behind these stacks. You get away with writing these sentences. "I'll go get Al the Ale," said Derek, "and the rest of the lads. You do your turns here." He added, indicating a vague area of the floor, "We'll be over there." He nodded at two long benched wooden tables. On each table stood a line of tapped barrels. Empty jugs and earthenware beakers were littered everywhere. Murray hurried to one of the barrels and knocked it with his fist. Then he tried another, and another. "Beer," he said. "They're all filled with beer. There's not one filled with soup." The dwarfs were running around the halls, examining the tables, rapping barrels with their knuckles. "Isn't there any solid food?" Gopher asked. "Not see that I mind a quick beer, but I could do a chicken stew, la. Or a beef stew, said On. Or a vegetable stew even, said Gopher. Oh, just, said Thoreen, a vegetable, even a small one. But there wasn't so much as a crumb. It began to dawn on the party that the employees of this brewery ate and drank nothing but beer. There are, of course, 3 stages. The first is when you finish a half pint of lager with your lunch by smacking your lips together smugly, saying smugly, very nice. The second is when you're out to the pub most evenings of the week, and you find yourself admiring a fellow drinker because he can open his throat and drop a pint in seconds where it takes you a dozen gulps. The third stage is the final one. You drink nothing but beer, you brush your teeth at night and rinse your mouth afterwards with beer. You keep a glass of beer on your bedside table in case you need to moisten your mouth in the night. You replace the tea in your tea bags with hops, and you start saying things like, "We have nothing to beer but beer itself," and beer is my ally. This is a smoothie, this is not beer. I'm ravenous, complained Bingo. And what is a glee? What are we supposed to do? Play along with it, said Maury. Follow my lead. Is that sawdust on the floor? Yes. Oh, only I wondered if it was oats or something, he sighed. Is there any food under the trapdoor? Asked Bingo. Everyone looked at the trapdoor. Maury went towards it and pulled on its metal ring, opening it a few inches and peering through the gap. It leads down to the river, he reported. There might be some fish, Gopher started saying. The noise of a large group of middle-aged men could be heard approaching from the far end of the hall. Maury dropped the trapdoor, and the dwarfs hastily arranged themselves into a line as a motley crowd of brewery workers entered. Pardon me. Bingo recognised Derek and the sniffling gatekeeper. A dozen or more men in similar states of physical decrepitude surrounded them, bellies on stilts, ragged purple jowls, high lumpy foreheads, and strands of hair plastered over their flaky scalps. At the front was a larger man. Bingo assumed that this was Al the Ale. Where the others had pot bellies, his was more of a cauldron belly. Where the rest had purple faces and bulbous noses, his face was a deep crimson, overlaid with scarlet broken veins inset into the skin as if in parody of crazy paving. His nose was so enormous, so misshapen and swollen, that it looked as though he had pressed his face against a muslin sack containing several mouldy potatoes, and come away with it as a permanent piece of face furniture. His nose looked like one of Bingo's feet. "Right," he said, his voice gravelly to the point of boulders. "Where's this glee that Derek's organised?" I can do that voice better, hang on. "Right," he said, his voice gravelly to the point of boulders. "Where's this glee that Derek's organised?" "Here they are, boss," said Derek, scuttling along him. "First class glee, as promised." Al stopped and examined the party. "Dwarves?" he asked. "And some old gazer?" "That one's a woman," said Derek, pointing at Bingo. Al raked his stare up and down the line of them. "Right," he said suspiciously. "If you've organised it, Derek, then I'll take your word for it. But it'd better be a bloody good glee or you're in trouble. Up knows we need some bloody glee around here." He turned to his men. "You lot!" The brewers shuffled and looked shifty. "Get yourselves around the table there. Get yourselves comfortable and get drinking." A groan rose from the brewers. "What?" bellowed Al. "What groaning is it? Get yourself good and proper drunk. I'm not paying you to sit around sober. What? How can we have glee? How can we have a glee if you're sober? Eh? How can we? Larry, I'm looking at you." "We can't, boss. You're right, boss," said Larry in a sulky voice. "I was drunk at breakfast, boss," he added hopefully. "Breakfast?" boomed Al the Ale. "What are you talking about? Boasting, is it? Twice as much beer for Larry, everybody here. You do your best to burn your lip, Larry, and concentrate on the drink in hand. Nobody likes a smart ale, laddo." Like a smart Alec, or in Wales, a smart Aled, but in a brewery. "Breakfast is breakfast. It's Breakfast is breakfast. It's in the past and long gone. This here is the Glee. Derek's organised it, and Glee will have, or it'll be the worst for you. You'll have fun, or I'll bloody well flay each and every one of you. Miserably, the brewers sat at the two tables, filled their beakers with beer, and started drinking. Foam dribbled down their chins. Some of them gasped after each draught, a sound that resembled the lip-smacking sound a beeraholic makes on finishing a drink, only more despairing. Again, this is not beer. Drink responsibly. Come on, you lot! Then shouted Al at the dwarf as he manoeuvred his prodigious stomach in between table and bench and reached for a jug of beer himself. Let's have it then! The dwarfs looked at Murray. Murray looked at Bingo. Bingo tried to look at Gandalf, but the wizard had fallen asleep against the barrel behind them. Glee! Shouted Al, banging his fist on the table. It was a fist extremely well suited to the business of banging on tables, a meaty and solid fist. What are you waiting for? Murray stepped forward. Good afternoon, good sirs. We are the Glee, and I was just wondering, it's a question, see. I ask at all the functions, wherever we're booked in, and the question is, what kind of Glee would you like? We have so many varieties of Glee on offer, you understand. Al the Ale stared at Murray. What do you mean? He said with force. What on earth are you talking about? Just do the bloody Glee. You're the boss. You're the paying customer, said Murray hurriedly. In that case, allow me to introduce the champion Gleer, the most gleeful boyo in the history of Glee, Bingley Grabbins. He stepped back into line, and Gopher, stepping next to the Soddit, gave Bingo a shove. Bingo stumbled forward. All the brewers were eyeing him, some of them over the rims of their tankards. Right, said the Soddit. Some Glee. Here goes. Justice of the peace, he said, ratcheting his voice into a more comical tone by pulling his lips tighter and talking more nasally. The Justice of the peace did ask an old man how he was, and the old man did reply, my lord, I have 8 and 4 to which the Justice replied, why not 4 and 8? 'Tis more of the customary expression, to which the old man replied, because forsooth I was 8 before I was 4. He opened his mouth in mock surprise, widened his eyes, threw his arms wide, and put his right foot forward. There was no sound in the hall, except the mournful slurp of somebody drinking beer. What? Said Al, his brows contracting like an approaching thunderstorm. The bloody hell! What's the difference between a sea and vinegar? One's, Bingo gabbled, a beautiful ocean for ships, and the other's a beautiful ocean for chips. Ta-da! Songs, roared Al the Ale. Songs, not jokes, you twits! When he yelled in this manner, the words he spoke were unmistakably capitalized. Songs? asked Bilbo. Of course, songs! What kind of Glee are you, anyway? Oh, songs, said Maury. Songs, of course, songs. You want a singing Glee, of course you do. What other kind of bleeding Glee is there? At the far end of the table, one of the brewers belched. He belched again. When he belched a 3rd and 4th time, Bingo realised that he was, in fact, laughing. 4 score and 8, he said, chuckling lugubriously. 8 and 4 score! Shut it, you, snorted Al. He turned back to the dwarfs. Now, look, you lot. Certainly we have songs, said Maury, stepping forward and elbowing Bingo back. A song, why not? He cleared his throat and began warbling with in a strained falsetto. Good for me. I don't know what this tune is. Buttercups and daisies open to the flowers, coming in the springtime to tell us sunny hours. There's something in the trees, something in the trees, shadow of the trees, or hang on, the dappling, I think it is, from trees, and all the summer singing and sighing in the breeze. That should be, Murray clarified, all the springtime singing, of course, not summer, you see, that was a slip of the tongue. Al the Ale was staring at the dwarf, open-mouthed. I know another, said Maury hopefully. No, Al, no, what kind of miserable twittering bleeding song is that? Now, said Maury in a warning tone, there's no need to get personal, boyo. A drinking song, so we can swear tankards to you morons, Burke's fools, you idiots, you teetotalers, what? Derek! This last word was expressed with such volume and such vehemence that even Bingo shut his eyes and screwed up his face. Derek! Screamed Al, banging the table repeatedly, making those cups and tankards not in Brewer's hands bounce up and down in time with his blows. If I'm completely honest, these cups and tankards bounced up a fraction of a moment after the blows rained down, but there's no point in me being prissy or pedantic about a thing like that. This is the last drinking straw, Derek. You've had your last drink with the last chance saloon. You've gone too far this time. Boss! Squeaked Derek. Al the Ale was trying to haul himself up and out of his seat, but his belly seemed to have wedged itself between the tabletop. You stick where you are, Derek. I'll wring your neck in a minute. What, meanwhile, you, he gestured angrily at the dwarfs, I'll wring more than your necks. I'll wring your heads one by one. He stood up with a loud pop, his belly swooping up and slapping down on the tabletop. Each and every one of you, he bellowed, pointing a fat finger at each of the dwarfs in turn. You're done for. That's it. Trying to pass yourself off as a glee. Lads, take him and drown each of them in a barrel of beer. Starting, he added, rotating his pointing arm so that it indicated Bingo, with her. Now wait just a moment, boyo, said Maury. But Derek, eager to ingratiate himself with his angry employer, was already halfway across the floors to the Soddit. Several other brewers were behind him. The dwarfs, glancing at one another with wild surprise, their hands on their axe shafts, were grabbed by a second cohort of brewers. Sorry, I'm reading the comments again. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying the accent. The cohort of brewers. In a moment, the whole party was disabled. Bingo, squealing and kicking his legs, was carried over to a barrel and held aloft. Wait, he gasped. Stop a minute. I know a drinking song, I do. But it was too late. The lid was off the barrel, and the beer inside, slopping at the very topmost lip, promised a beery death. The Soddit was thrust down. Ale spilled over the edge of the barrel and foamed down the side, and in a trice the lid was being nailed back down. Pitiful thumps came from inside, and the barrel rocked a little on its base. Then it went very quiet. The mass of brewers turned, as one, to deal with the dwarfs. Really, boys, said Maury, you don't have to do this. Actually, said the brewer, with his arms around Maury's neck, or thereabouts, speaking directly into the dwarf's ear. To tell you the truth, it makes a nice change drowning people. Normally, we just have to drink all day. At least if we're drowning you lot, then we're not drinking. Stop, said Maury. I have an idea. But a second barrel was being prepared, its top levered off. Leave it off. Maury was hoisted up and held over the barrel. Stop, he whimpered. Stop, said someone. It was Al, the Ale. The brewers all turned. Al was standing next to the barrel in which Bingo had been drowned. There's something fishy about this, he said. Put that dwarf down a mo. Listen to this. He reached out with a knuckle and rapped on the side of the barrel. It returned an empty noise. Get the lid off this, Al commanded. When the nails were pinced and squeezed out and the lid removed, Bingo was discovered sitting in the bottom of a dry barrel. His clothes were not even moist. The Soddit smirked. Lord up above, said Al. Malt things bright and beautiful. Blimey. He peered in again. Do you mean to tell me, he growled, that you drank all that beer? Ah, said Bingo, standing up. His forehead appeared over the lip of the barrel. Yes, that's right, that's what I did, yes. Drank it all, that's right, rather than drown, you see, because I was thirsty. Al put his head back and laughed. It was a scary sound. He laughed and laughed. Ha ha, no, he said, when he had his diaphragm under control again. That's drinking. He reached down and lifted Bingo out, hauling him over to the table and pouring him a beaker of beer. We'll have to work with these ninnies, these teetotal beer avoiders. This dwarf girl can drink any of you under the table. He laughed again. Really? Said Bingo in a small and slightly nervous voice. This was nothing. Nonsense, bellowed the brewer. Lads, release these dwarfs. Have them round this table. Something to celebrate at last. Beer, he called. Beer! They drank for hours and hours. They sang many beer songs, amongst which were Beer is Love, and Hit Me Baby One More Ton, Shine On You Crazy Double Diamond Works Wonders, and Beer, Beer, Beer. At one point in the proceedings, Murray grabbed Bingo's arm and hissed into his ear. I thought you said, no more use of you know what? And Bingo hissed back. It was a life or death situation, a risk worth taking. Before they were yanked apart by over-affectionate brewers and made to drink more beer. They drank a light wheat beer. Then they drank a beer that tasted like a large jar of Marmite diluted with half a cup of dirty dishwater. Then they drank a beer with a higher alcohol content than whiskey. In a very short time, they were drunk. Despite the fact that only an hour earlier the brewers had tried to drown him, Bingo was now moved to hug these large-bellied men and tell them the story of his travels in particular detail. The brewers might have become suspicious that the little hobbit had became inebriated if they didn't think that he had already downed an entire barrel of beer. When they congratulated him, he grinned stupidly and patted his waistcoat pockets. In fact, early on in the binge, he thought of a plan. He would wait until the brewers were dead drunk. Then he would use the thing, registered trademark, to sober himself and his comrades up, telling himself, I'll use it one more time, and that'll be the end of it. No more after this. Then he and the dwarfs and the wizard would creep away. It seemed, after 2 jugs of beer, a good plan. After 10 jugs of beer, it seemed a brilliant plan in the world, a plan of such cunning and genius that only a super hobbled, a hobbled of all hobbleds, could have come up with it. At the same time, he could not remember what the plan was. He could barely remember what his own name was. Nor did he care. In fact, his recklessness was dangerous. Let me show you a little something, he told one of the brewers as they leaned together on the bed. Little something. He brought out the ring. He brought out the thing, registered trademark. What? Asked the brewer, too drunk to complete the sentence. It's a thing, registered trademark. It's like the thing registered trademark the evil Sharon made. Precisely, said Bingo after 3 or 4 attempts. The brewer looked at it. What's it do? He said. Let me show you, said Bingo, and raised the thing, registered trademark, to his lips. And there his brain stalled. What had his plan been? It had been a good plan. It had been the best plan. He couldn't remember what the plan was. What are you doing? Asked the brewer. I don't remember, said Bingo, the words drifting through the thing, registered trademark. And then he did remember. I am drunk, he said, slurring the words a little. And instantly, he was sober. For a moment, now that he was sober enough to know what he had done, he held his breath. The risk he had taken. Had the thing registered trademark woven some ghastly sting into his sobriety? But moments passed, and everything seemed normal. Except that he was as sober as a stone. Stone cold sober, which is to say, sober as a sober stone. If you've ever seen a drunken stone, for instance, at a rock slide or avalanche, you'll know how important the distinction is. He was not to realise it until many weeks later, but his physiology had indeed been changed by Sharon's malign magic. He could never be drunk, no matter how much he imbibed. His wish for sobriety was absolute. Oh, his wished for sobriety was absolute. He could still have hangovers if he were to overindulge alcoholically, but he would never again experience inebriation. But this grim revelation was in the future. He looked around at the slouching or snoring figures. The dwarfs were starting to drift off into a drunken sleep, and dwarfs can take a drink. The brewers were mostly snoring, including one Bingo had just been talking to. Al the Ale was lying on his back like a model of a mountain. Bingo was acutely conscious of a sense of terror. In face, he had been feeling that all the way through, but the beer had obscured the sensation. Now that he was more sober than he had ever been, he felt a desperate urgency to get out of this place. They had tried to drown him, because they hadn't thought his jokes were very funny. They were classic subtle sex jokes too. He hurried over to Maury, who was asleep in the arms of Thorry, their beards trembling like seaweed in a gentle current as they snored. "Maury!" he hissed in the dwarf's ear. "Maury! We've got to get out of here! Maury!" Nothing. It was the same, pardon me. It was the same with the other dwarfs. Gandalf too seemed dead drunk. Bingo scurried from supine body to supine body, his anxiety eating at him. He had never felt so acutely aware of the world around him, so anxiously prescient. Any one of these brewers, hardened by a lifetime of drinking, could wake up at any time. Grumpy with hangovers, could they expect mercy from him? Of course not, of course not! He couldn't afford to leave it until the dwarfs woke naturally from their beer slumber, and he couldn't think of a way to wake them sooner. He took out the thing, register trademark, and examined it. But in his new sober, anxious frame of mind, he could not summon the courage to use it. What if it backfired? What if awful consequences followed? There was only one thing for it. Bingo examined the stack of barrels closest to the trapdoor. Wooden rails were nailed against floor planks to guide these barrels to the hole. Once a foot-tall wooden wedge was removed. Once a foot-tall wooden rails were nailed against the floor. Wooden rails were nailed against the floor planks to guide these barrels to the hole. Once a foot-tall wooden wedge was removed from the base of the stack. Thinking fast, he fidgeted, and as he did so, Bingo tied the beard of Phelan to Gandalf's ankle. He tied On's beard to Phelan's ankle, Gopher's to On's, Thorry's to Gopher, and finally, lugging the bodies of the sleeping dwarfs about, he tied Maury's beard to Thorry's ankle. Then he hauled open the trapdoor. The water whooshed past beneath. They had been drinking all afternoon and all night, and now the pewter-coloured light of dawn tinkled chillily on the fast-flowing water. "Sorry about this, guys," he said, hauling the dwarves and the wizard into a rough pile beside the lip of the trapdoor hole. He sat himself on the top of the snoring, grumbling, breathing mass of dwarf bodies, reached forward with his foot, and kicked aside the wedge. He shut his eyes, but he could hear a tremble of the tumbling barrels as a sort of thunder before the first struck the pile of bodies. There was a sense of jarring movement, a weightless split second, and then the water was all over him with a great splash. He barely had time to swear before he was tugged under by the flow. Bubbles swarmed around his open eyes, and then he was bobbing on the surface and moving swiftly beneath a grey glass sky. Chapter 8. I'm just going to take a quick comfort break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. I hope you're enjoying it so far. I think my throat's starting to feel the effects. I'll try and I'll plod on. We're not far, about 3 or 4 chapters away from the end. We can do this. We got this. See you soon.
Hello again, everyone. Oh, he's moved. Let's put it on this side. There's a better angle now, you can see. This is good side. I just wanted to go and check my post. Funnily enough, the sequel to this has arrived in the post. I ordered this one and Lord of the Rings. I don't know how long it'll be until I decide to maybe do that. If you're willing, I don't know if you're ready for that yet. It's probably not as long as this. Sorry, it's gone very cold. But yeah, I just went to check post, bumped into my neighbour and explained what I was doing. So they may be watching now. I don't know if you are. Thanks for tuning in. I hope the exercise is going well. They're doing gym. I'm just going to take another quick swig of cool, refreshing smoothie. And then we'll carry on. We're on chapter 8. Goosebumps. And there are... Let me check. Not that many. Chapter how many? Chapter what? There are 4 more chapters to go, including this one. So we could probably get this done within about 2 or 3 hours or so. Are we all ready? Are you ready? You're always ready. That's good. He's ready. Let's go for it. Okay. Chapter 8. On the doorstep. Not literally a doorstep, it's a mountainside actually, but it's a doorstep metaphorically speaking, if you see what I mean. I know, yeah. They bobbed and floated down the river sprinting up amongst a slick of wood. Barrels twirled and knocked against one another in profusion and great confusion. Even as deeper drunkenness as the dwarfs had acquired was loosened from their consciousness by a sheer chill of the river, and the shock of their sudden immersion, not to mention the surprise and chagrin of discovering themselves chained together by their beards. Maury, with a little more self-possession than the others, scrambled onto a barrel, and the others grabbed passing floats. Bingo himself swam for a while, and then managed to balance himself half-sprawled upon the top of a barrel that was bobbing, iceberg-like, mostly underneath the waves. The fact that these barrels were full of beer meant they floated very low in the water. In this fashion, the party proceeded downriver for several hours, as the sun rose ahead of them, finding diamonds and splinters of gold in the ever-crinkling wave tops and warming Bingo's face. The landscape on either side reminded the Soddit somewhat of home. Broad fields, wheat and barley on either side of the river, and a deep breathing wraparound sky above. "Soddit!" called the dwarf, rolling a barrel under his body like a hamster in a hamster wheel, and not, to judge by the expression of his face, deriving much satisfaction from the exercise. "Bingo, help!" It was Gopher, slapping the wood with his hands in increasingly rapid patterns as he struggled to stay above rather than beneath the barrel. Bingo swam over to him. "Untie my beard," Gopher said, "and my ankle." These last 3 words may not have been attempts at communication, for Gopher had slid off his barrel. Bingo fished him out of the water, unknotted his beard and untied his ankle. The dwarf was still not happy, but he was able to thrash out and find another barrel. Bingo, feeling like a mother duck, went from dwarf to dwarf, freeing them from their bondage. Finally, he swam out to the wizard, but found him perfectly happy, floating on his back and singing a song about sugar. He swam over to Maury, who was grumpier than Bingo had ever seen him. The Soddit pointed this out. "I'm drunk and freezing cold," the dwarf retorted. "Are you surprised I'm unhappy about it? Drunk doesn't go with freezing cold. It goes with nice warm fire toast your toes nicely. It goes with lying under a blanket. Drunk and freezing cold makes for an unhappy dwarf. Look you," he added, and he clearly meant it to sting. All right, said Bingo, now that he was in the icy water and was finding it rather refreshing. "We're probably far enough from the brewery now. We can make our way to the bank, climb out, and maybe start a fire." But as he spoke, he noticed that the banks had risen around them from a few feet of mud to several yards of sheer chalk. There was nothing for it but to cling to the barrels, and wait until the landscape permitted disembarkage. I'm sure this is a word.
Alright, my dictionary doesn't include it, but that just shows the inadequacy of my dictionary. I know this is a word. I feel it in my gut. After a few hours in which the soothing effect of the sound of fast-flowing water was counteracted by the simultaneous noise of multiple chattering and moaning and complaining dwarfs, the riverbanks were away from them on both sides. Soon after, they floated out into a wide and brimming lake. This was Lake Escargot, whose waters were silver and whose water snails were the most celebrated luxury in the whole of Upper Middle Earth. The famous town of Lakeside sat upon timber stilts along the shore, and past this, just visible above the haze of the lake's northern shore, was the only mountain, the famed Strabor that Bingo had travelled so far to see. He noticed that the barrels were starting to drift in different directions, and bestirred himself to round up the crotchety dwarves. Under his direction they swam to a shingly beach to the south of the river mouth, Maury and Bingo pulling Gandalf after them. When they were all out, some tried to roll themselves in their beards there, and then When they were all out, some tried to roll themselves in their beards there and then and sleep on the shore. But Bingo, who was tired and sober instead of being tired and hungover, insisted they march to the bridge that joined Lakeside to the land. For once, he told them, I intend to sleep in a proper bed and eat proper food. It's been long enough. They followed him, complaining but compliant. That's nice writing. I like that. That's almost poetry, that is. Complaining but compliant. Two very different words, you see, that sound fairly alike. There's a name for that in rhetoric, isn't there? But I can't bring it to mind. The guards on the bridge were only too happy to welcome this party into their halls. Custom has been moved down, they said, since the dragon moved into the only mountain. Really? Said Bingo, fishing out the entrance fee from Maury's leather purse. How long ago did he arrive? 70 years ago, said the guard. Inside Lakeside, the exhausted party were almost overwhelmed by the profusion of goods on offer. Where are we? Shopkeepers who had never seen a customer and who had survived on selling things to other shopkeepers and on tales of actual customers passed down from their grandparents, crowded around the group, eager to sell them anything and everything. There was a plethora of stalls selling axes, barrels, haunches of venison, wool and such, with extensive boat parking and mead halls in which the wearied heroic shopper could find refreshment. Really, said Bingo, we're just tired and hungry at the moment. Can you direct us to a refreshment house, an inn with some beds? Disappointment was bitter for the majority of shopholders, but the landlady of the Boying Inn was excited that she almost did a dance. Actual guests in an inn, she kept saying as she led them between the narrow ways of Lakeside. Actual guests! There was a fire in the inn's front room, and the dwarfs huddled round it with pathetic eagerness. They devoured plates of porridge, followed by bread and cooked meats, and then they clambered upstairs to fall into complete and unmitigated sleep on top of their beds. Bingo, the last to succumb, thanked the landlady, paid her in advance with some more of Maury's gold, and finally collapsed into dreamless slumber. The dwarfs and Gandalf slept a total of 18 hours. The dwarfs because they were each sleeping off monstrous hangovers, and Gandalf because he seemed to be sleeping all the time these days anyway. Bingo woke, feeling indescribably refreshed, during the morning of the following day. A plump, short man was sitting on a chair in the corner of his room. At last you are awake, this man announced. Our first customers for 70 years. I greet you, sir, you and your courageous dwarf shoppers. Why do I sound like Mickey Mouse? You bring new hope to the town of Lakeside of Thurrock. I'm delighted to be of service, said Bingo, remembering his manners. I'm honoured to make your acquaintance, Mr. Ah, said the stranger, standing up and clasping the sides of his expansive belly. I am Lord, the bowman. I am to be straight with you, Mayor of Lakeside. It is indeed an honour, said Bingo, scrabbling out of bed to be able to bow. No, I won't stand for it if you intend to treat me as a somebody, said Lard with jocular self-effacement. It is not long since I was nobody. I'll not subscribe to the cant of fame. I was a lowman until last year, sir, one of the lowest lowmen in this town. I was a poet, a bard. Can you imagine it? Can you think of a more disgraceful and untouchable social caste? But I have raised myself of my efforts, and I put aside the miserable trade of poetry for bowmanship. Now I am Lord the Bowman, and I have come to welcome you personally, to the shops and stores of Lakeside. Your companions, they, said Bingo, glancing at the other beds, maybe sleep a while yet. Our journey here has been wearying and long. But you are here nonetheless, said Lard. That is the important thing. Your trade has been depressed, Bingo asked. Oh, whoa, agreed Lard, although still with a degree of complacency, as if he were reciting rather than expressing the sentiment. Since the wicked dragon Smug took possession of the only mountain, our customers have shied away from us, steered clear. We live under the terrible threat at all times. These are not ideal trading conditions. Yet you've not been tempted to move. You've not been tempted to abandon the site and move your stores further south. Abandon Lakeside, said Lard in horror, or mock horror. It was difficult to tell which, since the sentiment was delivered with a rather puzzling, wide-eyed indolence. Out of the question. Besides, our patience has been rewarded with your arrival. New custom. May you be the first of many. Alas, said Bingo, we're not planning on staying. We are travelling on, as it happens, to the only mountain. You don't say, said Lard conversationally. Indeed, but in fact, Sir Lard, it may be we can be of service to you on our Lakeside. Service? Lard asked, with the air of a man who understood what the of good service entailed. Our quest, perhaps I should not be so free with this news, but I see no harm in you knowing. Our quest is to slay Smug. Bingo had long since decided that this must be at least part of their quest, despite the reticence of the dwarves. Really? Said Lard mildly. I say, is that so? He sat for a while, as if digesting this news. Then he shrugged and said, To do what, sorry? To slay, to kill. Oh, kill, I see, the mayor said with a much more animated manner. Well, that is fantastic news. Fantastic, fairy taleous, marvellous. I can only hope that you are successful. If you were to rid us of our curse, then Lakeside could once again blossom as the well-provisioned and convenient one-stop shopping emporium of the eastern wilderness. Ah, it is Pinocchio. That's better. I like Gingy. It's one of them. Ginginocchio. Oh, verging on lemon grab. Oh, it hurts. Right, Eastern Wilderness. Bingo and Lard talked long on this topic, and by the time the dwarves awoke, moaning and clutching their heads, the mayor of Lakeside had agreed to ferry the party up the river to the foot of the only mountain in Lakeside's best transit barges. It seems you are providing a useful addition to the party after all, Mr. Soddit, said Murray as he munched hungrily on some toasted bread for his late breakfast. He had doused his beard in vinegar and wrapped it around his temples to assuage the thumping there, which gave him a slightly peculiar look. They will take us directly to the mountain, said Bingo, and provision us. The rest is up to us, they say. I was thinking, perhaps we should leave Gandalf here. He will be well cared for, I'm sure. Leave the wizard? Barked Murray, jerking his head up so quickly his beard fell down again. What are you saying? Of course we can't leave the wizard. Of course the wizard has to come with us. The very idea of leaving him. But why? He's not doing anything much now except sleeping. He must come, said Maury, and that was that. The following morning, the dwarfs made a handsomer group than they had for a long time, as they stood on one of Lakeside's piers.
Their breastplates had been polished, their beards washed and combed, and the holes in their boots expertly mended. Quick squeak, sorry about this. Eager-faced lakeside barge operators handed them down into the boats and pushed off with their poles. For almost an hour, the party simply sat, watching the sun-tickled landscape sliding past. Bingo let his eyes meander. Beasts of herbage stared from the meadows that overlooked the lake. Cranes flew overhead and wheeled around to land on the lake, their gawkiness falling away as they settled themselves, bobbing on the water, to observe the passing boats. In the zenith, a tiny cloud seemed to cap the immense blue dome of the sky. Before them, the conical peak of the only mountain rose slowly. At the northern bank of the lake, the bargemen poled their craft up the narrow river that flowed from the sides of the mountain. Before sunset, the dwarves were able to set out a temporary camp on the first upslope. "We shall leave you here, heroic ones," said the chief bargeman. "You can trek the rest of the way easily tomorrow. Good luck on your mighty quest. May your right arms prove strong." And they departed. "What on earth," said Maury, "did he mean about right arms? What was all that about?" It was strange to think that they had finally arrived at the only mountain after their long, varied, and nutritional adventures. Dwarfs and Soddit breakfasted on Hessian-packed bread rolls and miniature cork barrels of orange juice, supplied by the burghers of Lakeside. Copyright. Afterwards, Bingo sat on a broad-topped rock and simply stared up at the mountain. The Minty Mountains had been impressive, but this was something else, a gigantic monument in stone, out of which the morning light was pressed 1,000 facets of grey and white, right to left in myriad planes, and curves from cinder-coloured ash, fish-scale, iron, rain-cloud, to purple and black, streaked and capped higher up with bone-coloured and cream-tinted snow. It's working. Many rooks circled the sky overhead, their cawing as soothing a sound as Bingo had ever heard. "Oh, hello. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Lion. Sorry," coughed discreetly at the Soddit's side. There he is. "Oh, orange juice in barrel. Oh," said Bilbo. "Sorry, Bingo." Copyright. He would like to learn the proper way of speaking with royalty. "Hello there. It is a magnificent mountain, isn't it?" "Certainly very big," said Thorry. "It occupies the eyes, don't it? It's a shame, really, since it gets in the way of a beautiful view." "How can you say so?" said Bingo. "I think it's spectacular." "More than a speck," said Thorry archly. "But don't take it personally. We dwarfs like down, not up, you see. We prefer the inside to the outside." "But this mountain is hollow, I suppose. Everything's hollow, after all." For the first time, Thorry looked at the Soddit with a twinkle of respect. "Indeed it is," he agreed. "So you have learnt something about the way the world works, young Soddit." "I've picked up a few things on my travels. So what do we do now?" "We go inside," said the king. "That's why you're here." He pulled off his boot and drew out a crumpled scrap of parchment. The other dwarfs began gathering around as Thorry spread the paper out on the rock. At the first glance, Bingo took it to be a picture of an old cabbage leaf with copious annotation. But he saw, looking more closely, that it portrayed, with rather cruel "Never mind about that," said Thorry. "Sorry, never mind about that," said Maury, clapping the Soddit on the shoulder with one hand. Incidentally, in case you're interested, this is the sound of one hand clapping. "We need to find the door. Come, gather our belongings. We trek up the western flanks of the only mountain at last." There were some half-hearted hurrahs at this, and the dwarfs trudged off to collect their things. "Sorry," said Bingo as he hopped off the rock. "Can I ask you something?" replied the Dwarf King. "You're king, aren't you?" Thorry sighed. "I'm afraid so," he conceded. "So why is it you allow Maury to boss you around? Couldn't you silence him with I don't know, one royal command. Oh, said the dwarf, it doesn't do to be in the front line all the time. Especially, he added, if one is king. A rook flapped its wings, landing on a boulder some way distant, regarding them with inkily intelligent eyes. It put its pointy head on one side. Well, okay. I'm doing good. They made good progress at first, but the way became harder and harder as it became incrementally less horizontal. Soon they were picking their way from boulder to boulder and resting every quarter of an hour. Matters were made considerably less agreeable by the necessity, which devolved upon two of the party at any given time, of dragging the sleeping wizard behind them on a blanket. I only wish I knew, complained Bingo, why it is we have to bring him along. He never seems to wake any more. He sleeps through everything. He's completely deaf. He's lost his beard. He's losing his mind as far as I can see. And yet we're pulling him up a bloody mountain. None of the dwarves enlightened him. By late afternoon, they had reached a little plateau littered with curiously shaped rocks that had clearly fallen from the nearly sheer slopes above. The group sat regaining their breath and ate a little food. Thorry was poring over the map. It ought to be hereabouts, he announced, from what I can see. Look at those rocks, said Bingo, perching in amongst the crannies and crags of the slope above us. They seem to be watching us. Watching us they are, said Murray. The rooks of Straybor, they are a great and wise race. Wise? Asked Bingo, whose experience of birds was limited to the robins and occasional off-course seagulls of Soddit. They're just birds, though, yes? Murray shook his head thrice, which caused his beard to shake 5 times. They are intelligent and cunning, he said. They live long, and their memory lasts many generations. They play chess, you know. Chess? asked Bingo, frankly incredulous. Oh, yes. For what other reason is it the case, do you think, on the chessboard that the rooks are called rooks? But rooks on a chessboard look like castles. Murray hissed at him in a shocked voice. Soddit! Never call them that! It is forbidden. They are rooks. Rooks is their name. You'd be calling prawns next. I just find it rather hard to believe. Birds play chess. How do they play it? They nudge the pieces around the board with their beaks. But how do they set up the pieces in the first place? You're splitting hairs, snapped the dwarf. The fact is that these rooks are not to be trifled with. They can speak, you know. They have a king. What's he called? Huh? What's his name, this king of rooks? Well, said Murray, the rooks have long been friends of the dwarfs, and thus it so happens that I can tell you. His name is Caw the Mighty. Funny sounding name. In fact, Murray admitted, all their names are Caw. They only have the one name between them, but they are very bright folk, these rooks, believe you me. Bingo craned his neck to look up at the rooks, wrinkling his eyes into crow's feet. I'm not sure I'm convinced, Murray, he said. I'm not so easily gulled. Suit yourself, said the dwarf. They searched for the rest of the day, but found no sign of the door. Is it like the door in the coal gates that led underneath the Minty Mountains? Is that it? Bingo wondered. Shall we wait till moonlight? No, boyo, said Murray. That was an entrance into the great dwarfish hall of Dwarf Hall. Mighty Black Maria. This, look you, is more of a portal. Portal? Exhaust. For smoke. The dwarf looked around him shiftily, and such. So it opens easily, see, but from the inside. We have to find it and try to, prise it open from the outside. It's a chimney, in other words, clarified the Soddit. Aye. So you want me to crawl down the chimney, come face to face with a terrible dragon from a fireplace?
Wasn't that made clear to you at the start? Not, said Bingo, really. Quick drink. Well, there you go. The party broke off its search to have supper, sitting around a small and rather mournful fire. Crows, rooks and ravens cawed and swooped overhead through the thickening light. To the west, the sun dropped red as a cherry tomato, painting the ragged stretches and bars of horizontal cloud through which it passed, purple and orange and gold. Shadows lengthened. Look at him there, said Bingo, pointing at Gandalf, who was sleeping peacefully wrapped in a blanket. He's been asleep for what, 4 days? He looks so peaceful. The dwarves mumbled their agreement, nodding. His cough seems to have cleared up, the Soddit said meditatively. Odd that. It used to be so severe, didn't it? Disabling sometimes. That stage has passed, said Gopher in a low voice. Eh? Said Bingo. What? Nothing, said Murray. Let's get some sleep. Bingo pressed them for a while, but they all clammed up. We clearly haven't come here for the gold, he said. Or at least not just for the gold. I believe that you'll happily take the gold when you've done what you've really come here for. So why won't you tell me what that is? What's the story? Time for sleep now, said Murray, as he wrapped his beard around himself. It is Gandalf. Oh, is it working? Seems to be streaming. I'm just going to take a quick pause because I'm not sure if it might be working. False alarm? Maybe false alarm? Actually, yeah, no, actually, I'm going to take a quick break because the live stream might just be failing a little bit, so I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute break. Oh, actually, no, false alarm. Not going to do it. Okay, going to carry on. No break. Ignore me. We're going to carry on after Maury has just wrapped his beard around himself. They were woken at dawn by the cawing of the rooks, which seemed to Bingo's ears louder than ever. It was cold. Light shone on the lands to the north and south of the mountain, making the fields and the plain bright. But the dwarfs and the Soddit were in the mountain's huge shadow, and it was dark all around. There were numerous little patches and puddles of ice in amongst the peak's shadow, reaching up the mountainside like dandruff. Nice. Bingo stood up and vigorously embraced himself a dozen times or so, repeatedly slapping his palms against their opposite shoulder blades to try and warm up. Gopher tried to get a fire going, but there was rime on the twigs, and the flame wouldn't take. So, said Bingo sourly, another day of fruitless searching for this chimney pot, is it? We'll find it, replied Maury, if we only persevere. I could be of some help. I could be of some help. I'm trying to get it right. I could be of some help there. I could be of some help there, said the voice from behind. Yo. It was an enormous thrush, yellow-white with pale freckles, half as tall as Bingo himself. It had settled on a boulder and was eyeing the group of them. Its eyes were pale, and its beak was of an almost pink hue. It was wearing a gold thread jacket with ridiculously long sleeves that dangled empty from the front. The bird had ripped or cut 2 large holes in the armpits of his coat, through which its wings poked out. A gold tag rattled on the creature's spindly left leg. A tiny cap was squeezed over the crown of its head. This headgear was too small for even that small bird, and seemed to be pinching the top of the bird's skull into a nubbin. Good morrow, Master Bird, said Maury, bowing low. Yo, said the thrush, you having a bit of bother? Bother, repeated the dwarf. Well, I suppose you could say that. Visitors don't often come to this hood. I can't even get the visitors don't often come to this hood. Visitors don't often come to this hood, said the bird. It flapped one of its wings out, a strange and jerky gesture that ruffled the feathers at the end. and folded the wing away again. It gave the impression of a one-sided St. Vitus's dance. "Would you know?" it added as it surveyed the non-comprehension in the faces of this audience. "It's a word, it's short innit, for place of the hooded hawk or something, I don't know, bird slang." "Slank? Yeah," said the bird, shuffling on his asterisk-shaped feet. "Slank." "Oh," said Gopher, realization dawning. "Slang." "Yeah." "Said Thrush," said Bingo, bowing civilly to the bird. We're delighted to meet you." "Caw!" shrieked the bird, flapping both its wings in a positive conniption of anxiety. No, I'm no thrush in it. I'm not a thrush. I'm a raven, I tell you." "A raven?" said Bingo. "That's right," said the bird. "Wired," it added, emphatically if mysteriously. "It's just that you look, at first glance, rather thrush-like," said Bingo. Certainly not a thrush me. I'm down with the ravens. Well, I'm up there with them actually," it said, its accent momentarily slipping up the social register. It tossed its beak towards the mountain peak, but down at the same time, if you follow. "Right," said Soddit, who didn't. "I must say, though, pardon me, without meaning any offence, that you don't exactly look like a raven. Not like a conventional idea of a raven, at any rate." "What do you mean?" "Well, your colour, for instance." "Good raven colour, this," said the bird, "innit? Aren't ravens usually a bit blacker than—" "Caw!" shrieked the bird again, becoming quite fiercely agitated. "Yo, we're pulling on a crack of cocaine, birdie bling bling." It flapped so fiercely it lost its footing and skeeted around on the top of the stone for several seconds before recovering its balance. "Whew. Best not annoy it," said Maury to Bingo, sotto voce. "Sir he declaimed loudly. "Sir "Morning, Vicar," said the bird, settling itself down again. "I'm a raven, you know." "Of course you are," said the dwarf in a conciliatory voice. We all thought so when we saw you." "Really?" said the bird, looking pleased. "Certainly. I said to my comrade, go for the dwarf here. I said, is that a mighty raven settling onto that rock? I do believe it is. Nobody would ever mistake it for a thrush," I said, clearly. "Like the hat?" the bird inquired, aspirating the word prodigiously and leaning its head forward for everyone to see. It had the words "Tomtit Hillfeather" written around it. "It's wicked, isn't it?" "Very," said Bingo, uncertainly. "Tight. How did you fit it on?" "Weren't easy," said the raven. It plucked around in a little circle on the rock, 360 degrees, and ended where it began. "Caw-caw!" it said loud and sudden. I'm a raven, seed cake, cog." "Mighty bird," said Maury, "we accept your kind offer for help, for we have need of assistance. We have travelled far—" "Cup of tea!" shrieked the bird. "Nice juicy snail! Travelled far through many perverse adventures. Respeckled egg! Far into the mountains and through the forest of Do-it-do-oo! She told me to squawk this way! Caw! We have travelled far," Maury persevered, "and now we are searching for—" "Have a not?" the raven suggested. This, for some reason, seemed to take the wind out of Maury's sails. There was silence for the space of 30 seconds. The raven put its head on one side. Then it put its head on the other side. "What it is," said Bingo, "is a sort of chimney, like a little doorway. Do you know it?" "Cup of tea?" said the bird, in a more considered voice. "Blimey, boiling. 2 sugars and gold jewellery. Did you ever notice that the clouds got no wings yet they fly? Funny that. But do you know where this chimney can be found?" "Chimney," said the bird. "Caw!" it shrilled. "I've seen a horse fly, I've seen a crane fly, I've seen a bird fly, I've seen a fly fly, but have I ever seen a chimney doorway?" "That is indeed the question," pressed the hobbit. "Bow wow wow," said the bird. "Crack! And they diss me! I tell you, they call me just a trash nest white flapper, but I'm real, I'm street. Ah! I work with real raven flappers all the time. This is what the critics don't understand, blimey." "Flapper," said Flapper, said Bingo, trying to steer the conversation back to the hidden entrance. Yeah, well, clearly we can all agree on that. It's the plain as the noses on our faces. But about this chimney that we're all looking for. Pardon me, 1 second. Scared. Listen to this, said the bird, and began squawking tunelessly. Now I'm a raven. Yes, I'm the real raven. All you other non-ravens are just imitating. So won't the real blind raven please fly up? Please fly up? Please fly up? He accompanied the recital with jerky flaps of both wings together. The bird, said Bingo. What? The chimney. He pronounced these 2 words in his sternest voice. The bird looked abashed. Chimney opens onto a shaft down into the mountain, kiss it. Yes? You know, it said, becoming conspiratorial and looking at them from underneath his right wing, that there's this dragon down there, don't you? We've been led to believe so, said Murray. He's a scary old boy, said the raven, that dragon. Just so as you know. We'll take your comments under advisement, said the dwarf. And if you could indicate the exact location of the doorway, we'll be forever in your debts. Sure, said the bird. So over there. It leapt up and flapped into flight, oaring its way across a little plateau to the rock face. The dwarfs and Bingo hurried after it. At a place where the smooth mountain wall rose at an angle of 45 degrees, the raven settled on the floor and tapped sharply at the rock, once, twice, thrice. This is the archaic mode of counting, of course, which has been largely superseded in modern times by 1, 2, 3, and so on. But in the olden days, we all used to count this way. Once, twice, thrice, to vice, to geis, to mice, to jice, hethera, tethera, many. This scheme has served all human counting purposes for many centuries. A hatch, barely large enough for even a Soddit to crawl through, swung in towards the mountain's innards an inch, and then swung slowly the other way, opening outwards on creaky stone hinges until it was gaping wide. A few strands of smoke drifted out of the hole. Thank you, Sir Raven, cried the dwarf. We owe you a great debt, Sir Bird, said Murray. What is your name? My real name or my street name? Asked the bird. We dwarfs never forget a kindness done to us, explained Murray. I ask your name that we will remember it and repay your good deed at some point in the future. You probably want my real name then, said the raven. It squawked uncomfortably a few times. Lovely bird, lovely bird, lovely bird, lovely bird, beautiful plumage. Cup of tea, it added in lower and much more sane-sounding tone. Gavin Dembrel of Mountain View Nest, the Glades. At my mum and dad's nest, that is, it continued, its voice even lower. I'll be moving out as soon as I find my own crib, but when that happens, they'll, have to have the forwarding address. It leapt away from the dwarfs, flapped and flew around their heads for a while. Bling, bling, it cried. Caw, Gavin, nuts! And with that, it flew away. This way. Ooh. We're almost there. We're getting there. It's blow my nose. The dwarfs huddled around the smoky opening in the mountainside. Bingo elbowed them aside and peered down. You really expect me to go down there? He said. There's smoke coming out of it. There's probably a fire at the bottom. It'd be suicide. You'll be all right, boyo, said Murray. It's not so slanted, almost horizontal. It's tiny, said the hobbit, and it's pretty slanted. It goes down at a sharp old angle. Never mind about that for now, boyo, said Murray. We need to have a little chat first, you and we and you. We need to have a little talk about what you're to do when you're down there. Does this mean, asked Bingo, that you're finally going to tell me why we're really here? No nonsense about gold. Patience, boyo, said Murray, clapping him on the shoulder. It was an unfortunate blow, catching the Soddit slightly off balance. His foot slipped through the gap and over the lip. He threw his arms forward to try and grab the sides of the opening, but it was too late. The next thing he saw was a square of light receding rapidly, and he was plunged in darkness.
And not metaphorically plunged either. Literally plunged. Oh yes. The end of chapter 8. I'm just going to get a quick drink. If you want to take a comfort break, go for it. It'll be 2 minutes. We've got three more chapters, and then we're at the end. We're getting there. See you soon. And we're back. Everything seems to be going smoothly. Now, how is everybody's day going so far? That's what I want to know. How are you all doing? It's quite grey where I am. I'm in Manchester. It's a bit grey. But happy to be doing this. It's fun. It's different. I'll probably never ever do it again for a long time because of what it's doing to my chest. But I'm happy to be here. Happy to be reading to you in my own special way. We're nearly at the halfway mark. We're at £95, which is good. If we can make it into triple digits, that would be great. So even a £5 would do. I'm going to keep playing this until I get through. Otherwise, I'm going to take my time reading this, and you'll be stuck with me for another 12 hours. We don't want that. So links down below for donations. If you want to send it to anyone, if they want to just donate anything, like I said, £1, £5, every little helps. And we will we'll get there in the end. Until then, we're going to carry on. This one is my favourite. It's got my favourite illustration. So we're coming on a good chapter. Look at that. Look at it. Great. Anyway, let's carry on. On to chapter 9. 3 more chapters, not including this one. So it's 9, 10, 11, and 12. 4 more chapters. We can do this. Okay, chapter 9. Inside, in form. Down went Bingo, his arms above his head. He spoke. "Ah!" he said. The shaft narrowed as it descended, and soon it was chafing violently at the Soddit's belly and shoulders, and scraping his sore feet. "Ow, ow, ow," he said. "Ah," he added. The friction increased. There was a sound of cloth ripping. His descent slowed painfully as the skin around his middle felt as if he were being grated. He had stopped. Dear me, he said to himself, panting a little. It was utterly dark. He was wedged uncomfortably in the chimney with his arms up. The faint sound of dwarf hallooing was just audible somewhere far distant above him, but he couldn't make out the words. Oh, is it? Oh, hang on, I'm going to pause. I think the link, I'm going to see if I can somehow get the link in view. That's better. You can see the link there. Okay, just pausing for a second. If you want to donate, you'll probably see it going across there. So it's gf.me/u/x2hcwx. If you want to put any donations towards that, that's where you need to go. Obviously, it's going to be going on the banner. You can tell I have never done a live stream before. This is all new. All the information is here. You can just type in whenever it comes. It's very slow at the moment. Yeah, it says donations can be found. I want to say thank you for Savannah for pointing that out. You're a great moderator. So donations can be made at gf.me/u/all lowercase x2hcwx. So any donations you've got there, great. Anyway, I'll carry on. That's just a bit of a plug there. Where was I? So dear me. The faint sound of dwarf hallooing was just audible somewhere far distant above him, but he couldn't make out the words. Dear me, he said. He sucked his gut in and breathed out as far as he could. Then, turning a little blue, not that you could have seen his colour in the dark, he wriggled and wriggled. He shifted an inch downwards, then half an inch, and then with a jolt he began falling again. He said, "Dear." He did not say this, however, because the experience was especially dear to him. Rather, he intended to say, "Dear me," which he found himself, "Oh, dear me, what is there?" Rather, he intended to say, "Dear me," one more time, but was interrupted by his downward movement. Instead of saying, "Dear me," he found himself saying, "Dear," which is, I hardly need to point this out to you, not the same thing at all.
And then he dropped out of the bottom of the shaft with a soft crash, fell into a great pile of old ashes and bits of burnt timber. Everything was instantly obscured by a cloud of grey, and Bingo started coughing. He thrashed about the cool talcumy pile and staggered out, sore and startled, but upright. He felt stone flags under his feet. Dust was in his eyes, and he could see nothing. But he heard a deeply rumbling voice say, "Gracious!" Bingo stopped where he was. He tried wiping the ash out of his eyes, but the hands he was wiping with were also covered in ash, and his wiping proved a zero-sum game, smearing as much dust in as he'd smeared out. He was still trembling from his fall, and a deep terror was growing inside him. His stomach seemed to shrink to nothing, and the roots of his hair shivered. He was acutely conscious that the deep, rumbly voice almost certainly proceeded from the throat of Smug the dragon. Whilst his eyes were closed, he told himself that, since he lacked ocular evidence, it was still possible, just, that it was not a fearsome fire-blowing dragon that had spoken, but, say, somebody with a large chest and a bad cold. Although he knew the chances of this were rather small, he clung to the hope. "Are you," rumbled the voice, "all right?" Bingo put one hand into his waistcoat pocket and closed his fingers around the thing, read the Draymar. This gave him some small solace. He wondered whether, should Smug decide to blast him with a great wave of fire, he would have time to speak any reverse wish through the device. Probably not, but it was better than having it than not. Several blinks and copious tears were washing some of the ash out of his eye. He opened them very cautiously. There was Smug the Mighty, in all his enormous and terrifying magnitude. He was stretched on his back over a large pile of gold and jewellery, his belly out and his long head resting on his own chest. His wings were spread to either side of his enormous body, and his hind legs were crossed over one other. He was not naked. In fact, he wore several layers of tough cloth over his torso, a dark inner coat, and a brown-green, fine-checked outer jacket. His snout was long and his head lumpy, but his dragon eyes glinted with fierce intellect. With his left claw, Bingo saw something was clutched. At the first, the Soddit thought it was a canoe, or something of similar proportion. As he blinked again, and as the dragon lifted the thing and placed it into his mouth, Bingo could see that it was a tobacco pipe, a pipe of gigantic proportions. The dragon took 2 deep puffs and laid the pipe at his side again. "Dra," said Bingo. Dragon." He stumbled back, but there was nowhere to hide, and nowhere to go. The beast's eyes were fixed upon him. Bingo looked from left to right with a degree of desperation. The floor of the creature's lair was piled high with gold, and the walls were stacked with enormous and multitudinous books, volumes of ancient lore bound in various leathers. To the right were a number of bottles with labels that read "Worm Wine" and "Dragon's Friend." Torches flickered behind, draping an intermittent red light over everything. "Good morning," said the dragon. "Good," said Bingo. His tongue seemed to seize up. He added. "I did not realise," said Smug, that I had an appointment. Pull up a chair, do. That one, yes. Just move those papers off it. Put them anywhere." Bingo looked around stupidly. "I'd offer you tea," said Smug, "but I'm sorry to say I ran out of tea some 40 years ago." "That's quite all right," said the Soddit. He saw the chair to which the dragon had gestured, and pulled a stack of leathern parchments from its seat. With a little hop, he climbed onto the chair. Somewhere in his brain he was thinking, half consciously, if I'm sitting on his furniture, perhaps he'll think twice about burning me to death, if he values his own furniture, that is. He was still clutching the thing, registered trademark, in his right hand. "And what can I do for you?" said Smug. Said Bilbo. He thought for a moment, but he had no idea what to say. You'll have to remind me of your name," the creature rumbled. Bingo Grabbins," said Bingo without thinking. As soon as he said it, he wondered if he had made a terrible mistake. Giving one's true name to magical creatures such as dragons is not advisable, but it was too late now. "So," mused the creature, "so Bingo Grabbins, is it? At first glance that would be a burglar's name now, wouldn't it?" I come from a family of respectable diddlehobbles," squeaked Bingo. "Of course you do," said the dragon, "since the etymological root of burglar and burger, or bourgeois if you prefer, is to be found in the same word, from the old brackish brr or burr, you know. Being a robber and being respectable are, philologically speaking, more or less the same thing." Bingo had got his hands more or less clean of ash now, by dint of rubbing them together, and was able to wipe his face more effectively clear. He hadn't really been listening to this. "Fascinating," he said nervously. "What?" the dragon continued. "I say that Bingo Grabbins is a West Country name, am I right? There's a Grab's End, isn't there, up on the coast up that way? I'd hazard, this is mere conjecture of course, please don't note this down, I'd conjecture a root for names like Bingo is from Beowin, he who flies from bees. Are you afraid of bees, Master Grabbins? No? They do have a nasty sting, don't they? It's probably a good idea to get out of their way." He chuckled at this and clacked the fearsome claws of his empty right hand together, making a dry drumbeat noise, clock, clock, clock. "As for Grabbins," the dragon said. "Please don't kill me," shrieked Bingo, unable to contain himself. He fell from the chair onto his knees. I'm sorry I went down your chimney. It was their idea, it wasn't my idea." Dear me, rumbled the dragon, not unamused. "Do calm down, little chap, really? Kill you? Why would I want to kill you?" "We've travelled all this way, hundreds of leagues," the Soddit burbled, to slay you and steal your gold, and I'm sorry. He sucked in a shuddering breath, and was only prevented from more unfortunate disclosures by the fact that he had chanced to inhale a lungful of the fine ash that was still drifting around the lair, provoking a short Soddit coughing fit. Deep Lancashire hurts my throat." "Dear me," said Smug, when the coughing had stopped. He took another few pulls on his pipe. This is a serious development. I'm sorry to hear it. Might I ask why you'd come all this way to slay me?" Bingo sat on his knees. Bingo sat back on his knees. "I'm not sure," he said. I don't know. I assume we've done some great wrong to the people." "And they are?" But Bingo was, finally, learning some circumspection. He had already given far too much away already. "My travelling companions," he said. "I'm sorry, but I didn't realise that one needed a specific reason for slaying dragons. Isn't that, slaying dragons, I mean, just something people do?" "My life would be terribly uncomfortable," said Smug, "if that were so. Dear me, this is a disagreeable development. I'm trying to think," he said, "whom I may have offended. I really can't think of anybody." Bingo was still terrifically nervous, which may have been why he blurted, "The lakeside has seen no customers for 70 years. You scared the customers away." "Dear me," said the dragon, sounding genuinely contrite. "Have I? How dreadful. It really wasn't intentional. I don't see that, to be fair, that it's exactly my fault if people find me scary. I don't go out of my way to be scary." He puffed on his pipe for a while. "I'm going to pay for this tomorrow." The conversation was not going the way Bingo had anticipated at all. I am sorry, he said, if I startled you, falling into your fireplace like that. And I'm sorry about, the talk of slaying you. Perhaps, said Smug, if you were to tell me the identity of your travelling companions, I might be able to remember if I had done them any wrong. Are they, perhaps, obolds, such as yourself? Mighty Smug, said Bingo, scurrying behind the chair and peering out. Pardon me, I've said too much already. If my friends knew what I revealed, they'd be sorely angry with me. Oh well, said the creature in a mournful voice. Of course, if you'd rather not say, I understand perfectly. There was silence in the lair for a while. I do apologise, grumbled the dragon, about the lack of tea. He hummed and hummed for a while. Interesting word, tea, he said, as if talking to himself. Derived, I'd argued, from tyr, a variant of tis, the old Eastern word for giants, because it's a drink that makes one feel like a giant. He hummed some more. Wonderful drink, he added. It was starting to dawn on Bingo, despite his fright, and despite the various aches he had sustained coming down the chimney, that Smug was wounded in his feelings. The Soddit had not expected that. Rage, fire, destruction, yes. Cunning and guile, yes. But a hurt look in the eye and some defensive puffs on the pipe, not at all. Sir Smug, the Soddit said cautiously, I fear I may have offended you. Not at all, murmured the dragon. Don't mention it. Only, you see, it is a little disconcerting to discover that a group of people have travelled such a long way to kill one. Surely you have many enemies, said Bingo. I mean, he added hurriedly, anxious that his words had come over as merely insulting. One so magnificent and terrible as you. Enemies? Said the dragon. I don't believe so. Let me have another think. No, I had a bit of a ding-dong with Blaze, the dragon from the ice plain of Gunga Inn. It was the correct derivation of the term Woodrow, but that was settled amicably. Yes, amicably. He's a good worm, that one. Modest, too. He shuffled on his bed of gold and scratched his stomach with the claws of his right foreleg. He said. I must say you don't seem, sir, said Bingo in a tiny voice. You don't seem very smug, if you see what I mean. What was that? No, you're quite right. Smug is not what my friends call me, although it is, philologically speaking, quite an interesting word. Really? Said Bingo weakly. Certainly. It's a Westland variant of the Eastland root word smeek, which has in fact come down into modern language via another branch of the linguistic tree, as smoke. The vowel shift, you see. Smoke is a perfectly descriptive name for a dragon. He lifted his enormous pipe in his left claw and puffed out the stem for a while. Billowing quantities of smoke poured from between his teeth. Is that your name then, sir? Smoke, the dragon. No, Smoke is what people used to call me. People aren't very original with their names for dragons. They tend to name dragons in man speech on a merely literal level. Smoke, flame, puff, things like that. He shook his great head. No, that's not the name I call myself. So, what is the name you call yourself, matey, sir? Well, when I was a young dragon, fighting and running around, I was called Rashbold. But it's been an age since anyone's called me that. An age since I've been rash, although I hope I'm still capable of a little boldness. He chuckled and took another draw on his pipe. It sounds as if I'll need a little boldness indeed, if your friends are genuine in their intentions to slay me. I'm sorry for my friend's intentions, said Bingo. Well, said Smug, I'll try not to get too huffy. A dragon's huff is, you see, rather more destructive and fiery than a regular person's. He chuckled at this, as if he made a joke. A joke. There's a great deal of misconception about dragons, he added mildly. A great deal. People tend to see the smoky and the fiery side of dragons. They don't see the creative side at all. The creative side, said Bingo, interested. Oh yes, I hate to boast, that goes against the grain, boasting, but it can't be denied that dragons made all this. He gestured with his right claw, and his leathern wings rustled beneath him. This room? said Bingo. These books? What? What? Oh, no. Well, yes, strictly speaking. But I meant the world as a whole. Everything. Dragons, said Bingo, uncertain he had heard correctly. Created the world? Well, said Smug, embarrassed. Yes. Brought it to life, breathed fire and smoke into it. That's what caused the sun to shine, what filled the upper sky. That's why the sky's blue, it's smoke. High up, aether, hot and dry. The lower air isn't blue, it's clear, of course. And, he added, that's why the mountains and the hills are hollow, because dragon's breath puffed them up into the landscape, like glass blowing. But I don't mean to brag. Dragons can't take all the credit. No? No, some of the houses are, made by later people. Anyway, I don't mean to bore you. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Bingo came out from behind the chair. I can't believe, sir, he said abashed, that it has truly been a pleasure. Well, perhaps pleasure isn't the right word, conceded Smug. Perhaps not pleasure exactly, but it has been edifying. Edifying. I'm sorry to have to draw it to an end, but I think you better pop down to Lakeside. There's clearly been a misunderstanding between us, between the Lakesiders and myself. I'd better flap down there and try and sort it out. Drive away the trade. Nothing can be further from the truth. Nothing can be further from my thoughts. I'll have a chat with them, and I'm sure we can arrange some kind of compromise. Dear me, what an unfortunate situation. What a disagreeable situation. Well, Mr. Grabbins, Smug continued, staring on his pile. Goodbye. I'll show you to the main gate. I don't suppose you'll fit back up that chimney. No, sir, said Bingo. Yes, sir. It was clear that the dragon had finished talking. He reared up from his pile and stood for a moment on his hind legs with his huge wings unfolding behind him, as tall as any of his tall kin. The edges of his wings were lined with sharp claws, and the aerodynamic hull was perfectly designed. A tool for flying, but a tool keen and sharp for cutting the air. Bingo felt fear return to his gut, and he staggered against the wall. The dragon fell forward and stalked into a corridor just high-ceilinged enough for him to stalk in, although it seemed a mighty cavern to the Soddit as he scurried along at the creature's heels. With earth-jarring strides, the beast covered the whole length of the corridor in minutes. Bingo had to run to keep up, passing many side rooms and archways leading through to other lairs, rooms, caverns, although the Soddit had no time to look in. He was running too rapidly for that. Sir Dragon, he gasped, you go too fast. Oh, said Smug, turning his long face over his shoulder. Oh, I do apologise. Don't feel you have to run at my speed. I'll leave the door open for you. And with that, he leapt forward like a tiger, a mighty leap, landing in the air outside the mountains and spreading his wings. Sorry, I thought I clicked the page. Bingo sat on the floor until he recovered his breath. Then he got up and trotted down the remainder of the great corridor. The massive front doorway, tall as 20 Soddits, grew as he ran towards it. He was almost outside again in the clean air, but, at the last minute, his eyes were distracted by something glittering, something precious-looking, sitting on the floor next to the door. An enormous gem. I read ahead, I'm sorry. Other precious flotsam and jetsam were scattered about, pieces of gold and jewel-encrusted cups. But it was this huge diamond, as large as Bingo's fist, that caught his eye. The earlier story of this gem is told in the famous tale, A Diamond as Big as the Fist. So stupid. Eager as he was to get outside the mountain, he could not pass by so magnificent a gem. As he bent over it, he thought he discerned a gleam shining out of the heart of the jewel. He cradled it in both his hands and lifted it towards his face. "Woof!" said the jewel. You see where this is going. "You are fairer than any jewel I've ever seen," said Bingo. "I shall borrow you. Perhaps Smug won't mind. What do you think?" "Whoa! Whoa!" said the stone. But Bingo ignored its warning and slipped the great jewel into his coat pocket, where it settled with a gentle woof. This joke is so bad, I'm hating it. This, although he did not realise it at the time, was the famous enchanted barking stone, a gem with a long and special history. It was as valuable a gemstone as existed in Upper Middle Earth, and was a very great find for a burglar to make. Barking stone. Bingo trotted out of the main entrance to the caves of Straybor with a sudden gaiety in his heart. He had survived his fall down the chimney, and had come away from his interview with the dragon with his life intact, and to boot had discovered a gem of fabulous wealth and beauty. All in all, he told himself, it had not been a bad day. Okay. The sunlight prickled on the fast-flowing stream that led out between the two arms of the mountain, and the land to the south looked yellow-brown, fresh and warm. I am cracking up. It's getting worse. It took him more than a few hours, however, to make his way back to the dwarfs. First, he had to clamber over a spur of the mountain and down into the valley on the other side. Then he had to circle the flank of Straybor until he recognised the place where the party had climbed up 2 days before. Then he had to retrace that arduous and difficult climb. But when he hauled his puffing body onto the plateau, as the sun sank red in the west, the dwarfs were delighted to see him. "Bingo!" cried Mori. "Oh, you're alive!" They clustered around him. "How glad we are to see that you're all right, boyo," said Mori, embracing him. "We almost given up on you." "We're debating what to do next," said Gopher. "We weren't all sure what to do," said On. "My dear friends," said Bingo, after he had refreshed himself with some water and a bread roll. Oh, I fancy a bread roll. Whilst the dwarfs lit a fire, he settled himself and told them the sequence of his adventures, omitting only the part about finding the barking stone. But instead of becoming more and more congratulatory, as he proceeded, the dwarfs became more and more dismayed. "You told him," said Mori severely. "What?" "You said that we were here to kill him," said a horrified Phelan. "Well, yes," said Bingo, faltering. "Is that why we're here? That's why we're here, isn't it? I understand that to be the purpose of our quest." Five dwarf faces stared at him aghast. I know you said it was gold," Bingo told him, becoming a little annoyed himself. "I mean, I know you said that, but it clearly wasn't it, or wasn't the whole story. There's a lot of gold down there, by the way," he added, "just lying around. Seems ashamed to leave it." "You idiot!" exploded Mori. "Idiot! I beg your pardon. You told the dragon we were going to kill it? Why did you tell it that?" "I was in a tight spot," said Bingo, growing heated, "and it flew off towards Lakeside, copyright, and it flew off towards Lakeside?" "Yes." The dwarfs looked to the south. In the darkening sky, nothing could be seen except a series of shadowed vagueness in the landscape and the emerging stars over the horizon. "At least," said Mori with hope in his voice, "you told him you'd travelled with a troop of dwarfs?" No, said Bingo proudly. "I managed to stop myself before I blurted that out." The dwarfs stared at him. It was actually possible to see their mouths, so far had their jaws dropped. "Look," Bingo began. Idiot, sheep for brains," exclaimed Murray. "You should have told him we were dwarfs. He would never believe we were going to kill him if he'd known we were dwarfs." "Wouldn't he? Why not?" Bingo looked from face to face. "Well, why wouldn't he? I don't understand," he said. Oh, said Maury, that's perfectly plain. Well, said Bingo, his sort of anger rising, don't you think you should explain it to me? Don't you think I've been blundering about in the darkness for long enough? Maybe you should have told me at the beginning instead of spinning these yarns about gold and gold and gold, eh? Maury, in the firelight, looked at the ground. If we told you, he said, you'd never have come. I wish I'd never have come, Bingo declared. It's not the kind of thing a dwarf or a wizard can just tell, said Maury after a while. It's private. It's not something we want the rest of the world to find out about. We thought, that we'd wait a while, see how you shaped up. We always planned to tell you sooner or later, he added. Oh, my chest is killing me. The other dwarfs nodded. Tell me what? Bingo demanded. Tell me what? Why have we come all this way to the mountain, past all these dangers? Hey, Maury, what was the reason? The reason, said Maury. Then he stopped. He turned his gaze to the sleeping figure of the wizard. The whole party looked at Gandalf. There's the reason, said Gopher. He's why we came. Bingo stared at the wizard. There was a silence for several minutes. Things are not always as they first appear, said Maury in a low voice. I thought he came along as a guide, as a sort of protector, said Bingo. Protecting us, like he did with the goblins, or the wolves. But you're saying it was actually the other way around. We were bringing him, not him bringing us. Of course, said Maury. Couldn't you read the clues? What clues? What is happening to Gandalf? He's turning, said Maury in a low voice, into a dragon, look you. Bingo digested this for a while. I don't understand. Where did you think dragons came from? Phelan asked. I never really thought about it, said Bingo. I assumed that a mummy dragon and a daddy dragon got together and, I don't know, laid an egg. The processes of life are more richer than you realise, La, and much more closely interconnected, said Maury. You know, an insect egg becomes a grub, and a grub becomes a caterpillar, and a caterpillar a moth. You know this is how nature works. If it is so complex, so interconnected, at the level of moths, how much more for the larger winged creatures? How much more so for the larger winged creatures? You wanted me to read the clues, said Bingo. That wizards are the larval form of dragons. How on earth was I supposed to deduce that? Why couldn't you just tell me? I can't even think what the clues might have been I was supposed to read. Well, said Maury, there was the smoking. Plenty of people smoke, Bingo pointed out. Not just wizards or dragons. There was the deafness. Deafness. He was losing the use of his ears. Dragons don't have ears, they hear through the membranes of the wings. Didn't you know that? And Gandalf has wings, does he? Said Bingo snidely to cover his ignorance. They're growing now, while he sleeps. Oh, it's a bit, I'm trying my best, I'm sorry. It was better this morning, I'm losing the will now. He's losing the use of his ears. I'm trying to do time. Yeah, it's not going well, I'm sorry. They're growing now as he sleeps. Everybody looked at the supine wizard again. I still don't see, insisted Bilbo. How are we supposed to guess? There's the magic. Wizards and dragons are the two great magic creatures in the world. Didn't you know that? There was the fire. The fire? The time Gandalf breathed out fire and burnt those wolves. Don't you think that was a strange thing? I assumed it was a spell, Bingo said. Then when his beard came off, we thought that was the giveaway, said Gopher. You've never seen a dragon with a beard, have you? Dragons don't have beards. This, said Bingo, is a lot to take in. He sat for a while, listening to the sounds of the fire. It was as if the long red fingers of the flame were cracking their knuckles. So, So we were in fact bringing Gandalf to Smug for him to what? Complete his transformation? The dwarves nodded in the darkness. So why were you doing it? Why does it matter to a lot of dwarves what happens to one old wizard? Perhaps, said Maury, you'd like me to enumerate the many points of similarity between dwarves and wizards, not counting, of course, the difference in size. There's one, the beards. You mean, said Bingo, understanding striking suddenly, that dwarves are an earlier form of wizards. Grubs to caterpillars to moths, you said. Dwarves turn into wizards. Well, if they live long enough, said Murray. As you've seen, the world is a harsh environment for us, but yes, dwarves are quickened in the rocks, and we emerge much as you see us, only smaller, in caves and caverns. We grow slowly, and many of us perish. But eventually, some small number change, metamorphose, shoot up in height, and acquire our adult magic. And then, we are wizards. A wizard's life is long, and not without peril. And few survive as long as Gandalf here. Mithrandwarf, to give him his proper name. But for those few, eventually, the second great transformation begins. He senses it last year. We brought him here to Smug for the change to be completed, and so that he will have a mentor when he emerges. You were supposed to slip down the chimney and get Smug to open the door. That's all. But, said Gopher sourly, you have instead sent Smug down to Lakeside to pick a quarrel with the men who live there. And even as he survived that encounter, he now thinks we have come to kill him. A pretty pickle. Pickle, murmured the other dwarves in sorrowful agreement. Pretty. All eyes turned south again, trying to pick out the shapes of the lake and the town in the increasing darkness. Chapter 10. Let's see if this is a short chapter. I might go through it and then. Oh yeah, I'll go through this and then we'll have a break after this one. So, chapter 10. Fire and water. And so we must, if you desire to know what happened between mighty Smug and the marketing men of Lakeside, move our imaginary point of view southwards to the slow waters of Lake Escargot, for that was the direction in which the dragon wended. Smug flew with easy, lolloping strokes of his broad wings through the midday sunshine. In a brief time, he was circling above Lakeside, blowing great gusts of wind up and down the narrow wooden streets with his leathern wings. And I checked with the copy editor whether this shouldn't be leather, but she insisted that the extra N makes all the difference. The Lakesiders scurried to and fro, crying out variously, "The dragon has come! Woe, woe, woe!" And "Ichabod and alas, the glory has departed from Lakeside!" And "Who will buy my lovely apples, lovely apples? Turn a penny, come buy!" "Now!" boomed Smug from the air, his voice sounding like 100 thunderstorms. Well, technically, it sounded like 98.3 thunderstorms, but for the sake of the meter, I rounded it up. Excuse me. That was a sneeze like 100 thunderstorms. Oh, 98.3. Pardon me. Now, let's not get carried away down there. I've only come to talk. Lord the bowman stood, his belly proud. He was the only stationary person in the milling throng, his strong longbow in his hand. "Dragon!" he called up, his voice almost lost in the wind made by the beast's wings, although luckily dragonic hearing is unusually acute. "Fie, dragon, beware!" "No, said Smug, I mean no harm. Can we not simply talk, Dragano Amano? Just thee and me." Thee and me. "I have my bow, called Lard, brandishing it above his head. Brandishing in Lakeside is a slightly different process from conventional heroic brandishing, which is to say, shaking, and involves instead a logo and a series of careful product placements. "And I'm not afraid to use it, be warned!" "Eek!" called the crowd. "Alas, danger, the dragon has come!" apples, called the deaf apple seller. Smug circled again. I'm going to land on this bridge, he said, pointing down with one of his mighty claws. Then we'll be able to chat. I don't suppose, he added as if an afterthought, you have any tea, have you? Whoa, 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 called the people of Lakeside, Smug curled the ends of his wings in and beat in slightly circular motions, creating a downdraft that enabled him to land. People scattered beneath him as he settled onto the town's main bridge. Lard approached the great beast, running with his head down in the accepted human manner, if there is a draft from above. The timbers of the bridge creaked under the creature's weight. Ah, said Smug as he folded away his wings and reached for the breast pocket from which his enormous pipe protruded. That's better. I'm not as fit as I used to be, you know. I used to go for a constitutional, a quick flap around the mountain after every meal, but I've been neglecting my exercises latterly. Dear me, so you must be Lard. Delighted to meet you, delighted. Fearsome worm, shouted Lard, brandishing his weapon again. Begone back to your hole of vileness! Fie! Well, said the dragon, a little nonplussed. Quite. Yes, I must say you've done a lovely job with the lake town here. A lovely job. Is that pine cladding on the oak beams of the main hall? Lovely, lovely. Creature of darkness, yelled Lard, spawn of Malcolm, ye shall not pass. I see, said Smug, unable to keep a certain crushed tone out of his voice. It's nice to see you. I thought I'd pop down. Ah! Said Lard. Pop down, said Smug, in a more subdued voice as he tamped tobacco into the tub-sized bowl of his pipe. See if we can out this little difficulty. The beams that held the bridge groaned again under the great weight of Smaug. Sorry, Smug. Copyright. I understand, said Smug, puffing on the stem of his giant pipe, that some of your customers have been a bit, shall we say, shy since my arrival on the Only Mountain. Fie! Bah! Called Lard, fitting an arrow into his bow. Evil worm! Fie! I really must assure you, I had no idea. It's a most unfortunate situation. I feel obliged to try and find a solution and restore your trade. Now, I was wondering if Lard lifted his bow and aimed his arrow, but the supporting beams beneath Smug could take the weight no longer. With a series of splintering crashes, they gave way, tipping the whole 50-yard stretch of bridge into the water. With a grumbling, oh my, the dragon toppled backwards and disappeared into the lake in an apocalyptic splash. Spray leapt 100 feet in the air. Waves surged and rose between the timber legs on which Lakeside stood clear of the water, the swell pressing against the underside of the town, and water squeezing through the planks to flood up into many streets and houses. When the first waves had subsided, a wreath of moisture lingered in the air, scattering myriad tiny rainbow sparks as the bright sun shone through. It took the people of Lakeside many moments before their collective relief found expression in a shout of joy. Hurrah! They cried. Lard has slain the dreadful beast! The dragon is no more! Apples, apples, only slightly bruised! And all hail Lard the deliverer! Lakeside is saved! Lard stood at the extreme edge of the wrecked bridge and stared out over the water. The waves were settling now, the surface resuming its snail-like placidity, and closing over the sunken body of the dragon. He stood motionless for a long while, half expecting the creature to rear up from the lake in fire and tempest. But nothing broke the surface of the waters. It began to dawn on Lard that Smug was truly dead. For it is not a dragon, he said, more to himself than anybody. For it is not a dragon, he said, more to himself than anybody. A creature of fire? Is it not truly said, to kill a dragon, drown it? He turned to his people. The waters have swallowed the beast. The curse has been taken from Lakeside. Hurrah! They cried. A dozen strong men swarmed around their mayor and grasped him to carry him, shoulder high, amongst the rejoicing people. They abandoned this ambitious plan after half a minute of grunting and heaving, and instead Lard consented to walk amongst the throng. "If only I was still a bard," he said to himself, "what a lay I would compose about this adventure!" And, thinking of lays, he passed about the town. The celebrations lasted for the rest of the day and into the night. The sun set in gaudy red splendour, and the waxing moon shone clear. Waxing, becoming more like wax, which is to say, acquiring a yellow hue and building into a plug-like ball. Torches gleamed over the still waters. Everybody sang, everybody danced. Troughs were plighted, and in some cases, in dark doorways and behind packing cases, more than plighted. Heels. I nearly said heels. Healths were toasted. Toast was consumed. Consumption cured. And this is such a great line. Let me start again. Oh, it's so good. Healths were toasted. Toasts were consumed. Consumption cured. And cured ham taken from rooms to be put on the toast. It was a celebration to remember. I love it. That'll be once lockdown ends. That'll just be the thing. Health toast, toast consumed, consumption cured, and cured ham for the toast. Nice. It's nearly 12 hours down the line. I'm doing fine. The bridge that linked Lakeside to the shore had been destroyed, but the Lakesiders went to and fro in their numerous boats. Nobody was surprised, therefore, when a number of boats pulled up at one of the landing berths, and 24 tall figures jumped out. Indeed, there was hardly anybody still conscious and adequately compos mentis to be surprised. "Where is the lord of this town?" the leading figure called. "Take us to the lord of this place." I wonder who this is going to be. These newcomers moved, swiftly but gracefully, up and down the streets of the town, before meeting again by their boats. "Dear me," said one, "they all seem to be asleep." "A little overindulgence, I fear," said a second. "I asked one of them for directions," said a third, and he replied in goblin talk, all ugly gutturals and plosives. I assumed the goblins had already arrived, and had taken over the town, but then I realised that this chap wasn't actually replying to me at all, he was just throwing up. "How distasteful," said a fourth. "Well," said the first, "it seems they're all drunk." "Ah, yes. This makes our job easier. This makes our job easier, I suppose. Elstree, go and fetch the rest of the army. We'll rebuild the bridge in the morning, link the town and the water's edge again. But until then, let's just consolidate what we have." "Righto," said the figure who had been addressed as Elstree. He hopped back down into one of the boats, his cloak flapping apart as he dropped to reveal a glint of elvish armour beneath. By morning, Lakeside was under new management. The elves had dragged or pushed the Soddit inhabitants into a central hall and locked the gates. Then they quartered their men, several hundred dressed in the most elegant armour, in the best rooms of the place. Finally, the elves strapped together a long line of lakeside rowing boats and barges to make a pontoon bridge to the shore. This was finished before breakfast. As the elves munched their delicate whey bread and sipped their grey tea, the original inhabitants of Lakeside were beginning to regain their now battered and aching consciousnesses. Elsker gave orders that the lord of the town be brought to him, and 20 minutes later, Lard himself was standing in front of the elf. "Good morning," said Elsker. "How are you today?" "What?" said Lard forcefully with a cross expression. "Are you well?" "What?" He blinked, glowered and looked around. "What's going on?" "I am Lord Elsker the elf," explained Lord Elsker the elf. Lines catch me off guard. "At the moment, and much to my chagrin, I find myself at the head of a mighty army. We don't mean to inconvenience you, you understand, but my men must be billeted somewhere." "What?" said Lard the third time. "Who are you? Give the chap some tea, said Elsker. You've invaded, said Lard suddenly. You've invaded Lakeside. Not in the least. Our presence here is only temporary, I assure you, said the Elf Lord. Allow me to explain. We understand that a party of stout dwarfs has travelled here on their way to the open. We understand that they had some business to settle with the dragon who lives there. Smug! Blurted Lard. I killed him! There was an elegantly shocked silence amongst the elves at this news. Really? Elsker asked eventually. Indeed, he came here yesterday to threaten Lakeside, said Lard, hoisting his belly up and standing prouder. I confronted him with my trusty bow. I am a bowman, you know. He settled upon the bridge. It collapsed, and he drowned in the lake. My, said Elsker. How interesting. So Smug the is dead. Yes, said Lard. And did you say something about tea? He waddled over and sat himself beside the Elf Lord. And some breakfast, perhaps? Elsker motioned to his followers to provide the necessary. Well, said the elf, if truly the dragon is dead, that places a very, very different complexion upon events. Are you sure he has perished? Certainly, said Lard. Sir, said Lard, through a mouthful of crumpets. This is not an easy word to say when one's mouth is full of food, but Lard had a bold stab at the pronunciation anyway. Have you recovered his corpse? No, said Lard, with a slight hesitation. If he's in the lake, then surely it would be an easy matter to drag the water for his body, don't you think, to be on the safe side? At this, one of Elsker's followers burst into song. I have no idea what the melody is for this one. When they dragon the dragon and bring when they dragon the dragon and bring back the corpse of a monster so monstrous and lay it out dead in the pontoon so ponstrous, why then we'll be sure he really has gone. Ta-da. Elsker silenced his minion with a severe look. Mr. Lard, is it? Lord, are you Lard? Mayor, said Lard. Mayor, excellent. Believe me, the elves have no interest in invading, as you put it, your delightful lakeside town. We are here as your allies, not your enemies. Yet you have locked all my people in the great central hall. A precaution, said Elsker, making a dismissive gesture with one hand in the air. When they are properly sobered and properly apprised of the situation, then they'll be let out. Apprised of what situation? Asked Lard, his mouth sagging open to reveal half-mushed scone. So you don't know? Dear me. Well, I'm afraid I've come as the bearer of bad news. Bad news? Yes. You see, the enormous goblin army has assembled. Goblins? Repeated Lard, with a catch in his throat. I'm afraid so. A simply enormous army. They've recruited goblins from the whole length of the mountains, and they're a day's march at most from here. Here? Why should goblins want to come here? The dwarfs I mentioned. It seemed they made rather a mess when they went through the Minty Mountains. They stirred up a tremendous fuss, and I see no reason why you shouldn't be told this. There's something else. Amongst the goblins is a creature not goblin-shaped. Called something else. A philosopher of doleful countenance called Solemn. I don't want to do that voice again. From his lips, the power of evil. One of the things, registered trademark, created by the evil Sharon, is in the possession of these dwarves. Word of this has spread all over the western lands. The goblins have come for revenge, for destruction, for the gold, but most of all, they have come to seize the thing, registered trademark. Who knows what terror they might wreak if they will obtain it. It is time for all the free peoples of Upper Middle Earth to unite and face this dire threat. Blimey, said Lard. Quick sip, just in case Solomon's voice comes up again. Through that same night, and into the early hours of that same morning, the dwarfs on the mountainside kept a sombre vigil, watching the lands and the skies to the south, the direction of Lakeside. They were waiting for Smug's return, or for some news of him. If there was some
forgotten how his accent goes. Oh yeah. If there was some big fight, Bingo said, wouldn't we see it? Flame and firework. Maybe, said Maury sulkily. Maybe not. What shall we do? Bingo asked. Don't think you're back in our good books so quickly, snapped the dwarf, and turned his shoulder to the Soddit. It was a warm shoulder, literally speaking, because it had been close to the fire, but in metaphoric terms, it was a cold shoulder. So you could say it was simultaneously a warm and a cold shoulder, which sounds paradoxical, I know, but it really isn't when you think about it. All your fault, mumbled On. A fine pickle you got us into, grumbled Gopher. Mavis! gasped Phelan, but he was asleep, and his comment had no particular relevance to the situation in hand. Bingo stared sorrowfully into the fire, watching the glowing logs and the wriggling, writhing, belly-dancing flames that leapt up from them. Don't be too said Thorry, settling next to him. You weren't to know. I feel something dreadful has happened, said the Soddit. His sense of awkwardness and gloom was compounded by the fact that he had not yet told anybody of the barking stone, which lay like a guilty secret in his coat pocket. Something dreadful, agreed Thorin. I sense that too, but we can't help that. It's a shame we didn't get a chance to chat with Smug before he carried away, but there you go. What shall we do now? The front door's open, you say? Yes, said Bingo. The dragon left it open after he left. Well, it's light again. We'll carry Gandalf into the mountain. Even if Smug's not there to help, we can at least make the old fella comfortable. Bingo looked, for the 100th time, at the wrapped-up sleeping figure of the beardless wizard. He does seem taller, he said. The wizard's head was 6 inches closer to a particular pile of rocks than it had been before. Yes, said Thorry. Yes, said Thorry simply. He did that on purpose. Yes, said Thorry simply. It was hard to sleep. Just before dawn, Bingo managed a couple of hours, but he was woken by dwarfs kicking dirt into the fire and gathering their things. Come along, Grabbins, said Maury in a hostile tone. Suppose we can't leave you on the mountainside, although we're all sorely tempted, look you, to do just that. They picked their way back down the mountainside, taking turns to drag Gandalf's oblivious body behind them. It was easier than the ascent, but it was harder than it might have been. The wizard was considerably weightier than he had been before. They rested for lunch and then pressed on through the afternoon, keeping the mountain on their left side. They crested the westernmost ridge flanking the front door as the sun was sinking, and as they climbed that hill, they temporarily reversed the sunset for a few minutes, bringing the sun a fraction back above the horizon. It was on that low peak that they made their camp for the night, as the sun set for a second time in 15 minutes. They ate in silence. Still hard for me to understand, said Bingo. If the dwarfs had not yet forgiven him, then they were at least too tired by their exertions to be expressly angry. The world is a stranger place than you realise, little Soddit, said Maury. Apparently so. When a female Soddit and a male Soddit get together, they create something new. I don't understand how dwarfs, or wizards, or dragons, since they're all apparently all part of the same creature, how you propagate the species. Propagate, said the dwarf meditatively. Sounds strange in my ears, that word. You mean fill the world up with the versions of yourself until the world is overcrowded and the landscapes are made a desert and the landscapes are made a desert and crowd the starving sway in time to their own moans? Well, said Bingo, not that exactly. With us, said Maury, we know exactly how many there are. The Creator breathes a certain number of dwarf lives into the stone at the beginning of things. There are crystals of the divine. These are crystals of the divine, look you, and their coming to life is part of the self-becoming. The great sequence unrolls, and forms following form, and form follows form until the crystals, or those that have survived,
achieve their ultimate form, the form of the Creator itself. It sounds a little circular to me, said Bingo sourly. Circular? Well, perhaps so. Circular like the way spring leads to winter, leads to spring. Like the way the sun sets and rises. Circular's not so bad, look you. Besides, he added, this way the divine experiences the nature of existence in creation. And the Creator can't do that otherwise. The Creator's outside creation, said Maury, as if that were the most obvious thing in the world. He can't just poke his nose in or he'll break it. All this metaphysical speculation was making Bingo's head hurt, so he wrapped himself in the blanket and tried to sleep. The morning burst upon them in glory, muslin-coloured clouds refracting and making glow the yellow-white light of a new day. Bingo awoke with the sunlight, squeezing his shut eyeballs and pressing its warmth against his face. The Soddit roused himself to find the dwarfs already awake and standing in a line. "What is it?" he asked, rubbing his eyes by punching himself very slowly and very delicately in each eye in turn. "Well, what's up?" "I'd say," said Maury, pointing down the valley before them, "that an army is up." Below in the valley that led to the cave mouth entrance of Straywar, the only mountain, a great host had assembled. The elegant armour of the elves shone like golden water, their purple banners, carrying the emblem of the purple carnation, fluttered in the morning breeze. Beside them was a host of men of Lakeside, wearing their lacquer-coated leather armour, which doubled as sportswear, and brandishing their various forms of weaponry. Bingo looked at the ranks upon ranks of warriors, 1,000 men and elves, all told. "Golly," he said. "Ooh, I think we're going to take a little break. We've got 2 chapters left. We get this done within the next hour or so. So feel free to take a break, have a cup of tea, grab something to eat. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. And don't forget, all the information for donations here, and it will be as the break's on. So every little helps. I'm very grateful for all the donations so far. But 2 chapters left. We can do this. We've got this. Thank you for sticking with me. See you very shortly. Bye.
Okay, he keeps moving. We'll bring him in a little bit closer because, oh, we're nearing the end. It's like added pressure, like I've got to get it right. Oh dear. Right, we've only got, you'll be pleased to know, we've got, we are that far away from the end. There's not much left at all. I'm gonna get this done in at least, I say an hour at the very least. But yeah, we've broken triple figures. We're at £105, which is great. So all that's going to go towards NHS Foundation Trust General Charitable Fund for coronavirus relief, which is something that's affecting a lot of people right now. So again, I'm honoured that you just came to spend some time listening to me waffle on, making a mess of A.R.R.R. Roberts' classic novel. Again, if you want to try and get it to, I mean, if we made it to 200, that'd be great. I mean, 105 is good anyway. All the information for donating is here. From this point on, I'm probably not going to take a break. Probably just going to go straight through to the end because we're not that far away at all. So, if you're ready, yeah, I'm ready. Just going to carry on and get through to it. So, woohoo! Chapter 11, Clod's Burst. Can Smug truly be dead? Said Bingo, in dismay. The dwarfs and the Soddit were gathered in Lord Elscare's stylish silk tent, which had been pitched between the two hills before the main entrance to the mountain. Men-at-arms and elves-at-arms moved to and fro, entering and leaving the tent. Preparations were being made for the battle to come. Indeed so, said Elscare languidly. Something of a fortunate happenstance, I think we can agree. This goblin army facing us is 10,000 strong. If they'd had a dragon with them as well, then they'd have been, well, I don't know, let me see. Let's say unbeatable. That's what they would have been. Which shows how little you know, see, said Maury, bustling forward in fury. Sorry. That dragon look you would never have sided with goblins. He'd have been our ally. There's never been friendship or alliance, said Elscare, between dragons and elves. No, said Lard, nor between dragons and men neither. Dragons and dwarfs, however, said Bingo, holding the fuming Maury back, is a different matter. I think Maury is right. I've forgotten the accent again. Oh yeah. I think Maury's right. I think Smuggle was forces against the goblins, and the mighty ally he would have been. But there's no point in fretting over might have beens. Might have beens, he added, growing strangely poetic, don't help anymore. They just lie on the floor till you sweep them away. Everybody looked at Bingo. They looked at the floor. Oh, he looked at the floor. Sorry, he said. I don't know why I said that. As you say, however, Sir Soddit, said Elscare, whether the dragon would have helped or hindered, our cause, I love this bit, our cause is moot. Is what? Asked Maury. Moot. Moot, repeated the dwarf, as if trying the word for size. Moot, he said. Moot, moot, moot. He walked in a circle around the tent, trying variants of pronunciation, drawing out the ooh, making the t more clipped. Moot, moot, moot. I like that, he concluded. That's a lovely look you, moot. What does it mean? It means, said Elscare, that it is something as yet undecided. Moot, said Maury, grand. What'll you have for breakfast? He said in a little play-acting voice. Moot, he added, moot, he added in a basso profundo. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Moot, moot. Mirror on the wall, who's the fairest dwarf of all?
Moot is fairest, moot, moot, he continued in his antiphonal manner. That's good, boyo, he said in his usual voice, turning back to Elsker. I like that. I'll try and work that into my conversation, lad. Said Elsker. Anyway, putting that on one side, we have yet to determine our best strategy. The goblins may be upon us in a day and a night. We have a mighty army of elves, and a mighty army of men, 1,000 warriors all told. Will the dwarves join this cause? We will, said Mori firmly, casting a glance behind him at Thorry, who nodded. We will stand beside you. Then we are joined, said Elsker, with a glad face, by a mighty army of dwarves. How many warriors are there in your army? How many warriors are there in your army, Sir Dwarf? Said Mori, rolling his eyes up as if calculating a rough approximation of the number. 5, he said. There was silence in the tent for a little space. They are mighty, though, Mori added, those 5. Very well, said Elsker in a heavy voice. Sir Soddit, will your people join this cause? Death may follow, but glory comes also, and we, the free peoples of Upper Middle Earth, welcome all allies in this battle against the evil goblins. Sure, said Bingo, feeling light-headed. Why not? Then, said Elsker grandly, standing up from his throne, our great alliance will be of 4 armies. An army of elves, of men, of, he coughed, dwarves, and a great army of soddits. Together we shall stand shoulder to shoulder against the hordes of 10,000 bloody goblins. Everybody in the tent cheered. How many? Elsker asked Bingo, as if in afterthought, are there in your army, Sir Soddit? You are small, but I'll wager that you are tough, strong, thrawn, single-minded folk in battle, slow to anger, but terrible when your blood is up. How great is your army? Just me, said Bingo. I see, said Elsker, sounding peeved. Well, that's not exactly an army, now, is it? Doesn't that depend, said Bingo, on what you mean by an army? Oh, sorry. Yeah, on what you mean by an army. No, it doesn't. But it doesn't matter. I've declared ours an alliance of 4 armies, so that's what it'll be. The scribes and historians will have to be creative in future accounts of it. That's all. The elven scouts had estimated that the goblin horde was nearly upon them. The new allies had a very little time. We must prepare for war, Mori told Bingo. Look you. There was still the question of Gandalf. We hoped the dragon would supervise his transformation, but that's not to be, said Mori. Without Smug's help, it is difficult to know what will happen. But it can't be helped. The future is moot. Gandalf himself is moot. Mute? Asked Gopher, puzzled. No, back, moot, said Mori eagerly. That's a word I've just learned. It means uncertain. Ah, said the other 4 dwarves. Anyway, what I suggest is, said Mori, we move Gandalf inside the mountain. He'll be comfortable enough there. Leave him in Smug's old hall. At least he'll be out of the way of the goblins. Unless the goblins are victorious. Copyright, Bingo pointed out, in which case they'll swarm in the mountains and kill him. Mori shrugged. We'll all be dead then, boyo, he pointed out, so that's moot too. It took all 5 dwarfs and Bingo hauling together to drag Gandalf's sleeping form. His body was twice as long as it had been before, and although not twice as broad around, as it was considerably thickened in the torso. Like a sprouting adolescent, there was a stringiness to his limbs and torso. His face had elongated, and although it was still recognisably Gandalf, it had a weird and unnerving quality. The wizard had burst the blanket in which he had been wrapped, and ripped his clothes to pieces in his growth. Bingo took 1 foot and Gopher the other, and the other dwarfs took up places beside the dwarf's 6 feet long legs. besides the wizard's 6 feet long legs. Pulling together, they dragged him up the valley, through the main entrance and along the corridor within. Bingo, grasping the old wizard's ankles, found himself unpleasantly fascinated by Gandalf's toenails. They were black, protruding, and were starting to claw up at the end. It was not nice. His shoulders had blackened also, and 2 spikes had grown out of the blades like the tips of furled umbrellas. "Should we cover him with something?" Bingo wondered as they positioned Gandalf's supine form on Smug's pile of gold. "Will he get cold?" You're still thinking he's got the same sort of body as you," said Gopher. "He hasn't. He's in the metamorphosis state now." "How long will that take?" the Soddit asked. "Nobody knows exactly," Gopher began saying, but Maury interrupted him. "That's moot, see?" he said. "Moot." "I see," said Bingo. They left Gandalf in the chamber. The party came out of the mountain again to bright sunshine, and to the sight of elves and men drilling in the valley before the front door. "We'd better close the gate," said Maury. They pushed together, heaving with all their might, first on one of the huge stone leaves, and then on the other. Slowly, the pair of 100-yard-tall doors closed. When the second slammed shut with a great shuddering clunk, they could hear another sound, the sound of the brass lock inside. "He's sealed in there now," said Maury. "How do we get back inside?" asked Bingo. "You could always go down the chimney," suggested Gopher. The dwarves laughed together at this. Bingo did not join them. "Either that," Gopher added, "or else Gandalf will open the gates when he's ready." "Could we not have hidden ourselves in the mountain?" asked Bingo as they stood there. "Surely we would have hidden from the goblins in there." "No, bah," said Maury sadly. "If they win, they'll batter the gates down and sack the halls within. We stand a better chance meeting them in open war here, rather than being caught like rats and traps inside." "Let's hope we win then," said Bingo, "for Gandalf's sake." "Let's hope so," said the dwarves. That day before the battle seemed to Bilbo the longest he had known. The sun moved incrementally over the blue sky. Men and elves cut trees and sharpened them at one end, planting the jagged stakes in several rows beside the river. The archers in the company whittled new arrows and rubbed wax into the bowstrings. The Soddit, however, had nothing to do. He felt superfluous, and he didn't like the feeling. He begged a short sword from one of the armourers of Lakeside, paying for it with dragon gold. And for an hour or so in the hot, fly-drony, pollen-dusty afternoon, he practiced making sweeps with this blade. He cut the tops off long strands of grass that grew in the meadows by the water. He stabbed the bark of old trees, forcing little plugs of wood out. An hour of this was enough for his arm to grow sodden and tired with the practice, and he stopped. Then he climbed the eastern hill and watched the sun set over the dark sea of trees in the horizon, but his heart was heavier than the sinking sun. An hour of play fighting, and his arm had become too weary to lift, and now it was sore and ache-filled. An hour of play fighting. Come the morning, he would have the whole day of real fighting, and, for all he knew, for he knew very little about real battles, all night too. He dreaded the thought that he would collapse with exhaustion before the fight had barely begun. He was, by himself, the army of Soddit, the Hobble-the-Hoy battalion. He had never fought before, and he had no relish for it. That evening, the four armies lit many campfires and ate what would be for many of them their last supper, and drank their last wine. Bingo sat around one of the fires with the army of dwarfs. The 6 of them ate in silence, and afterwards sat in silence. "I was thinking," Bingo said eventually, although the words felt heavy and unreal in his mouth, "of a plan. Tell me what your opinion is of this, boys. I was thinking, there is still the thing." It's a trademark. The dwarves groaned. I know," said Bingo. "It served us mostly ill, and if we give it the chance, it will bring catastrophe down upon us." "That," agreed Maury in an emphatic voice, is not moot. But maybe there's some watertight, guaranteed win-win spell that we can cast through the ring, raised the trademark. Bingo insisted. That could bring an end to this terrible battle before it's begun. Don't you think? No, said Gopher. No, said Phelan. No, said On. No, said Maury. I'd say, said Sorry, that it's best not to do this at all. Bingo sat in silence for a while. So, Smug is dead, he said. How and if I were to say Smug is dead through the thing, registered trademark, wouldn't that bring Smug back to life? And then he could help us defeat the goblins. Then at least he could help us defeat the goblins, and afterwards he could aid Gandalf. The dwarfs sat in silence. They were clearly tempted by this prospect, but Thory steeled their resolve. No, he said firmly. No, he said firmly. The thing, which is the trademark, is a magnificent artifact. Oh, sorry, it's a magic artifact. Dragons are magic creatures. Mixing magic with magic, mixing malign magic like the thing, which is the trademark, with benign magic like the dragon would not be clever. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Thory is right, said Maury sadly. The thing, registered trademark, would find a way of thwarting us and bringing disaster through our wish, no matter how carefully we framed it. Let us leave it alone. They sat in silence for a long time. Bingo could not sleep. He tossed and turned from his left side to his right and from his right side to his left, but neither side was comfortable. He found himself wishing for a third side on which to lie, and instead of trying to sleep, he got up and wandered about the camp until dawn. The fires were burning brightly, and the elvish and mannish soldiers seemed in good spirits. Dawn came slowly, first with a thinning of the darkness to the east, then in a glory of sunrise gold. Low horizontal clouds brimmed with brightness, as if there were rips in the sky, and diamond gold illuminations were pouring through from some other place. Bingo watched for long minutes. Then he noticed that the chiefs of the other three armies had assembled, with their standards, on the top of the hill east of the main entrance of Straybor. He hurried up there as fast as his little legs could carry him. Ah, said Elfscare as the guards let him through. Here is the general of our fourth army. Have a look, General. He gestured to the south. From their vantage point, Bingo could see for many leagues. At first, his eyes confused him. It was as if the grass meadows that lay alongside the river had been overgrown in a single night with gnarled black thickets, with thorn bushes and stark pole-like trees. But then the sight before him resolved, in his mind, to reality. The ground was covered with goblin soldiers, 10,000 or more, armed and armoured, waiting for the order to charge. A horde, said Elfscare. Wouldn't you agree? Sorry, wouldn't you say? A horde, agreed Bingo. Don't let your heart quaver, Sir Soddit, said the elf. Be brave. It's not my heart I'm worried about quavering, said Bingo. It's lower down in my torso. What can we do? That army stretches as far as the eye can see. 10,000 soldiers, he said. How strong is our army? Our combined armies, corrected Elfscare. I lead a force of 500 elves. Lard commands 500 men. The dwarfs, fierce and resolute, represent a force of 5, and you yourself, Sir Soddit, are a force of 1. Bingo could do the maths for himself. Oh dear, he said. Quite, said Elfscare. Still, can't be helped. Ready the squadrons, he called. Trumpeters, prepare to sound. Fall back upon the mountain if the press is too great. Bingo tried to swallow, but his throat no longer seemed to be in working order. A fine time, he thought to himself, for my throat to seize up. How can I beg for mercy if I can't beg at all? The goblins had marched day and night without pausing, all the way from the Minty Mountains, led by the terrible led by their terrible king, Cluck the Bald, son of Galaparvo the Meagre, who had been slain in the Minty Mountains by Thorry's father, Thor the Stunner. Oh, stupid. A hunger for death and a lust for battle was upon them. Battle red in tooth and wattle, as the saying goes. Their soldiers had been inflamed with stories of the wrongs done to goblin kind by elves and men and dwarfs. Kill, 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 they chanted. El scare the baster, lard the west... baster, sorry. El scare the baster, lard the waster. Above all, they had been fired with excitement by the tale of the thing, Mr. Trademark, of the great things that Cluck would achieve once he possessed it. They felt in their goblin innards the tug of the device, for they had themselves also been created by Sharon the evil one, just as had been the thing. It's a trademark. Theirs was a like substance. The soldiers chanted, "Bring the thing!" Registered trademark. "Bring the thing!" Registered trademark. "We want the thing!" Registered trademark. "We want the thing!" Registered trademark. As the defenders watched from the hill, King Cluck was carried to the front of the horde on his silver platform. "Chicken!" called the front rank of elves and men, hoping to discomfort the goblin army with this aspersion upon their king's courage. "Chicken!" But the goblins only scowled and hissed, and the goblin king was brought closer. He was armoured in the most splendid of goblin armour. White parchment overshoes, folded and cut with harsh curlicues, had been placed over his shoes to prevent the unclean blood of his enemies soiling the sole of his boots. His armour presented two enormous breastplates to the world, one on either side of his sternum, implying that his heroic chest was twice the size, twice as muscled as lesser beings. The space between his armour and his skin had been crammed with herbage, grasses and herbs that possessed healing properties, such that should a blade pierce his skin, their charm would lessen and close the wound. He carried a two-pronged killing pitchfork in one hand, and a long-bladed knife in the other, both polished and glinting in the morning sunlight. As the ranks of goblins passed to allow his bearers to carry him forward, the soldiers chanted his name in an ecstasy of excitement. "Cluck, great Cluck! Cluck, cluck, cluck! Cluck, cluck, cluck! Great, great Cluck! Cluck, cluck, cluck!" and so on. "Archers!" called Elscare. The hilltop silence was broken by a wittlish sound as 100 bowstrings were drawn back in unison. "Fire!" said Elscare, and 100 arrows shot into the sky, then arced their deadly hail upon the goblins. The horde roared and surged forward. And so the battle of the famous 5 armies began. Bingo's memory of the battle would always, afterwards, have a number of gaps in it. He would never forget that first charge of the enemy, and the burning, desperate sense of panic that it created in his torso all the way from his hips to his throat. Neither would he forget the first of the fighting, as the foregod of goblins, the fearsome Orc Low, came sprinting up the hillside on their ungainly legs. Oh, Orc Low, Orc High. Delayed reactions are the best. To the right, elves brought down their swords in a coordinated sweep, cutting into the advancing wave. To the left, men thrust and parried. In the middle, dwarf axes swept up and down in a pendulum motion, catching little patches of sunshine on their blades at the highest point of the swing until the iron was too blackened with goblin blood. And he would never forget his first taste of fighting, running underneath an elvish swordsman's legs, hacking and stabbing with a sword, and cutting into the side of a goblin head. Bingo's blade bit deep, and the goblin squealed and jerked, but as he fell, he drew Bingo down after him because the sword had jammed into the skull. Bingo tumbled forward and collapsed on the corpse, trying to lever the sword out of the goblin's bone. After what seemed an age, Bingo got the thing free, with a wrench that caused him to stagger backwards. He paused and looked around him, and his heart seemed to fail in his breast. Goblins were everywhere he looked, jabbing with their pikes, swinging their maces with their notched blades. Men and elves fought bravely, but, like the outcroppings of a rock in a stormy and poisoned sea, they were beset on all sides. A goblin bounced into Bingo's line of sight, his wicked little eyes glancing left and right, his red wattle swinging from his grisly neck. Bingo swung his sword, but he could not remember what happened after that. There was a series of disconnected memories of Gopher struggling with a mass of goblins, 2 hanging on each of his arms and 2 on each of his legs. Bingo ran at the mass, trying to cut the creatures away. Then he remembered running in a different direction, trying to keep up with the party of elves. He remembered seeing the blue sky scratched and stitched over and again with ceiling after ceiling of arrows. He remembered seeing decapitated goblins sprinting with extraordinary vigour in random directions. He remembered seeing a mannish warrior struck in the small of his back with a long pike, forced along by 3 goblins, and seeing the jagged head of the weapon in the man's chest. Other than that, it was all a maelstrom of indistinct memories. The smell of blood, the terrible weariness in his arms that told him he could barely lift his sword again, and the insistent fear in his head that compelled him to lift his sword anyway. The sight of rush and counter-rush, of blade colliding with shield, and always the whiz and thrumming fall of storms of arrows in the air overhead. Bingo thrust his sword into the chest of a goblin soldier, and the blade squeaked as it sank home. The next clear memory in Bingo's head was of himself standing, panting, next to Lord Elscare and Maury and 24 warriors, men and elves. They were no longer on the hills flanking the front door. Under the pressure of the goblin advance, the 4 armies had retreated, and now they had taken up positions on the mountainside itself, to the west of the main entrance. Bingo could not remember the actual retreat, but now here they all were. "How goes it, Master Soddit?" Elscare asked. "Warm work." "Blimey," said Bingo, which was his way of agreeing. "My lord," called a subaltern, a man splattered with blood and dirt, with a deep wound in his forehead. "My lord, the goblins are swarming up the eastern flank of the mountain. I fear they will clamber over the main gate and come down on us from above." "A grim prospect," said Elscare. "If they can establish a position from there, then we are doomed." "Archers," he called, "the gate!" Those archers, still alive, took up position and began firing arrows at the goblins that were scurrying along the mighty door lintel of the front gate. Bingo could see the danger. Once a large enough party crossed the narrow ledge, they would possess the higher slopes of the mountain, and could rain down weapons, boulders, anything upon the defenders beneath. His heart burning in his chest, Bingo watched the archers at work, but although their darts flew accurately, and although many goblins fell from above the door to the ground far beneath, yet still there were too many of the creatures to be killed in this manner, and droves of them were reaching the upper slopes. Bingo's next memory was from much later in the day. He could not say what happened in the intervening time, except that he looked around and noticed that the sun was lower in the western sky, and that he felt much, much more tired than he had ever felt before. His sword was dented and chipped along its cutting edge, and was smeared with black blood. A huge goblin, cleaver-wielding, ran at him, and Bingo half ducked, half fell out of the way, heaving round with his sword, cutting into the creature's neck from behind. His arm was so weary that it burned with a fierce pain. The muscles threatened to disobey his mind every time he ordered them to move. He could hardly grip the handle. "Bingo!" called Maury. "Bingo!" The dwarf staggered towards him, his beard slick with blood, both the black blood of the goblins and the red blood of its owner. Several crooked goblin arrows poked out of his body. "Are you still alive, boyo?" the dwarf called. As he reached Bingo, he tripped and sank to his knees. "Maury, are you hurt?" "Oh, it's nothing," said the dwarf. "Stings a bit," he added, and then he rolled onto his back. Bingo dropped his sword as goblin arrows plopped into the turf around him to stick up like dead and blackened stalks. Grasping the dwarf's legs, he pulled with all his weary might, hauling Maury into the higher ground. He arrived at a narrow ledge on which some elves and men stood shoulder to shoulder. The paths were crammed with the dead. Stone and arrow shafts rained down from above. 6 men were holding their broad shields in the air to provide shelter from this deadly hail. "Bingo!" said Thori, hurrying out to help the Soddit drag Maury in underneath this rudimentary cover. Good to see you're still alive." And you, sir, gasped Bingo, close to stopping with exhaustion. "The others?" "It's been a grim day," said the dwarf. He shook his head. "This is our last stand," said Elscare, crouching down to address the Soddit. "We've been pushed back here, sheer weight of numbers. I'm sorry to say that Lord Lard is laid low." "Dead?" "Dead, with many other heroic souls." "Ah, well," the elf added lightly, "some you win, some you lose." "Lose?" wailed Bilbo. "Can they be true?" "They had another army behind the army we could see," explained Elsker. 20,000 soldiers in all. We had 1,006 soldiers. We never really had much of a chance, see?" Bingo looked out across the plain south and west of the mountain. The goblin dead were piled high, but were still vastly outnumbered by the living. Waves of goblins moved back and forth, some surging towards the mountain, others, it seemed, merely going around the mountain in a meaningless way. The hail from above stopped. Bingo could see King Cluck processing through the files and ranks of his army, over the foothills and up towards them. As he approached, his troops chanted, "Bring the thing!" Raised the trademark. "Bring the thing!" Raised the trademark. "We want the thing!" Raised the trademark. "We want the thing!" Raised the trademark. "What can we do?" asked Bilbo, feeling a terrible and hopeless desperation. "We can't give them the thing," registered trademark. "They'll do unspeakable and terrible wickedness with it." Oh, wrong accent. Terrible wickedness with it. And we can't give them the thing, registered trademark. "And yet," pointed out Elscare, reasonably enough, "if we refuse it to them, they'll simply kill us and take it from our dead bodies. What can we do?" 1,000 goblin archers had taken up position around the last redoubt. Elscare ordered his men to put their weapons down. "If we so much as notch an arrow to a string," he observed, "we'll die in a swarm of goblin darts." But it was hard to obey, for Cluck was now within bowshot, and a single well-aimed arrow could have pierced his head. He drew closer and closer, and his foe muttered, "Gobble, gobble, gobble," and "Cluck, cluck, cluck," as he advanced. Finally, the silver platform on which he was born came to a halt. "Elves!" King Cluck announces in his horrid voice. "Men, dwarves, you are defeated!" A cry of triumph rose from the goblin hordes. "The thing," registered trademark, said Cluck, "is ours! Surrender!" "We surrender," said Elscare suavely. "Certainly. We're not at war anymore, and I'd like to remind you of the terms of the Gungadin Convention." "Silence!" barked Cluck. "You may not be at war with us, but we are at war with you always." Another great and terrible shout broke from the ranks of goblin troops. "Goblins are forever at war with elves and men and dwarves," shouted Cluck. "I think that means," said Thori to Bingo, that they're going to kill us despite the fact that we've surrendered." "That may very well be the case," agreed Bingo. "Give us the thing!" Richard trademark howled Cluck, and his army yelled in agreement. "This is a tight spot," said Elscare. "What do you think we should do, O Soddit?" Bingo fingered the thing, Richard trademark, in his pocket. Now was the time to use it, if ever there had been a time to use it. But his mind went round and round in an empty track, and he could think of nothing. He tried to think of a spell or a form of words that would save the day, but nothing came to him. He thought of saying, "The goblins are victorious," hoping that the device would change the world such that the goblins were defeated. But he knew in his heart that the thing, registered trademark, wanted the goblins to triumph, and that it would twist his words and destroy him if he tried such a trick, perhaps by making their victory imminent rather than actual. Then he thought, perhaps I can use the thing, registered trademark, to destroy the thing, registered trademark. What would happen if I said through the thing, registered trademark, the thing, registered trademark, exists? Would it cease to exist? But then, since it would no longer exist, it would not have been able to make itself disappear, and surely it would exist again. But then it would exist and would be able to make itself disappear, and so it would not exist, and so it would exist. And the possibilities whirled in Bingo's exhausted brain until he could see nothing proceeding from such a wish except a great bang, and Bingo lying dead on the floor, and the goblins picking the thing, registered trademark, from his cold corpse. "Which of you carries the thing?" registered trademark, said Cluck, called Cluck. "Is it you, elf?" Bingo saw goblin archers draw back their bows and aim darts at Elscare. "It is I," he announced, stepping forward. "Bingo Grabbins, the Soddit. I carry the thing, registered trademark." The whole hideous army seemed to breathe the words, "Doom, doom," the sound sweeping through the air like thunder. "Give the thing, registered trademark, to me," called Cluck. "If I do," said Bingo, "will you allow us to go free?" "Ha!" laughed Cluck. "No, man, run, no! But I will kill you cleanly and burn your bodies. If you deny me, I will kill you slowly and eat your corpses." "Right," said Bingo, as if considering this. He could see 1,000 goblin arrows aimed at his own chest. His mind raced. "The arrows are not marshmallows," he thought to himself. Would that save him? What evil twist could the thing place on such a statement? King Cluck is alive, he thought. But if the king died, his soldiers would simply kill them all. All goblins are war-loving, he thought, and wondered to himself, even if the magic of the thing, registered trademark, were enough to reverse such a statement, to root out the love of war from all goblin hearts at once. What better phrase could he think of? None. "At once!" shrieked Cluck, "at once, or you will all die!" Bingo's hand went into his coat pocket. He drew out the barking stone, and it glinted in the dying light of the day. The goblin soldiers nearest him, went "Woo!" and drew back a little. It occurred to Bingo that the goblins did not know what the thing looked like. Why should they? It had never been theirs. It had been fashioned by Sharon in the fires of Mount Dum, and had passed somehow to Solemn. "Here," he shouted, holding aloft the great jewel. "Here is the thing!" registered trademark. Woof! Went the barking stone. Bingo threw the gem. It sailed, sparkling like a daytime firework, through the rays of the sinking sun, and Cluck himself reached out and grabbed it out of the air. "The thing!" registered trademark, he yelled, holding the gem above his head. "The thing!" registered trademark. Fearful and ugly was the cheering of the goblin host. "Now nothing will stand against us!" cried Cluck. "All the world will fall before the armies of goblin kind." The cheer was renewed with even greater and uglier vigour. Ooh, that's the stuff. Bingo was trying to think. It was his only and his last chance. Cluck would kill them all sooner or later, and would kill them all at once if he realised he had been tricked. All goblins are war-loving, he thought to himself. The goblins are war-loving. But would the goblins be better than all goblins? Or just goblins? Goblins love war, perhaps. But love, what might the thing, registered trademark, make of that? It might take the love of one goblin heart, yet leave a professionally disinterested dedication in its place. It might twist war in strange ways, such that they loved not war, but slaughter. Not war, but suicidal destruction. It was impossible to tell. But in his heart, he knew it was hopeless. It was the wrong statement to make through the device. Bingo's fingers were around the thing, registered trademark. It was hot, and seemed almost to twitch and writhe in the Soddit's grip. It was eager, Bingo knew. Eager. It wanted to be taken by the goblins, for they would use it for what it had originally been made, for evil, instead of trying all the time to pervert the thing's usage to good. Bingo felt his tiredness swirl up inside him like a sandstorm. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and sleep. He could not decide. This was the moment of decision. As with many decisions in Bingo's life, he made it without even realizing it. The thing, registered trademark, was already in his hand, and his hand was already out of his pocket and up by his mouth. He caught a glimpse of Elscare's face, bent by anxiety and fear, as the elf saw what Bingo was doing. So much could go so badly wrong. What to say? How to phrase it? Inspiration failed at the vital moment. War, said Bingo randomly, and the word drifted through the trademark, and the word drifted through the thing, registered trademark. His heart stopped and started again. He took a deep breath. What had he done? He had done nothing. He was exactly where he was. His few remaining comrades were disarmed, surrendered, surrounded on all sides by savage goblins. 1,000 goblin arrows were still aimed at their breasts. Cluck was still holding the barking stone over his head. The goblin army was grumbling en masse, a rumbling noise of triumph and pride. What did you say? Elscare asked, hissing. What did you say through the thing, registered trademark? I think it may be broken, said Bingo. And he said it hopefully, because if he had truly exhausted the magic potential of the device, then it would matter less than that Cluck had won the Battle of the Famous Five Armies. It would mean that the goblins could do much less damage. I did say something through the device, but nothing's happened. What? Elscare began saying, but his words were drowned out. The rumbling had grown in volume. Bingo realized that the sound was not issuing from the goblin horde. It was coming from the ground beneath him. Cluck, still clutching the barking stone, looked to the mountain, and for the first time his expression of triumph was replaced by one of fear. Bingo turned and looked up. From where they stood, they could just see the little plateau where the dwarfs and Gandalf and Bingo had camped days before. Gouts of smoke were pouring from that side of the mountain. The chimney! He cried in sudden understanding. Then fire burst from the mountain. A huge blinding spout of light and heat thrust from the mountainside into the sky. Lava, boiling and spitting, poured in great waves from the mountain's western flank, rolling down the side of the peak, bunching on itself like bales of rolling cloth, burning the mountain grasses and bushes in 100 flare-ups as it proceeded. A second mass of fire burst from the mountainside, and again molten magma poured from above, but this time it flew into the air, hurling in a wide arc, spraying north and west, and Bingo could see spraying south as well, gobs of lava that curled and gripped at themselves in the air and descended upon them. "It's the end of all things!" shrieked Elscare. And so it seemed, for the airborne wave of liquid rock was coming down with a terrible inevitability. The shouts of triumph in the goblin army had been replaced with gibbers and wails of terror. The archers had dropped their weapons and were struggling to press backwards, prevented from escape by their fellows behind them. Cluck himself opened his mouth to say something, but he never spoke again, for a mouth-sized gob of lava caught him and his bodyguard square on the front and swept up his instantly burning remains and carried them downhill, tangled inside the flowing rock. Bingo and Thorry cowered, and the elves and men hid their faces as the scorching heat of the lava engulfed 100 of the goblin soldiers closest to Cluck and hurled them backwards. Spatters of hot rock sprayed all around, and yet none of these boiling fragments struck any of the remnants of the four armies. But more lava and more hurled through the air and landed again and again amongst the goblins. Bingo looked back at the mountain, and saw the searing stream of molten rock rushing down towards them. The air above it was so hot it seemed to tremble with fear, and smoke and dust turned the sky above dark. "This surely must be it," he said. "This great stream of fire will devour us all." And yet it did not. The mighty river of molten rock struck a boulder a little way up the mountainside above the ledge. Thanks, Mum." My mum just commented, "Thank you, Mother." Almost there. Not long to go. The mighty river of molten rock struck a boulder a little way up the mountainside above the ledge where the remnants of the four armies stood, and divided. To Bingo's left and to his right the scorching fiery river flowed, and it ploughed into the goblins and licked them up with its fiery breath. For many long minutes the burning river flooded on, pouring down and eating into the mass of goblins. They shrieked, they thrashed, they tried to run, but they were caught in the crush of their own bodies, and stream after stream of magma ploughed them down and burnt them up and buried them under. Those few elves, men and dwarfs, and the one Soddit, left alive on the little ledge, clung together and hid their faces from the terrible heat of the lava streams that rushed past them. For an age, or so it seemed, the heat lay on their backs like a huge weight. Sweat poured from Bingo's skin like rain. His throat was parched and aching. He could taste nothing but hot ashes and death, and his eyeballs felt as they were boiling in his head. His very hair smouldered as if it would catch fire, and truly, only his prodigious sweating prevented that chance. But after a long time, the heat began to diminish. When Bingo dared look, the rivers of fire had solidified into two vast trunks of blackened rock. Smoke rushed off them, and they were palpably hot through the air. Sometimes veins of fire would glow upon them, and the rock would shrug and change shape, and the fire would die away again. There was little to be seen through the smoke and steam, and yet Bingo noticed the occasional grisly relic of the goblin horde, an arm encased in rock, burnt arrows like bristles in the skin of the black rock. "It's unbelievable," said Bingo. "I don't believe it." "Is it over?" gasped Maury from the ground. "Did we win, or is it moot?" "We won," said Elsker, his voice grimed and slick with sweat. "It is not moot." "Grand," said Maury. "Look you," and he passed into unconsciousness. It was hours before the new rocks were cool enough for the party to leave their ledge. 7 men, 11 elves, 3 dwarves and a Soddit were all that were left alive of the 4 armies, and of the 3 dwarfs, only Thorry and Gopher were awake. Maury had passed into a kind of swoon. He was sorely wounded. "It's unbelievable," said Bingo for the 19th time. He was slumped on the ground, more tired than he had ever been before, and yet unable to sleep. "How did the lava miss us? It destroyed the whole of the goblin army, and it just happened to miss us altogether. It's an incredible chance. It's unbelievable." "Is it?" asked Elsker. "What was it that you spoke through the thing? Was it the magic of that device that summoned up this volcanic destruction?" said Bingo. I didn't know what to say. I said one word only." "What word?" "I said, war." Elsker nodded and sat down on the hot ground next to the exhausted Soddit. "I think I see," he said. "You do?" said Bingo. "It wasn't the thing that called up the molten rock," said Thorry. "That was Gandalf." "Gandalf?" said Bingo, leaping up. "How?" We were afraid of it," said Thorry. "The transformation from wizard to dragon is a mighty transformation. It's a being changed from a being of earth and water, such as you and me, to a being of fire and air, which is what a dragon is. A great amount of magic power is produced in the transformation. It's an inherently unstable time." "From earth and water to fire and air," said Bingo. "Is that what caused the mountain to explode? Is Gandalf all right?" "This," said Thorry, "is why we wanted an experienced dragon looking after him as he transformed. Is he all right? I don't know if he's all right. I don't know." "I think he's all right," said Gopher. He is not what he was before. Fire would have burned up the new Gandalf. Fire would have burnt up the old Gandalf. But he's a new creature now. Fire can't hurt him now." "He's become a dragon," said Elfscare. "How interesting. His transformation happened at exactly the right time as far as we were concerned. Most fortuitous." It was fortuitous," agreed Thory. 5 minutes more and Cluck would have slain us all, killed us, and all would have been lost. "I do not believe it was fortuitous," said Bingo. "Nor I," said Gopher. Bingo said the word war into the war into the thing, but it's a trademark, and it has brought about peace. Oh, turn the song that way, there's a bit of shade. There we go. He's still here. Thanks. But Elfscare shook his head. "Yet the thing is evil in its making and its mode, and will bring misery wherever it can. I do not believe it has brought peace. For what is war but struggle? And the opposite of struggle is not peace, but death." "It has certainly brought death," said Gopher, looking around. "Elfscare's right," said Bingo. "The thing," registered trademark, was not happy with me. It was positively twitching and struggling in my hand, yearning to be free. Had the goblin seized it, then it would have been able to do much more damage to the world, and that is what it wants. It yearned towards the goblins. I could feel its yearning as an almost palpable force, but luckily it was in my hands, not theirs. When I spoke the word war through it, it brought about the opposite. Lord Elfscare is correct. For all those at war, it brought death. We were saved because we surrendered. We were not at war when the word was spoken. All the lava would have devoured us also. The sun's not helping. Gopher barked a shout of laughter. "And the Goblin King accepted our surrender, well, then the war would have been over, and the thing," Richard trademark, "would have been powerless to destroy him. Do you remember what he said? You may not be at war with us, but we are at war with you always. Those words brought his doom. They meant that the thing," Richard trademark, "things, magic applied to him and his army, but not to us." "Verily," said Bingo. "Blimey," he added. "You speak truly, said Elfscare. "The Goblin King's pride destroyed him. He could not have accepted our surrender, and then he would not have been at war, and Bingo's word would not have harmed him. The thing," Richard trademark, "certainly found the most destructive manner of inverting Bingo's words," said Thory. They carried Mori, sorely wounded and still unconscious, over the warm black rocks, bearing him towards the main doorway of the mountain. The lava had not flowed here, because the goblins had been swarming around their king and had not been concerned with access to the mountain. That would have come later, when they would have burst the stone doors asunder and looted the halls within. Now the stream trickled thinly in its bank, and the only goblins were corpses, and there were other corpses there too, elves and men. As the sun rose in the east, Elfscare found a trampled silk pavilion, paw marks and footprints all over the white cloth. With his surviving elves, he pulled it out of the dirt and bound up the splintered poles that supported it, and made a tent again in that place. Mori was taken inside, his armour removed and his wounds tended, but he was badly hurt. Elves scavenged among the fields to the west and brought back rabbits, which they cooked in the morning. The survivors drank from and then slept. Bingo himself was roused by Thory after a few hours. "Come," said the dwarvish king, "inside." In the tent, Mori had regained consciousness, but his eyes were wild and wandering. "Soddit," he said, are you there?" "I'm here." "We won then?" "We won. It was a great victory. The mountain exploded and carried the goblin horse, leaving the survivors untouched." "Really," said Mori, "really. Extraordinary, look you. A few clods fly through the air and the goblins are blown away. It was more than a few clods, actually, said Bingo. And the survivors? Were many killed on our side? Oh, said Bingo, embarrassed. We got off lightly. Compared to the goblins, certainly. Indeed, at least one of the army suffered no casualties at all. I'm going to choose to believe, said Maury in a fading voice, that that's the dwarf army you're talking about. But never mind, he added, his eyes clouding. Glad to have known you, boyo, he said, his voice very faint. All the best. Where to now? Where indeed? Whispered the Soddit. Maury grunted. Moot, he said. And so he died. That's not all, folks. One more chapter and then we're there. Oh, goodness me. How long is it? 9 hours. Oh. We can do this. Okay. Final chapter. Chapter 12. The Return Journey. The survivors of the Battle of the Famous Five Armies numbered no more than 21. Thorry and Gopher alone remained from the troop of dwarves that had departed from Soddlesex. The men of Lakeside had lost their mare. It was a grim day. The region of Straybor had laid swathes of jagged black rock over the western and southern flanks of the mountain, a desolate and wasted prospect. Yet the meads by the river were clear of lava, and the water still flowed. Bingo, Thorry, and Gopher dug a deep grave for Maury and buried him. Gopher sang an ancient dwarf lament at the graveside. So farewell then, Maury the dwarf. You fought bravely, but now you're dead. Trevor's mum says that if Trevor were half the man you were, he'd be a fifth of the man he is. Then she laughs, which I don't think is very appropriate. Bingo didn't understand it, but it brought tears to his eyes. The survivors rested, but on the second day after the battle, it became clear that disposal will have to be made of many of the corpses that still littered the open ground. The mountain did much of our work for us, said Elsker. Most of the goblins, tens of thousands, are encased in the new rock. Very hygienic, that. But there are many hundreds of bodies that the lava did not touch, and amongst them are some of our own comrades. They spent that day and the next searching amongst the dead. It was terrible work, but at least Bingo thought so at the beginning. But after a few hours, he became used to it, immune to the shock of hauling dead goblins. There was a place where the lava had settled into a basin, 40 yards across and 20 deep. The goblin dead were placed there. The occasional elfin or human body was carried respectfully to the river's edge. On the evening of the third day, elven runners brought back wood and also pigeons from the nearest copse. The victorious four armies ate the pigeons and drank water from the clear stream. As the sun set, the body of elvish and mannish warriors were burnt on a funeral pyre. I am sorry, said Elsker, that we have not discovered any of the dwarfish fallen. We are content, said Thorry. As dwarf, we require burial in rock, and the mountain hath provided that for us in its eruption. It is a bitter and a sweet victory, said Elsker. Quite, said Thorry. On the morning of the fourth day, 7 days after he entered his great sleep, Gandalf the dragon stirred in his mountain home. He padded down his corridor on his new legs and drew back the brass lock of the main entrance. Then he pushed the mighty stone doors apart and put his enormous dragonish head out into the sunshine. Hello, he said. What's new? Bingo, Thorry, and Gopher were overjoyed to see him again. For all that he had changed, For all that he had changed and grown out of almost try that again. Bingo, Thorry and Gopher were overjoyed to see him again, for all that he had changed and grown out of almost all recognition. A grey-skinned, bright-eyed young dragon greeted them, its wings black, its claws obsidian. And yet there was something familiar in its gaze, and its voice, though deeper and huger than the wizard's had been, was none the less familiar. He perched on a spur of black rock that lay, newly created by the eruption, parallel with the meads, and listened politely to Gopher and Bingo's account of the battle.
"Dear me," he rumbled, "I missed it all."
"You played a crucial victory," insisted Bingo. "Your fire brought us victory."
"Excellent," he said. "Excellent."
Then Gandalf reared into the air and flew around the mountain's peak, trying his new wings. He flew over the pile of goblin dead and blasted down a spout of blue-grey fire, burning up the bodies with a purifying conflagration. After that, he flew far to the north, and returned clutching 2 heifers, one in each hind claw. One of these beasts he gave to the survivors of the battle, and the other he ate for himself, roasting it with puffs from his nostrils.
"Peckish," he announced. "I haven't eaten 7 days."
The men roasted the cow on the spit, and the veterans of the battle ate heartily. The following morning the lakeside men departed, beginning their march downstream to their town. They carried with them a portion of the wealth from inside the only mountain.
Take it, Gandalf insisted. "Fat lot of good it'll do me. When am I ever going to go shopping? I couldn't so much as fit inside a shop. Take it, take it."
The elves were similarly rewarded, and they struck out over the new black rocks, and beyond them to the fields westward, making for the forest. My cousin, the wood elf, El the alcoholic, has a place for you," says Elsger explained. "It's all feasting and drinking, and it gets tiresome after a while, but it'll do for now. Then it's back over the Minty Mountains. Things should be quieter in our lands now that the goblins have been overthrown. Farewell." "Farewell," said Bingo. And so it was that only Thorry, Gopher, Bingo and Gandalf remained. "What will you do?" asked the Soddit. "We'll stay here," said Thorry. "That'd be best. There's plenty of room inside. Room for a whole population of dwarfs, in fact. And you?" "I'd like to go home," said Bingo, "but I do not know the way."
"I'll carry you," said Gandalf, rumbling and smoking. "I need an excuse to stretch my wings, and I quite fancy a really long fly."
"Thank you, Sir Dragon," said Bingo, bowing. The Soddit spent his last night inside the mountain, sleeping on a huge bed that had once, Gopher said, been the bed of a king. The walls of his rock-carved chamber were hung with antique armor, rusty pikes, gold and silver chain metal, works of fine carving and art. It was a spooky place, but Bingo slept deeply and slept long. In the morning, he said his farewells. "We'll see you again soon, I hope," said Thorry. "Pop by any time, if you're passing on your way somewhere, "Likewise," said Bingo, "I'm sure. Do you know a strange thing?" "What?" "My feet haven't hurt in weeks, or I haven't noticed if they have." "Bit of exercise," said the Dwarf King sagely, "does the world of good." Finally, Bingo clambered up Gandalf's leg and settled himself between the dragon's great shoulder blades.
"Righto," rumbled Gandalf. "Off we go."
He sprung upwards and soared into the air. The ground shrunk beneath them like a craven thing, and the wind boomed in Bingo's ears. Clutching the swaying stalk at the base of Gandalf's left wing, the Soddit leaned a little out to stare in frank amazement. Frank Gerard Arrangement II was a fabled prince of the realm of row your boat, far to the south. His amazement and ingenuous open-mindedness had become a byword among his own people, and this byword had, evidently, spread far to the north as well. In moments, the river had become a silver strand. The fields were no bigger than leaves. Lake Escargot shone like a puddle of mercury in the sunlight. Mighty Straybor itself had dwindled below them to a conical stump, splotched about its western and southern skies with black marks, like pitch spilt on a grey wizard's hat. And peering forward, over the undulating shoulders of the dragon, Bingo saw the whole expanse of Mikia wood laid below them like a rough woven quilt of green and black.
"You all right?" Gandalf asked.
"It's marvellous," called Bilbo. "Sorry, copyright Bingo," his voice swamped by the white rushing of the wind through which they flew. "Marvellous!" They had left the earth far behind, and moved now amongst air and space and sunlight. The sun, rising behind them, was sharper, clearer, its light purer and more enormous. Bilbo scrunched up his eyes and gazed at the sun for long minutes, its outpouring fountain of light. When he looked down again, clouds swept past below them like pipe smoke, and hurried away. It was blue all around them, dazzling blue above, blue-hued greens below. "Marvellous!" he called again. They flew on and on.
"I meant to say,"
thundered Gandalf, twisting his neck and bringing his head a little way around so that he could observe the Soddit from one eye. Not Bilbo, Thorin.
"Thory told me about the thing, you know."
"Don't you remember it?" Bilbo said. "From before your transformation."
"No," rumbled the dragon. "I was far gone before you told the dwarves that it was in your possession, I think."
"Oh," shouted Bingo.
"May I see it?" the dragon asked.
Bingo looked into the beast's eye and hesitated, but he took the thing out of his pocket and held it up. His snaky neck curled again, and his head, large as a horse's and considerably more intelligent, swung in towards Bingo. The great wings continued beating. The wind continued rushing past them, although the pilot was not now looking where he was going. The dragon's nostrils were wide as inkwells and as black, and they approached registered trademark with a sniffing eagerness. Bingo controlled the urge to snatch the thing, registered trademark, away and held it out. Eventually, Gandalf withdrew his head, face forward again, and flew on for a long while in silence. "Well?" Bingo prompted.
"It is as I feared," said the dragon. "A terrible device, filled with evil potential. My own magic is much greater now than it was when I was a wizard, and I can sense much wickedness in this. And I can smell it, if you like. But," and here he turned his head and met Bingo's gaze a second time, "I can tell you something else. It has been long separated from its evil creator, the dreaded Sharon, and accordingly its magic is greatly weakened. In fact, it is nearly exhausted. It has been used recently, and used several times, and each usage has drained more of its magical potential. It would take only a very little spell now to drain it completely."
Bingo's clothes were fluttering and wrestling in the wind. "And then it would be safe?"
"Safer. Not wholly safe, for Sharon could recharge its power. But safer, much less likely to do mischief in the wrong hands."
"A little spell," said Bingo thoughtfully. "What must I say?"
"You are the thing," raised the trademark carrier, said Gandalf. "It is for you to decide. Say, 'My clothes are green,' or 'Fish have 2 eyes,' or 'Gherkins are unpleasant food.' And the thing," raised the trademark, "will try and make the reverse true. But it will be unable to. It will become denuded of all power, exhausted, worn out in the process."
"A spell as small as that?" cried Bilbo.
"I think so," said the dragon, turning his head again to face the direction of flight. "It has only the merest trickle of magic left inside it. Or so it smells to me."
"And a larger spell? What if I say the oceans are blue, or 2 and 2 are 4? How would a larger spell affect it?"
"A larger spell would be more sure to exhaust the thing," registered trademark. "It is very weary, its magic very small, a mere shadow of what it once was."
Bingo pondered this for a while. He did not have the sureness in his mind that the dragon seemed to possess, and he knew from his own experience how sly the device was.
Could it have hidden its true power from Gandalf? Was it even now scheming, hoping to trap the Soddit into saying something that it could twist to evil? He thought of many possible phrases, trying them out. Bring you back in for a second. There we go. Trying them out. Below them, the forest had come to an end, and the sharp, clean lines, white and blue, of the Minty Mountains were visible. Bingo could see the expanse of the mountain chain now, a tremendous ridge in the landscape running to the horizon, left to right. Then he looked up again at the blue of the sky and the pouring, clean, bright light of the sun. On an impulse, he lifted the thing, read the trademark, to his mouth and spoke. He said, "The sun shines." And so it did. It shone with a glorious and undiminished brightness. Done! Woo, I'm back! Ow! High five! Oh, just under 9 hours. Oh my goodness. I need to lie down. Oh, and so we have read The Hobbit in its entirety. I can't understand how Andy Serkis did The Hobbit. I would have been dead. I think I'm really dead now. Well, yeah, we're at the end of the stream. Yes, it is done. Woo! I did. I'm just going to write a comment in there. Yes, I did. Exclamation mark. Registered. Trademark. So, I'm going to wrap it up, I think. I think we've broken triple figures, as far as I'm aware. Just let me double check to see where we're up to at the minute. This is going to stay open for probably another week or so. I'm going to try and break the £200 target. Last I checked, it was about £100, £105, which is great. It's 130! This is even better. So at now, 23 minutes past 7 on the 15th of May, we're at £130 out of 200. So that's great. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me. If you can just spread the fundraiser, if people wanted to donate while it's offline, while this is offline, the reading is offline, that's fine. As far as I'm aware, this is going to stay on YouTube, so if you want to tune in to, part 1 and 2, just for a laugh, you want to spend 8 hours, nearly 9 hours of your day reliving this insanity, I know I won't. It'll be on YouTube. I will keep you posted on the updates. I want to say, I'll round it up, thank you to people who stuck with me during the day, thank you to people who promoted it, thank you for everyone who donated, thank you once again to A.R.R.R. Roberts, Professor Adam Roberts, for letting me read the book. Very much appreciated. Hats off to you, sir. We're gonna get out of this. We'll see each other soon. We'll find ourselves on the other side of this, and we'll be happy. And then once that's done, we can do a live action collaborative version of this. I'm totally up for it. We'll all do like a stage show version of it. It'll be great. But anyway, thanks so much for joining me. I'm going to go and get some food because I'm starving. So it's good night from me and it's good night from him. Have a good rest of whatever you're doing. And thank you again. Peace out.